So good morning, everybody. Very welcome all the in-person attendees joining us this morning here in Nairobi. And welcome also to our virtual attendees. Our apologies because we were experiencing some technical difficulties, but we're gonna make it up for the time we just missed. So we're really looking forward for a wonderful experience for all of us today. We have some housekeeping messages just to make this experience the best possible one, both for our in-person attendees and for our virtual attendees. All the activities that the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project holds, we record them to make them available to an extended audience that might be interested on those. Therefore, we are recording the sessions and we're going to be publishing both the recordings and all the materials to both PDD's website and the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence website. So we would really appreciate if you may stay as quiet as possible to prevent background noise for the recording. So future audience will not have an issue with that. And all of the microphones for the virtual participants are closed, again, to prevent background noise. For the in-person participants, we really encourage you to ask as many questions as you can to take advantage of the really wonderful group of speakers that are going to be joining us both in person and virtually. And for the audience that are participating virtually, we invite you to pose your questions using the Q&A feature of the Zoom platform. And the moderators of each session are going to be voicing those for the speakers. And for the in-person attendees, please raise your hands. You will have microphones being circulating throughout the tables, so you may ask your questions directly. And for the speakers that are going to be participating in the virtual format, we also ask them to kindly have their cameras open, so we will also get a benefit of a better experience. So with further ado, really welcome everyone to this session. And even though in the agenda we have planned to have Dr. Francie Joy delivering a welcome message, he will be joining us a little bit later. So I'll pass the voice to Joseph. No, don't worry. No, I made it wrong. I'm sorry, my apologies, Joseph. He's the head of the United States Agency for International Development here in Nairobi, and he's going to be delivering a welcome message for all of us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Sandra, for the introduction. And let me clarify, I'm not the head of USAID mission in Kenya. Maybe one day I'll be. I'm positioned at the Global Health Security and Present Malaria Initiative. I'm the director there. I'm also joined here with my colleague, Dr. Andrew Ryan, who is our infectious disease specialist. And I'll be making a speech on behalf of the head of the health division, John Kinley, who wasn't able to be present. But even before I get to that, just to say thank you again for making time for this very important engagement. We've been working very I think there's a lot of focus on strengthening regulatory practices both for medical devices and health to develop strong regulatory systems to monitor the quality of medical products available to the Kenyan public, and has over the year provided technical teams that want to strengthen Kenya's national regulator, mirrors the Kenya government's desire to increase local manufacturing of medical products, providing the needed increased access to medical products, especially during pandemics like COVID-19. I also highlight the engagement of other parts of the Kenyan government in this event, as well as international partners and the private sector that's here today. Know that this global religion experience has been critical to addressing and recovering from COVID-19 pandemic, essential to incorporating the lessons learned into our medical device regulatory frameworks and health systems, and to better prepare for the future health emergencies. So before you all immerse yourselves in the tech-rich content for the next few days, I wish to provide some of the context by which this capacity building is made possible. As experienced during the COVID-19 pandemic, countries cannot simply deploy products without just strong regulatory framework, knowledge of emergency use authorization, procedures and rules. And during our emergencies, regulatory bottlenecks and choke points are equally damaging to patients' health as it lacks access to life-saving equipment and quality health care. The pandemic has highlighted to national regulatory authorities that they do not need to act alone during a health emergency, nor should they do so. We can do it effectively by collaborating with other regulators or relying on sound technical work undertaken by other regulators, such as the US FDA or the International Medical Device Regulations Forum. We are addressing these gaps by providing technical assistance to enhance regulatory capacity for medical devices as well as for medicines and vaccines related products. So just to highlight what regulations of medical devices is this forum, the one with the Standard Alliance Phase 2 COVID-19 MDRC, supporting Kenya's medical devices regulatory ecosystem that with international standards. The work we are doing is regulation of medicines and vaccines manufacturing, and the support to PPP to attaining maturity level 3. MDRC is an excellent example of USAID's continuing commitment to working closely and strategically with the private sector to deliver innovative programs, and strategic collaboration with partners such as AMSI and IBM.
Will you all immerse yourselves in the net and rich contents of the next few days? I wish to provide some of the context by which this capacity building is made possible. So MDRC is a public-private cooperative project organized under USAID Standards Alliance
Initiative Phase 2. The Standard Alliance is a partnership between USAID and the American National Standard Institute, ANCI or ANSI, designed to support the capacity of partner countries in the areas of legal and regulatory reform, standards development, conformity assessment, procedures, and private sector engagement. It promotes the National Quality Infrastructure Institutional Framework, which establishes and implements standardization, including metrology, accreditation, and conformity assessment services. ANSI is a private, not-for-profit organization that administers and coordinates the US voluntary standards and conformity assessment systems. ANSI is comprised of a member organization representing all stakeholders, including industry, government, NGOs, standards developing organizations, and others. The Advanced Medical Technology Association, ADVAMED, is a member association of ANSI, representing the medical technology industry, spanning all areas of medical devices, diagnostics, products, and digital health technologies, transforming healthcare through broadened patient access, earlier disease detection, less invasive procedures, and more effective treatments. Although based in Washington, D.C., a critical part of ADVAMED and its mission is to work with its partners around the world in health system strengthening focused on medical technology aspects. In the United States, this means working closely with ANSI and USAID, but also the US Food Drug Administration and its Center Devices and Radiological Health, CDRH. Globally, this means co-chairing the Global Medical Technology Alliance, the GMTA, and the Global Diagnostics Alliance, the GDA, and their respective members in the public and private sectors. The GMTA and GDA interface in turn with the International Medical Devices Regulators Forum, IMDRF, the Global Harmonization Working Party, GHWP, and various multilateral organizations, among them WHO and the World Trade Organization, all focused on building and strengthening the soft infrastructure of medical devices regulatory frameworks aligned with the foundational reference documents and standards for the medtech sector. More locally, as it pertains to Kenya, MDRC partners include GMTA Africa, Working Group, MECOMED, and the Medical Technology Industry Associations of Kenya, MEDAC. I mentioned all these MDRC collaborators and partners to emphasize three critical aspects central to the MDRC project structure. First, MDRC is a public-private corporation leveraging the respective strength of the organizations that ensure patient access to medical technologies. Second, good and appropriate regulations and standards for medical technologies are core responsibilities of government and the private sector. Good regulations and standards and conformity assessments do not write themselves, but rather require a whole of society engagement, be it proposing regulations based upon international references and standards, providing science and data-based rationale for provisions, and ensuring that draft rules are applicable and appropriate and will work effectively regulating. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, MDRC structure brings together two threads in capacity building that are too often overlooked, and that is both the health-specific benchmarks as well as the legal and trade-related benchmarks. So around the world and across Africa, the major MDRC identified bottlenecks preventing patient access to medtech during the pandemic and through recovery has been regulatory and alignments that could be harmonized moving forward through the implementation of the appropriate health references and the proper footing in the legal and trade obligations. The Standard Alliance Phase 2 MDRC project supports predictable and transparent processes and notifications to develop and adapt international acceptable standards within the frameworks recommended by the WHO and IMDRM, but at the same time complying with the international treaty obligations of the World Trade Organization and its agreement on technical barriers to trade, which is a legal requirement in the countries of the 164 members of WTO, including Kenya. This international treaty and legal obligations are built upon the even more stringent commitments made between the members of the African Continent Free Trade Area and via the provisions of the various African regional trade agreements. National regulatory authority implementation of health references and standards for medical devices is critical. However, it is just as critical to ensure that this implementation is built upon the proper legal foundation that can ensure the longevity of technical regulations, maximize the interoperability with other countries in the African continent and the world to build the most efficient and effective path for medical devices to patients and health systems, and likewise to ensure a maximally resilient medtech supply chain. If you felt overwhelmed by the number of acronyms I have referenced, I promise you, you are not alone. The global regulatory structure for medical technologies is intricate. And importantly and critically, it is not the same as medicines. It is a different sector, as different as information and communications technology is from medicines. So this was a warm-up session. There will be more acronyms to come up. Please keep taking notes. But it is our hope that with the first in-person and hybrid MDRC training session with PPB in Kenya, we will anchor our activities for the continent and expand them with other countries. And then the week of 6th November, together with the Africa Medical Devices Forum, have the next session. So again, congratulations for the progress made this far in improving medical device regulatory standards. We look forward to the continued positive impact on Kenya's access to medical devices with a strong medical device regulatory framework and knowledge of emergency use authorization procedures and rules. I wish you all an informative and productive event. Thank you.
Joseph, thank you very much for your remarks. And yes, we all join you in how overwhelming all the acronyms that we use in this sector can turn to be. But sooner or later, you get used to and you get to understand each of them. So this is one of the many challenges that we have in this sector. So really, thank you very much for your remarks. Thank you very much for joining us in here. Thank you very much for the local support to this global project. Thank you very much again. And now I'd like to introduce Pauline Ware, who, of course, everybody here and everybody virtually knows who Pauline is, but still, I'd like to make a real brief mention on her credentials. So Pauline is a medical device and diagnostics leader at the Pharmacy and Poisons Board in Kenya. Her role in the regulatory framework development spans 10 years. She's also the chair of the African Medical Devices Forum, the Continental Technical Committee under the African Union. And at PPB, Dr. Wairimu is responsible for policy development and the establishment of the market authorization function was her brainchild. Pauline, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to work together with PPB to advance on the capacities of all of us that are involved in the responsibility to make medical devices available to the Kenyan and the global population. So, Pauline, thank you very much, and please join us with your opening remarks.
I think, good morning, colleagues. I hope you are all, I can see your heads smiling, nice and bright, stand here. You may be able to see each one from every corner, and as I promised in the last couple of weeks, that we're going to have an exciting session. Hope that we will live up to our expectations. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I'm aware that we have colleagues as far as Australia, the United Kingdom, South Africa, and many other jurisdictions. I want to welcome you all to this workshop, and I want to say thank you for taking the time to prepare and to join us. But first, let me remind us of some housekeeping rules for those who are virtually joining us, but also for those who are in the room. Please mute your microphone for those who are virtually during the presentation and turn off your camera while the presentation is ongoing. Should you wish to make a comment or ask a question, please do so by entering it in the chat box. We'll be here to see and to be able to respond. Please note that this session is being recorded. The training materials will be uploaded on the PPB study website, and that makes it easy, accessible for anyone. They'll also be made available on the MDRC website, and any content that anyone needs will be readily available. I hope I am not in the way of the camera. No, good. So let me say that I'm very pleased that this moment has finally come, when we can hold a medical devices capacity building technical competencies workshop physically and virtually. When we started the planning with the MDRC team, it seemed like a far dream back in May of 2022. Indeed, that time we were preparing for benchmarking of medicines and vaccines as Kenya was getting ready for the assessment by the World Health Organization Global GBT platform. Unbeknown to us, medical devices would also join the train, and the piloting would be done for Kenya. History was made then that we could showcase our regulatory systems and the gaps therein we were able to see. To you, our supporting partners, the USAID, the MDRC project, your commitment towards actualizing this goal has not gone unnoticed, and we remain very grateful, and we promise that this is the beginning of a journey of 1,000 miles. For all who have signed in online and those with us here physically, I hope that the next 3 days you will come out equipped with new knowledge and skills on the regulation of medical devices. I hope to make the technical terms fewer in my presentation. I hope to speak in layman's language and to be able to make it simple for all of us to digest. In the 10 years that I've been at PPB, amongst pharmacists and pharmaceutical regulators, I've had to coin my way and find my way around such a field. The technical experts who have committed and dedicated the time and resources to join us and support us in this workshop. We believe this is a beginning of a journey towards health system strengthening both in Kenya and in Africa. Our training objectives look to equip regulators with knowledge on regulation of medical devices by sharing technical resources on international best practices, good regulatory practices and implementation thereof, delving deeper on quality management systems for medical devices, as well as examining risk-based classification and gaining a deep understanding of the essential principles, safety and performance of medical devices. See, I didn't speak in the jargon that we usually do. You will see in the training that this language gets a little bit more technical. To you, the participants, how I hope that you will gain first-hand knowledge and take full advantage of the technical experts that are here in the room. Indeed, these are global leaders, both from the public and private sector, and they're going to share this knowledge willingly and freely to you. Take advantage and learn. The participants will also have case studies from Anvisa, Brazil, one of the participants will be giving us, as they take us through quality assessment or essential principles in safety of performance. We'll also be able to apply this knowledge, this new knowledge in your work, daily work in regulation. And as you see, medical devices is just beginning. Most of the participants here are new employees of the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. And I know when we are geared towards pharmaceuticals, I'm certain I'm convinced that a few of you that medical devices is certainly a more interesting field. So for you, you're ready to join me? The floor is open. Try and learn or ask as many questions, small and big, and take advantage of those people who have come all the way, many miles, to join us. I hope these 3 days will be exciting, and I wish you all fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we will get into sharing with you a really high-level overview of what the Medical Device Regulatory Convergence Project is. And with that, I also want to apologize again because I never introduced myself. My name is Sandra and I am the lead of the project of the MDRC project for all the activities related to medical devices, good regulatory practices, and so on, but resolve bottlenecks that might prevent access to medical devices. I am really glad to be here in Nairobi. This is my 3rd visit in this year, and this is not going to be the last. And we're really, really very happy. The warm welcome that we have gotten from our very first visit to Nairobi. So thank you very much. And I'm glad to introduce David Wangombe, Professor David Wangombe. He has been appointed as our liaison based here in Nairobi to support us with the project. And he's going to be sharing with all of us the overview of the project. Thank you very much. David?
Thank you very much, Sandra. And ladies and gentlemen, a very well welcome. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. My slides are coming in up now. As I've been introduced, Professor David Wangombe is mine. I'm the African liaison for this project. I think I met quite a number of you during the process of the preparation of this. I have also met some from the pharmacy board, which have been involved for quite a number of years in working with the strategy, its implementation and review, which I'm so excited about. And now, in our medical device, regulatory convergence project, I want to introduce you to this. And Joseph, thank you so much. You've shared so much about who we are and what we really are doing. One thing that, ladies and gentlemen, you observe, COVID taught us a lot. It taught us a lot. It taught us that we need to move fast. It also taught us that we have to work together. It also taught us that we have to be prepared in very many ways. One of these is with respect to our regulatory framework so that we have the right kind of medical devices across. But what does that mean for us? It means collaboration, because none of us have got sufficient resources to do what requires to be done. We learned that. It doesn't matter who you are, big country, small country, developing, developed, we've got to work together. There's a lot of money that is being spent across the world, an estimate of about $4 billion every year, $4 billion in the preparations of this arena. And a good amount of that is being done in developing countries. But a amount of that, good fraction, is going to waste because we are not collaborating. Everybody looking at his own cocoon. This is why the convergence becomes important for us, why we need to work together, why we need to create forums like this, so that our response becomes fast enough, our response becomes effective enough for the safety and the health of all people. That is what we are doing, and MDRC is here for this purpose. You can go next. This is our purpose. We want to advance the regulatory convergence in partnership with started developing organizations, as well as national and regional health, trade, and regulatory authorities, because we need each other. It is for that reason we work together, and thank you so much, Joseph, for introduction about the partnership. We have USAID, we have ANSI, we have AVMED, who are the partners that have come together for MDRC. If you can go next. Veronica. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, so what we do here, depending on the needs of a a nation because we are different. We provide capacity of partner countries for standard and conformity assessment procedures related to medical devices. And it is part of the reason we here of this forum and the next forum we're going to have in November. Okay, so we also try to make sure countries remove technical barriers to training of medical devices. That's the training that they are. It's for that reason that you will find activities on the adoption of international benchmarks. We want to provide transparent, convergent, predictable, high-level funds. So medical devices are the same. We assist our customs authorities because sometimes they are part of the barriers, so that they become a solution to the problem, not a part of the problem. And of course, we have to establish internal center for emergency regulatory response in collaboration with Global Medical Regulatory Alliance. That makes us one family. Next. Okay. Okay. It's all right, Veronica. I can explain it. Who we work with? This has already been introduced by Joseph, and thank you so much, Joseph, once again. We work with Global Medical Technology Alliance. We work with Global Diagnostic Alliance. We work with Inter-American Coalition for Regulatory Convergence for the medical technology sector. We work with International Medical Device Regulators Forum. We also work with institutions responsible for regulatory authorities in every country, just like we are working here with the Pharmacy and Poisons Board. For this purpose, just to mention, we are in many places. We are in Latin America, we are in Asia, we are in Europe, we are in Africa. I am happy, and thank you so much, Sandra, for the introduction, to be the liaison for the Africa project. And what are we doing in this liaison? We want to make sure that Pharmacy Board is supported to ensure implementation of the national medical plan implementation. What does that mean for us? We need to develop proper strategy. Because without a proper action plan, we'll not be able to get there. This is what I'm proud to be working with the Pharmacy and Poison Board. Developing this strategy includes ensuring we see the horizon where we expect ourselves to be, but we also set the values. We look at our environment both internally and externally, particularly ensuring that we are able to establish what are the gaps that we have. What did we learn from the challenges of COVID, for instance? What we had not put in place so that we can put them in place. We create proper strategic things, we create proper goals and objectives, we have our strategy. And this part I'm sharing with you, my dear friends, if I'm meeting you the first time today, for one particular reason, because we are going to invite you for the public participation, which is part of the standards that we want to set beside being a legal requirement in the country, that we involve the public in the evaluation of what is it we are setting going forward, the implementation plan of our work. Ladies and gentlemen, I will be back coming to you very soon for that public participation. I wish you all the best in the next 3 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, David. And before we get into the overview of medical devices and IVDs that Colin is going to kind of share with us, I'd like to invite the audience to post any question that you may have. I think that it was really a very comprehensive, high-level overview of the project that David just shared. But anyways, it could be kind of like complicated the first time you listen to it. So I invite you to post any question you may have. But then it was crystal clear, or it was not understood at all. Crystal clear. Okay, perfect. So as David mentioned, I mean, we are really committed to support the wonderful efforts and really strong and long-lasting efforts that PPB under the leadership of Pauline have been making. And so we're here to help. We're here to learn from you because that will really enable us to provide the proper support that might be needed. So this is really a two-way conversation. This is a wonderful learning experience for all of us in here. So I also invite you to take as much advantage of this experience as we can. So then, having no questions, Pauline, we're all here for you. Thank you.
So, started by not being very technical, but actually I'm a technocrat by profession, and you learn that bit about me today. The next 40 minutes, I'll make sure they're not 40. I'll try and make them to be short because I want to share more with you about the regulation of medical devices and what gaps. And I think this is the right platform really to share with you what we have been able to achieve so that we can be able to get the assistance that we need. And for the new ones to know which area to grab and to develop and run with. So I won't take much time. I'll ask if we can go to the next slide. Okay, so the computers are misbehaving. I was going to say, well, computers, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Well, computers are misbehaving. I was going to share a small story. The story goes that in 2011, April 1st, many years, very many years ago, I was new at PPB, like the new entries at PPB. At that time, there was something called the Water Assembly Resolution. And the then CEO was Chief Kerich, was gay. He told me, young girl, you have a lot of energy. This thing has come and we need PPB to be able to participate in its work. Resolution 67.20. You can see that I remember the details because I wasn't sure of the lingo and I wasn't as competent then, but then I had a document in my hand. What it stipulated was that the regulation of medical products for developing countries needed to be strengthened. PPB did not have any. So I went back and said, so what do you want me to do? He said, it's a blank check for you. Do what you see fit. So since then, having been given that support, that was the genesis of the regulation of medical devices. My colleagues who are with me here have, in all meetings, insisted and indicated that my adamance on medical devices is recognizable because I see now was a gazette notice. A gazette notice is lower than, just above a guideline, but lower than any constitutional document. We gathered information, and that is how this began. That in CAP 244, there was a section that stipulated and indicated medical products. I included medical devices there out of my naivety, and therein began our journey. So CAP 244, if you look at it now, it spoke of medicinal substances, medical products in its definition. It did not have medical devices. Once we understood and once a gap was identified, the legal office was also being established, a subsidiary legislation was enacted. The Gazette Notice number 37 was put in place, and that Gazette Notice supported or enabled us to put together a form which we could use for listing medical devices. Progress was coming in because in regulation, you cannot do if it's not in the law. You cannot enforce something that is not in the law. Back then also, there were very many regulator or entities that wanted to have a regulatory function because of the void in the law. When the subsidiary legislation and the Gazette Notice was put in 2014, PPB, we had a semblance of what it is we could do, and we could enforce the regulation of medical devices. In 2017, the Health Act was put together. And here we see the full definition of a medical device stipulated in the law. Still, it wasn't to where we wanted it to be, but we had medical devices in the law, and that meant that the reinforcement of the market authorization function, registration, which is the one we began. We could also look at trade, vigilance, surveillance, and also ensure that post-market surveillance was conducted. Obviously, for medical devices, it's different, but still the law recognized that we could do it. And that has brought forward to the rules of 2022. Those who are familiar with the rules of 2022 that were enacted in June of 2022 know that medical devices now is not just the definition, but also the legal infrastructure, the legislation that is required for us to be able to do it. In this legislation, we have aligned to the African Union model. I wear many hats, and the other one is as the chair of the African Medical Devices Forum. And on this platform, I learned that we were going as a country to align to the African Medicines Agency. And therefore, the African Medicines and the African Union model law is what we'll be aligning to. So we aligned before we could get there. And you'll know that it's just last month that Kenya has deposited her instruments to become a member of the African Medicines Agency. So we're squarely in the continent's plan of advancing regulation of medical devices. Next. Okay, so while technology misbehaves, so I'm not a law person, and Kibet will be coming to give an in-depth analysis of breakdown, but it's important. But it's important to learn as regulators that the legislative framework is really important and key in ensuring that regulation of a product is conducted. In Africa, because I have experience, we have fragmented regulation, and mostly because a lot of African countries still do not have the legislation or the legislative procedure. So the law governs and helps us to be able to see and to be able to move forward in ensuring that the aspects of regulation that we need to do are really considered. You will see this emphasized more in the global model regulatory framework, because without a law, you can't enforce as a regulator. Without a law, you have no benchmark, or you have no voice, and you start to have a lot of challenges. So that has been one of the main stumbling blocks for African regulators or advancement of regulation of medical devices in Africa. We can proceed. And equally, plus we will share that same information to us, as well as what you can ask for. To be this clarification with an accessory meeting, with an accessory to be added, so there is direct communication between us, and also for us, the application will need to inform them to stop. That goes on to ensuring that pharmacy practice is also considered because of licensing medical device establishment. This function has not yet been done, so you see there's no direct link yet, but that function is to be done. Such institute, National Public Lab, Kenya Bureau of Standards, which lab is able to do its function. So this intricate details you that medical devices cannot and have their functions in any way interfering with other products. So, department-specific activities, just to understand where and how does the interrelation work. So this is how market authorization operates. Applications are made through the automated print system. These applications are screened device. Training for the class. So there are 4 classes that you see that are being presented later. So class A, B, C, D. Each class of medical device has its unique requirements and unique documentation. So once we are able to screen and see that those documentations are appropriate, there is going to be the second phase, which is the evaluation of the conformity assessment. So it's the higher dossier of all the information about product because it has undergone successful screening. The conformity assessment will then inform a report, and this report, if it's for in vitro diagnostics, a second assessment will be awaited upon for performance and validation. But if it's a standing medical device, the common submission dossier report will issuance will report to the decision. You can have some approval because you have fulfilled all the functions. You can have evaluated standing because there are requirements that have not been fulfilled. You can have a rejection because outrightly there was violation or lack of the right information or fraud on information. And you can also have a withdrawal on application where an application is deemed insufficient. In this scope, I look at the approval, which is mostly our applications. An approval is granted, the applicant receives a registration certificate with its content, and that makes access to the market available. These are the key functions as I would speak to, and the text is quite small, so I'll just inform what that looks like. You have market authorization, which is granting of access of a product to a market. You have the retention of that medical device. So once a product is in the market, that is not enough in terms of regulation. In order to keep rest and to keep checking that the product actually is not having any adverse event, is not having a problem, or we need to withdraw, we need to retain, the applicant retains that product in the market every year. And there is also changes that take place, changing product category, not category, changing product, maybe color of the primary or secondary packaging. There is sometimes change in a series of a product. Change notifications come in all manner and sizes: administrative information, technical information, and sometimes the applicant wants to withdraw the product in the Kenyan market, or whatever reason because the commercial viability was not successful. So these functions are what lead to the market authorization department. Next, please. This is what fits to our quality objectives, and we focus on ensuring that we align our functions with ensuring that 100% registration of a fulfilled application is done. So back to the ability or the level of documentation or compliance that is given. If we have it that is fully 100% fulfilled, we will issue 100% compliance by giving the registration. We ensure that enhanced compliance timelines are adhered to. The standard charter speaks of 24 months, and I believe medical devices will come a long way when the applications are lengthy or were taking long, too much lower time periods. But we ensure, or we look to ensuring that we can keep the 24 months compliance time period. We have priority reviews, and we have pathways to ensure that medical devices can undergo faster reviewing, and there are 3 pathways. Emergency use authorization, and this was very useful in time of COVID, fast tracking of product for registration, and also ensuring that together, this is a new pathway, compassionate use, where medical devices is needed by patient or compassionate grounds. So these are new pathways that are coming that if you look at the guideline, we actually are looking, this has not been done. There are pathways that look to support abridged evaluation, immediate registration within a very short time period. This is to bypass and to support using reference regulatory authorities. So we have listed 7 reference regulatory authorities in our guideline. This is what I mean. If an applicant is submitting a medical device that has received approval in, say, the US FDA, They have an approval from Health Canada, they have an approval from South Africa, an approval from European Medicines Agency, an approval from Japan. Consider those organizations and what the organizations have said. History, any market complaint, there has not been reports of adverse drug event to the point of death, then we consider the decision, making our work easier, shorter in terms of regulation and registration, but also relying on decisions from others. So these pathways are in the diagram, but they're not yet enacted, but they should be released. So how does I've spoken to the screenings, to the evaluation, to the responses, to the approval. This gives you on your right-hand side the timelines for each process and procedure. Screening will indicate that that should take place within 90 working days, so that any application can have the application should take 2 months. Any communication that needs to be sent back to the applicant is responded to in a timely manner, and this depends often on the agility of the applicant. So some applicants have the information, but the other services so I stick to a certificate and also any changes after that for our product as long as it's in the Kenyan market. So this gives you an interesting show of what has happened, and you notice that 2022 data is the pharmaceutical regulatory information management system was put in piloted pharmaceuticals. Medical devices followed suit, and in 2017, 2016, 2017, piloting was done, but this starting in 2018. Continue to increase. Is a very good indication of the fact that the medical devices market in Kenya is growing and continues to grow, and we need to be able to be agile as a regulator. The information needs to be able to respond to changes in the needs of the market. Communicated earlier, we have either successfully evaluated medical device, a successfully screened medical device, and application. The application and related application. Application which are about midway, successfully screened applications are the ones that are ranked well, and successfully evaluated. Successfully applications. We can involve the reasons for that. The question.
So this. Yes. So that's organization function. So, thank you so much for a great presentation. This is what I'm able to try. I was wondering if the presentations that certainly the places that provides the flexibility to be prepared for the unknown. And I think when COVID hit, we always used the unknown. So what example of the regulation Kenya to change to provide necessary flexibility to kind of survive the best unknown. Yeah, this one that's well, we are all getting the response. Question.
Definitely, and lessons we have. Agility. Yes, so regulatory agility is one key thing I'll speak to. The ability to change with regards to the needs and the demands of the time. We needed to, I remember very much in March, I think it was March 20th, as soon as Cabinet informed us of the emergencies authorization, we had to change our systems overnight to respond quickly. So regulatory agility is something that we need to, and regulatory agility is not common, what's the word? It's not exactly easy. A regulator to be able to change from their way of doing things takes time, mostly because we are bound by systems and structures, and we have the risk or the responsibility of one balancing public health, but also manufacturer pressure, ensuring that my product is good and I give it to the patient. And I'm saying the public needs this and this to be looked at. So regulatory agility is one lesson that I have learned. The other lesson is flexibility. Flexibility is something that we continue to see even today. Reliance, recognition, but at PPB, we are looking at work sharing. Work sharing is something that I think we are not doing enough of. And if we do, and if we can do it, well, work will be easier, but actually the quality of regulation and reviews will be better. So those are the two I can think of and share. And I think that actually amplifies to the continent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just give this is not my area, PMS, but I am actively involved in systems for other departments where medical devices is concerned. And this is the one for post-market surveillance. The primary objective is to develop information about health products and technology. So you'll see this theme in other departments, HPTs, because the medical devices are clustered with pharma products. And so the theme changes here. And the reason for that is to ensure quality and effect under usual conditions are used, but also facilitating evidence-based decision-making in ensuring that falsified medical products are not in the market. And how is that done? PMS uses two approaches, active and reactive surveillance. I have taken part in an active surveillance, and it's amazing how quickly things can get done. And active surveillance looks at how can PMS quality surveys or the surveillance of the market to ensure that any falsified or any product that is not meeting the required standards is removed quickly, or reporting or testing. You'll see some examples here. This is very key because Latex condom, syringes, surgical face masks, as well as COVID-19 RDTs have actively, in the last 2 years, we've seen a lot of that happening. And yes, we do receive substandard, a lot of substandard products, and we take them out of the market. Next, please. For example, this is the last survey that was done on a rapid response initiative for Latex condom. 85.7% was seen to be, the condoms were okay, but there were some that were taken out of the market. Syringes, 100% surveillance is conducted, and only 9 tests had sensitivity. And this is for the COVID-19 test. This is something that I want to report on as something we saw a significance in change. Prior to COVID-19, we were not conducting in-country assessment. In-country assessment meaning that when an application is made to the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, we need to send those samples to laboratories in Kenya. Before COVID-19, that was not being done. Luckily, the process and the procedure was already in our pipeline. So when COVID-19 happened, actually we actualized this process. And sending in vitro diagnostics to the Kenya Medical Laboratory Institute, KEMRI, National Public Health, saved us because 85% of the submitted kits failed first-time approval, and that's how antibody test kits for COVID could not be allowed in policy in Kenya. PCR kits were doing fairly well, as well as antigens. So this helped us to inform policy using evidence-based and evidence-driven science and the use of our own system. So this is something that is continuing to happen today, and we need to strengthen because diagnostics, as you know, are an equally important part of medical devices. Next, please. There's a picture here of the compliance level. I think we are not going to have the privilege to see, there you are, compliance level. This is really small data, but it's just to extrapolate what I shared on when we do or when PMS conducts studies in the field, what are the compliance levels and how is that translated to the data, and how is that how does that inform regulatory decision? I'm really sorry because it's quite small. We just move to the next slide. So on reactive surveillance, PB has an electronic reporting system, and this is where there is reporting by the public or a health institution or any person. And this is a really robust system where you can use your mobile and your USS code is available, and also the receiving of field safety corrective action reports, both to PPP, but also collecting through health center. So I've seen this work quite well, especially for gloves, and this was common during the pandemic, but now we are seeing other equipment like ventilators being reported, MRI equipment, X-ray equipment. So this field corrective reporting also comes to us to be able to take regulatory action. This is an incidence reporting form that is used. I think the one for medical devices is a different color. It's a green one, but let's proceed. As I see, that's not loading. So in terms of, there you go. Next. In terms of also specific to medical devices, you'll notice the use or the need for reporting of incidences is different. So this is specific to a product, and sometimes even manufacturers, you send to us field corrective notices We will take that report and follow up because there's a specific product in a specific hospital that we see and have information about. So this again is moving from normal pharma practice to the need for specific medical device related investigations. So there's need to say that there's the additional information from the manufacturer, the local authorized representative, as well as reviewing the root cause. There is interdependence, again, if you remember, the need for market authorization to work with other with other departments to extract all the information and for the right decision to be reached is usually quite important. What are some of the feedback mechanisms and how is feedback given? So market authorization folder indicated will share the information, the local authorized representative, healthcare professionals, manufacturers, reporters, anyone. PPP also has a box where you can put information. And now on the PPP website, any incidents, there's I think a red button that doesn't stay there. You can simply click on that button and it automatically takes you to incidents reporting. Yes. So this indicates our regulatory decision. What happens? There's guidance to industry on whether there's action to be taken. If not, quarantining of the product or the batch, recalling or withdrawing, suspension of the market authorization or revocation, as well as ensuring that that product is withdrawn from the market if at all there is incidents that are reported or we need to be able to do. We work with collaborators and partnership, and I said this, I think, is not being done enough for purposes of reliance, but also for ensuring that we can use in-house or internal resources to help us make better decisions for medical devices and I wanted to share a case study, but I think we have spent some time. But let me just speak to this case study because it's quite interesting, and we see this quite a lot also coming from our neighbors. The description was in 2018 were suspected falsified male latex condom, and similarly a notification was received. The nature of investigation was that there was need to have a collaboration with the market authorization holder that carried intelligence of the product source, the distribution chain, and individuals involved. This helps us to distinguish the features from the genuine product from the fake, because with a regulator you have a sample that you have received, you're likely to also have the proper artwork that was presented, but in the market there's a lookalike. So you need to be able to rely and work in collaboration with the market authorization holder to give you that information. So the conclusion was the product was found to be falsified in February of that year, and regulatory action was issued for a withdrawal of that product. Just put the next slide so you can see just how similar the pictures of the actual product and the similarities. Okay. Yes. Back again. Yeah. It was slide one. Okay. Yes, there you are. So the similarities were very, very. I mean, the counterfeiter had done his thing. The counterfeiter pack you see is smaller, and the orange color was not there. It had no triple tested mark for testing on the left pack was not there. The color, of course, is different. There were no clear decipher. You couldn't see the writing for the counterfeited pack of the standard condom, as well as the information of what it pertained, and there was no stripes, the quality stripes at the bottom. So once we could analyze information with what the market authorization holder shared, we could automatically tell that this product was counterfeited, and this helped us to withdraw or to revoke the market authorization application, but also PV to withdraw the product, the batch. I think this actually brought quite a bit of controversy because they kept, or when they were withdrawn, they were kept at PPP for quite some time, and there was a lot of noise on this. But it goes to show that we have to keep being active and at any one time checking on the products in the market that are failing standards. Yes. There's another picture of another product, but maybe I'll go to this. And this is a HIV diagnostic that was also counterfeited. The details of the manufacturer were missing. The serial numbers were not the same as what the manufacturer had issued. And on the pack, the flip side of the pack, the manufacturer's details were also counterfeited. So this work continues, and the need for regulation or ensuring that field safety and corrective action for medical devices cannot be left behind. So this slide moves on to licensing establishments and the establishment of licensing. Not much has been done here. There's only the aspect of guideline on medical device registration of establishments for medical devices, and this will call on to licensing of premises, licensing of operators and contractors, because medical device contractors are different, and the levels at which the market authorization holder will apply through a local agent, they'll have contractors and they're usually many. So this is not yet established. The next one is looking at regulatory inspection. Again, there is a gap here. That's it. In that the quality audits using ISO 13485 are not being conducted, but the list of manufacturers for medical devices is available. So it's the activity that is yet to be done. This is the function of laboratory testing. I've mentioned this, that we work in collaboration with external laboratories because of different needs. The PPB has a lab, we have a lab on the first floor, and this lab acts our liaison laboratory to the National Quality Control Laboratory, Kenya Medical Research, Bureau of Standards, because some products like the condoms and other products, we need to use standards and we rely on standards, as well as National Public Health for other diagnostics or other referral labs that can help us. So the ability of PPBs work with external entities need to also be highlighted, because there are more entities that work on medical devices. Next. I don't think you can see this, but this is just a process flow, and I spoke to this earlier. On clinical trial oversight, there's a few applications that are received. There's an established legal framework and established guidelines. However, the applications for medical devices are not received independently or reviewed independently. So this is something that going forward we may need to review. Next. This is a review of, maybe I try to condense the 12 years of regulation of medical devices to one slide. And it gives you a roadmap of where we've been to where we're headed. And you'll see that both medical devices, having come from the initial voluntary listing to the mandatory registration of all classes of medical devices, we are looking to get and to strengthen all functions of regulatory system, especially in those areas or in those departments that is not yet actualized. And the next slide actually gives you a breakdown of where we are our function. So you see that we voluntarily started the listing and registration in 2011. I think this is the second block here. This is 2011. We moved on to the control of input exports, because already we had a list of all medical products that were coming into the country. That strengthened us to be able to move to mandatory registration of the same products, since we had a record, and at the same time pre-market evaluation prior to registration. The aspects that are still to be done is mandatory establishment. You see that it's still an asterisk here. Clinical investigation controls indicated with the clinical trials is still to be implemented. So it's a phased implementation process, because regulation is dynamic, it's changing, and things happen like COVID, and they change your path and plans, and they distort you, and they make you better. So this is it on regulation for medical devices. So what are our future plans? We need to be able to support and ensure that quality audits of medical devices are implemented. Similarly, for in vitro diagnostics, we need to establish quality audits, ensure that clinical investigation controls are put in place. We are already conducting the first of our capacity building workshop to ensure that there's a clear understanding and demarcation of the regulation of medical devices being different from medicine, as well as laboratory strengthening for diagnostic, which is an equally important part. Challenges. Oh, challenges. I think I didn't look at the justice and sharing industry, but these are universal human resource. We're not enough in medical devices. And it's not just in Kenya, I think it's across the continent. Those of us who have defined our university degrees to do other things, we need to be more. Expertise and capacity building, we cannot really reinforce this more. We share and we learn by having the right people teaching us the right information. And this is one such forum. Institutional framework need to change. As you said, and as I started this presentation by saying, being housed under farmer, the structures are farmer. If we need to be able to work and develop medical devices, we need to be able to have institutional systems for medical devices that are going to be responsive, agile, and robust. And I think we are also on our way to being able to do that. So that marks the end of my presentation. The next slide says, thank you. I don't think we need to show that, but thank you very much for your time, and I hope it wasn't a boring 15 minutes. Thank you. Are there questions? Do we have questions? Yes.
I always have questions. Tammy again from Roche. I think one of the things you touched on was strengthening clinical trial oversight. And I'm curious if Kenya recognizes clinical data, global clinical data, and if a clinical trial is always required or would be required in Kenya, or if you leverage global clinical data, but there aren't unique characteristics. So yeah, what's your thought on that?
They're both. Actually, we have a very strong clinical trial sites in Kenya, as well as for pharma, as well as for medical devices. I'm aware of 5 since 2018 that I've taken on. There was a circumcision kit that was being conducted in Western Kenya. There was a study, I think, was published last year by GSK on malaria vaccine. That was done in Kenya, and another study on the vaginal ring and the use of a drug to be able to control disease. So there is that platform. For medical devices, I feel the infrastructure is not well developed, or is not yet developed to harness that capacity. And leveraging on clinical data from elsewhere would be a good starting point, because we do not have the resources in terms of expertise and the right capacity, and we can begin there as we progress towards developing our own. So it is there. Chris?
Yeah, maybe you can just follow up on the same question. So my name is Christopher Dell. I'm with Roche. I wanted to get your perspectives on research use only products, medical devices. Do you have guidelines, and what is the current standing? And as you look on that also, you mentioned work sharing as a badly available. And do you have more information on this? What is the current status? Thank you.
Yes, research use only became even more relevant during the COVID-19 pandemic. We don't have a standalone guideline. Where it is housed, it's under emergency authorization, because that's the pathway that we gave it. Now we have to develop that as a standalone entity, because we have seen its use and its need by the market responses. So that one is available. On work sharing, I am a strong believer that leveraging resources does not harm us. It actually makes us better. I'm looking forward to a time we can do that, not just in Kenya, actually in the continent, because we do not have enough regulators and resources to do it. Work sharing is where we can come on board and give our resources in terms of expertise, knowledge, but also supporting regulator in getting the right information. But that is not being done at the moment. Yes, Asma.
Hello, thank you so much for your presentation. Sorry, again, this is from Roche. My name is Asmaud. You mentioned that you have future plans for the quality audits for medical devices and IVDs. May I ask what would be your scope? So will it be locally, or you would also looking for to cover as well the international manufacturer? And if you are going to cover as well the international manufacturer, we're here leveraging the ISO 13485. Thank you so much.
Yes, we are a net importer as a country. 90% of the medical devices in our country are imported. So we would need to do quality audits. But we are looking for to actually leveraging through MDSAP. Maybe later on in the year we will have more information. We can't audit all manufacturers. The workload is quite a lot. But we can leverage on accessing reports from those that have already done it. And so we will, maybe in the end of the year, I'll have a better report on that as we look to develop or establish those systems. But yes, that's very much in the discussion on how we can best leverage the resources available. Yes, homegrown.
David from Brown and the chair of MEDAC. Thank you, Dr. Molik, for the essays and the good work in a good footing towards ML3. As I represent business people in MEDAC, you mentioned about the timeline of 2 years. Now, with the additional headcounts that you've gotten on your department, you expect to reduce these timelines of 2 years? And then the other question is, how soon should we expect what you'd say convergence and mutual recognition? Because as commercial people, is the aspect of 2 years is a long time. Sometimes with machines that have some softwares, 2 years, I think even our phones, I think every other 3 months, something has, you have an update. So within 2 years, some of the machines will actually be outphased. So, you know, that is lost time in terms of either that application needs to be either withdrawn or a new application needs to be done. Thank you.
See, I knew you'd ask that, so I was conservative in giving my timelines. But if you're in medical devices, you know that the classes have different time. Class A actually has 60 days. B has I think 180, and C and D are the ones that take the longest. But we report on that timeline to allow us of any eventuality. For sure, actually the path I would see or I would be looking to support is abridged pathways that will make the time even lesser. And we are very keen on establishing those ones. I don't want to give a 1 year or a 2 year timeline. I know but for sure we are keen on ensuring that we fast track our processes and procedures. And it's also for your good. We also don't want to be the stumbling block to business. We are a government entity that is pro-business. I think the current government has made it clear that processes and procedures have to be transparent, but also have to be timely, cost-effective, and you're right, we have to balance the business processes. Oh, Chris, back to you.
Sorry, I'm asking again. As we talk Reliance, how would you rank the current utilization of Reliance in Kenya? And are there challenges? And what, from a regulator perspective, what would you advise as some of the ways in which, as people are coming to you with this pathway, we should adopt to better manage efficiencies as we take advantage of that pathway from a BPP perspective?
Okay, thank you, Chris. And I'm just being cognizant that I hope that we don't have online comments that we're not looking at. No. Or online viewers. No. Okay, fine. Can I ask that at the Reliance workshop or the Reliance presentation is done, maybe we can relook at Reliance, and from a country perspective, Reliance is business. We have utilized it through emergency authorization, but I started by saying that it's not being done enough. Perhaps we can learn on how others are doing it, and from there we can improve our systems. I think that's my take for the moment.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mary from Cefid, serving as the Vice Chair for MEDAC as well. Mine is also on reliance. You did mention under good review practices by PPB, you're using the CRP. Would you kindly share more information on that in terms of where we are, especially for the WHO PQ products?
I didn't say it's secure. I said we are looking to do it because we must be able to enlist and we must be able to get manufacturers getting on board. Those who are PQ'd, we have conducted, actually it was Roche that we acquired, and we wanted to get the products that are PQ'd that we could do collaborative registration procedure. It was not possible for other reasons at the moment, but the manufacturer needs to get on board for us to be able to get that information by the World Health Organization. WHO will not just share information. And I'm glad, I hope Agnes will be sharing our presentation. We need to have consent because this is manufacturer's data. We can't just be given, even though we are regulators. And until a point where the regulator, the manufacturer, the WHO are on the same platform, then can we move forward? So we've done some piloting. It's not yet been successful. We'll continue to do, and we'll continue to call upon you. And if you have PQ products that we can fast track in the country or under registration consideration, we want to be able to establish that system.
All right, thank you. So on that follow-up, does it mean that if I have a product that is WHO PQ'd, that I, as the manufacturer, initiate the process, and what kind of support do I expect from the PPB?
100% support. So it's ordinarily not from it will be from PPB because it's an application that has been put in the pathway and we want to reduce. So say if you have a product, you have quite a few, and there's one that's already PQ'd. We need to alert, we can alert PPB at the point of application. This product is already WHO PQ'd and would like for it to be considered for fast tracking. We will connect with WHO and together come on the table so that you give consent for WHO to release the reports, and we can use that in the evaluation of this of that application. If you have, I would really like to engage with you.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
I'm sorry, I know I already spoke once, but I would be remiss if I didn't call out the statistic that you provided that 85% of the IBDs tested in the laboratory failed. And so I think I speak for myself and perhaps for others here, and certainly as manufacturers, we are dedicated to making sure that products are quality. And so if you have time at some point over the next few days, I'd love to talk with you more to figure out how us as manufacturers can make sure that that number looks nothing like that in the future.
Although I think, issue the disclaimer that was the COVID-19 applications just shot out through. I think it was 2,000 applications that were done, and of those we needed to submit them. So it's not all was substandard, but and that the report is published. The reports of that is publicly published because we are also astonished as to how such applications are coming on board, and we needed to have that as evidence to support in regulatory decision making. But that was because of the COVID-19 period. It's not normal day routine work. And
that makes me feel a little bit better. Still, it's alarming. So if there's anything we can do to help, let us know.
Good.
Sorry, we have a question. This is Anna over here. Sorry.
Yes.
We have a question from the audience. Can the validation fee be included on the portal so that we get an official results?
Yes. Okay. That's a recommendation. Yes. Okay. Good. I don't know whether we have managed to take ourselves. There was a Q&A session, but I feel we have done that. So I don't think there is any other time other than a tea break.
Thank you very much. So this is time for a break. Of course, we have all realized that we are past the time that we had planned, but we're really happy that we had this Q&A. So if it is okay with you, let's keep our break short. Let's make it like 10 minutes if possible, so we can get back on track. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, there's There's coffee and tea and water at the lobby here at the basement, just walking down this.
Yeah,
So you can go and try yourselves.
across the hallway, there's also great treats as well. So,
And restrooms are available in the ground floor. Apologies for that, so. And let's make it 50 minutes at the longest. So let's make the most out of this 50 minutes.
Like the silence, it looks like our tea break was quite invigorating. Welcome back to our after tea session. Our tea break was short and sweet, but it also allowed us to be able to receive the main chief guest of this workshop, with whom the many years that I have given us to enabling the environment for regulation of medical devices would have never taken off. And I'm really grateful to be introducing to you our Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Fred Sioe, who was to speak earlier, and now he's here with us to give us his remarks and to give us his blessing and open this workshop officially. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Pauline. I know most of you know me. Most of the faces here are familiar. I'm sorry I was not able to come in this morning because of activity, standing activity in the office. Maturity level 3. We have a meeting every Tuesday from 9 to 10. So, and I'm the chair, so I could not come out. I asked her to apologize on my behalf that I'll come late. So I'm here now, and I just want to first welcome all of you. Let me say all protocols observed. Welcome all of you for this capacity building workshop on the regulation of medical devices in Kenya. Let me say the board, the Pharmacy and the Poisons Board efforts towards strengthening of regulatory systems for medical devices was informed at the 67th World Health Assembly through Resolution 67.20 on regulatory systems strengthening for medical products, which sought to ensure developing countries implemented a robust system. I know Pauline is the one who sent that meeting and somebody else. So in ENS, the board laid the regulatory framework for the foundation for medical devices and diagnostics through voluntary listing of all medical devices. Then very few medical devices, manufacturers, importers, distributors were subjected to any regulatory requirements. For those of you who know market authorization, I think you begin with listing. First one to know who is in the market. So you tell them, can you list, and you give them some form of certificate or a paper without them paying. Because if you tell them list and then they pay, they will not come. So we ask them first, let's take inventory of what is in the Kenyan market. So that we did as a first step. And as a regulator, we achieved our first major milestone in medical device regulation in the year 2015 through the automation of systems. We have a system, a software system we call PRIMS, the Pharmaceutical Regulatory Information Management System. Since then, all applications are received through this online platform, and this has enhanced our accountability and robustness of our regulatory system. During the pandemic, like the rest of the world, we were faced with unprecedented pressure of balancing the overwhelming public health demands of manufacturing medical devices that included Personal protective equipment, ventilators, gloves, disposable medical gowns, among other items that we needed to access to. The automation of our systems enhanced our regulatory operations. I'm pleased to report that Kenya is undergoing regulatory transformation in view of strengthening regulatory systems through the WHO global benchmarking exercise. And in June last year, as between 25th June and 5th July, we were assessed by WHO towards achievement of maturity level 3 for medicines and vaccines. Let me also add that during this period, we became the first country for the tool to be piloted on medical devices. I don't know how far it has gone. It was piloted by WHO on us, and the lessons that were learned, but we've not been given the feedback how the tool has been picked, because we were being used as a guinea pig then. It was not for real assessment of medical devices, but because we had a system already operational, they thought they would test the tool using us. I'm informed we have close to 120 participants, both virtually and physically. Alternatives across 21 are registered. So, Joe, my greatest appreciations goes to the people of the United States. See, the United States people, you say it is for the people of the United States. So my great appreciation for the support you've always given us. With those two many remarks, let me officially declare the workshop officially open. Thank you.
Thank you ever so much, our CEO, and thank you for gracing this occasion. Our next presenter is coming online. I wanted to just ensure and ask Agnes, if you're there, could you please say hello so that we can introduce you? Could you please just ensure your computer mic is synchronized with the Zoom platform?
It is, Pauline. I don't know if you can hear me now.
We hear you now.
Can you see or hear me? Because I can hear you and see you very well.
Yes. So I'm just going to go to the first. We'll go back to the first. First slide. So I'm going to start by introducing our next speaker as we get to the first slide. I am greatly honored to introduce my friend and also a very, very supportive colleague, and I would say third assistant in the regulation of medical devices, Agnes Sitakijo. She works at the World Health Organization HQ in Geneva as a technical officer and has continued to support us in many forums. She will be presenting to us this morning on the WHO Global Model Regulatory Framework for medical devices, including in vitro diagnostics. And just so that you appreciate her expertise, her work, she was able to consolidate the entire globe in the year 2021, 2022 in ensuring that we could bring all opinion and ensure that the model regulatory framework was reflecting the current landscape and standing on regulation of medical devices. She is distinguished in her work, and I believe in this presentation, we will be able to learn two key things: the model regulatory framework, as well as the WHO good regulatory practices. Agnes, without much further ado, please welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pauline, for that beautiful introduction. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, loud and clear. Yes, loud and clear.
And you can see me.
Yes, we can see you, but we see the screen, which has the WHO regulatory framework, a revised and updated version.
It's a shame because my video is on. I'm not so sure why you cannot see me, but I think it's fine.
Yes, in the Zoom we can see you. Yes.
It's okay. So let me just jump into the presentation right away. As mentioned by Pauline, the focus for this particular presentation is to really update you on the recent work that WHO had embarked to revise the global model regulatory framework, but also to speak a little bit about the WHO Good Regulatory Practices Guidance document, which was also published in 2021. And so to begin this presentation, I just want to inform you that the Global Model Regulatory Framework has been in existence for about 6 years. It was first published in 2017. This document is relevant to all WHO member states, regardless of the resources. And the reason why I'm saying regardless of the resources, because the model suggests or recommends two-staged approach. Okay, my video is off. I thought you're not seeing me on camera. I'll put back my video. So the reason why I'm saying regardless of the resources is because the model recommends 2 stages. So it recommends the basic level elements. So this is for regulators that have yet to introduce regulation for medical devices and IVDs, but also the expanded level touches on regulators that wishes to expand from the basic level to expanded levels of control and enforcement. And so regardless of the resources, you'll find that this particular guidance documents touches both those that have advanced and those that are beginning. But most important, it recommends guiding principles. It recommends harmonized definition. We understand there are multiple definitions existing globally, but the idea for the global model regulatory framework is to make sure that countries have access to harmonized definitions which have been agreed at the global level. It also specifies the attributes of effective and efficient regulation, which needs to be embodied within the binding and enforceable national laws. Remember that these are just recommendations for systematic and gradual introduction of regulatory framework, depending on country-specific public health priorities and availability of resources. So we are not imposing specific stages for each country or for each national regulatory authority, but it really depends on their priorities and, of course, availability of resources. As I mentioned, of course, earlier, that there are 2 steps that are recommended: basic level, basic regulatory controls towards an expanded level. According to the 2020 survey that was conducted by WHO, Pharmacy and Poisons Board was considered to be at the basic level of control and enforcement. But we really expect that in the coming years, and with the efforts that are being undertaken within the organization, to see them expanding to the expanded level of control and enforcement. The Global Model Regulatory Framework also describes the roles and responsibilities of countries' national regulatory authorities for implementing and enforcing the regulation. So this is also very, very important. In the expanded or revised Global Model Regulatory Framework, we have also addressed some of the stakeholders, for example, testing laboratories, but we have also addressed some of the other stakeholders who contribute also for the success of the implementation of requirements and regulation for medical devices and IVDs. It also describes, and this I think is also very interesting, because from the beginning, in the 2017 published document, the model had already emphasized or described the circumstances in which a national regulatory authority may rely on or recognize the work products from another trusted regulatory sources. And so in 2022, WHO decided to revise the model it was necessary to revise and update the model, considering that this field is changing very rapidly, but technologies are advancing in terms of their nature and complexities. For example, we hear a lot these days on the software for medical devices, which is gaining a lot of popularity in the global health community. But also other triggers for the revision, including publication of 4 important WHO documents, which are also going to be a subject for the 3 days of this workshop. This includes the publication of the Good Regulatory Practices Guidance Document, Good Reliance Practices Document, but also Post-Market Market Surveillance Guidance Document for medical devices. But also another important trigger was the discussions that went on during the integration of the indicators for medical devices and IVDs into the global benchmarking tool. I'm not quite sure whether the audience is familiar with the global benchmarking tool, which at the moment exists only for medicines and vaccines. So this is a tool in which WHO evaluates regulatory systems through a comprehensive and a systematic benchmarking to identify strengths and area of improvement. The GBT revision 6, which is only for medicines and vaccines, have recently been revised to also include assessment of medical devices and IVDs. And so all these tools have been developed to support regulatory system strengthening and improve access to the needed products. But I will provide the link for further reading on the global benchmarking tool. Next slide, please. Next slide, yes. So this is just to give you an idea of the previous, yes. So this is just to give you an idea of the table of contents of the newly revised global model regulatory framework. So you can see that the design of the model has changed, but also most important is that the chapters have been expanded to 9 chapters. The document that was published in 2017 had 5 chapters, of course, including introduction, abbreviations and terminologies, but the current version has 9 chapters. And the reason why there is this expansion is because of the inclusion of at least 2 important chapters. And this is on regulatory pathways. I'm going to explain further in my next slides, but also a chapter on implementation. And most of the time we were asked by regulators to either guide or to explain on the aspect of implementation, because as much as you may have the standards, but implementation could be a completely different challenge. And so we decided during the revision to include also a chapter specifically to speak about how do you then implement the different recommendations and the requirements that have been provided in this nice, good document. And the other 2 parts are just purpose and scope, and of course, expansion on the terminologies. Next slide, please. Okay, so on maybe to just begin my presentation on the specific chapters of the global model regulatory framework, I'll straight away go to chapter 4. Because the other chapter is on introduction, purpose, and scope, and then terminologies. And so where the technical recommendation starts it starts from chapter 4. In this particular chapter, the title speaks about the definition, classification, essential principles, and conformity assessment of medical devices. And maybe for the purpose of this presentation, and of course, as far as the global model regulatory framework is concerned, when I speak about medical devices, in most cases, I'm referring also in vitro diagnostics, but where there are specifics, I will also mention IVDs. And so the major revision was done on the definitions because we wanted to update the definitions based on the different updates especially from the IMDRF definitions, but also we expanded the text on companion diagnostics. So the companion diagnostics were expanded in terms of the recommendation and the text, because this is also some of the products that are gaining a lot of popularity in the health sector. So this has been expanded and added a specific chapter, a specific session under chapter 8. So in the interest of the international regulatory convergence and harmonization, the global model regulatory framework recommends to promote the widespread use of definitions which have been adopted from the, in most cases, from the IMDRF, former GHTF. So we are recommending to make reference to this harmonized definition to avoid confusion during enforcement. I remember when I was previously working at the Tanzania Food and Drugs Authority, currently known as TMDA, we had struggled a lot in terms of distributing the roles or regulatory roles between the different government organizations because of the confusion on the definition. Because at that time, in vitro diagnostics were not part of the definition of the medical devices as recommended by the IMDRF. And so there was a lot of struggle in terms of who is regulating what. And this is why the model under this section emphasizes on clarity of the definition, but also alignment to the other internationally accepted definition. The model has maintained a recommendation on the risk classes as provided by the IMDRF. So we are retaining 4 risk classes, which are guided by their respective risk classification rules. What is emphasized here is that NRIs should allocate resources and impose regulatory controls proportionate to the potential for harm associated with the use of the medical devices. And so controls, it is expected that controls that are imposed for Class D are expected to be different from those imposed for Class A, which is the lowest risk of medical devices among the 4 classes, and Class D being the highest risk. So we don't expect the same scrutiny, we don't expect the same kind of documentation when, for example, issuing market authorization for Class A medical products. And for example, in Europe, these are the products that you can do self-declaration and put the products in the market because the level of the risk is very low. And then the issue of essential principles. So these are the, we are advocating that regulations should specify the way in which a manufacturer shall demonstrate conformity with safety, performance, and quality requirements. And so regulations should specify that a medical devices shall be safe and perform as intended by the manufacturer when they are placed on the market. And so regulatory oversight should increase in line with the potential risk of medical device or to cause harm to the patient or user, of course, with the severity of that harm. And IMDRF has established a list of essential principles for medical devices and for IVD. So these requirements have been widely adopted. And so we also recommend, and I believe that PPB or Kenya has adopted the essential principles of safety and performance. The manufacturer shall demonstrate to PPB, for example, to the NRA that the product complies with these essential principles and has designed the medical device to be safe and perform as intended throughout the product life cycle. And so once you go through the different sections of the essential principles, you would find that the manufacturer is able to, you are able to confidently assess the capacity of the medical devices, whether they will be able to perform as intended by the manufacturer. And so this is where the manufacturer really have to prove themselves that this product is safe for use. And then the issue of conformity assessment. So this is where it speaks more during market authorization. It is also determined by the device class. So the lower risk of the device, then the low level of assessment of the device. We, in the revised global model regulatory framework, we have described regulatory pathways for medical devices according to the risk class, which is available under section 7.1. You will get the access to the link of the newly published GMRF, which speaks to these issues. And we have also provided very nice diagrammatic presentation, which I'm going to display, I think, in my next, in some slides, in one of my slides in the presentation, to demonstrate the different regulatory pathways depending on the risk class of the device. And of course, as I mentioned, the issue of companion diagnostics. So these are becoming also very popular in terms of identifying a disease or identifying a specific treatment for patients who are most likely to benefit from the corresponding medicinal product. And so these are very useful new technologies that identify the pattern of the disease before, but also advises on the treatment to identify the likelihood of the performance of the specific treatment for patients. And I think these are mostly used at the moment by cancer patients. So a lot of information has been incorporated for companion diagnostics to guide in terms of what would be the documentation, what would be the requirements that needs to be submitted, or what should the NRA be looking for when they receive applications for market authorization of companion diagnostics. Next slide, please. Oh, so you're on the next slide. Okay. Chapter 5. Sorry, if you can go back to chapter 5, a slide before this. Yes. So under chapter 5, under chapter 5, the title of this particular chapter speaks about enabling conditions for effective regulation of medical devices, including IVDs. As I mentioned earlier, I'm only going to emphasize on the newly added recommendation during the revision of the Global Model Regulatory Framework. So if you look at this particular chapter, it speaks about what are the key foundational elements that need to be in place to allow effective regulation of medical devices. I'm going also to speak a little bit about this when I'm talking about the principles of the good regulatory practices, but also the enablers. And so in this chapter, we are talking about a need to have a legal requirement. And I think Pauline mentioned a little bit on her presentation on a need to have all these requirements embedded in the legal framework or in the legislation to be able to be enforceable. And so the model also emphasizes on legal requirements, but also issues around gap analysis, implementation plan. Why do you need to have an implementation plan? How do you monitor implementation after you have identified the gaps and have introduced the implementation plan, but a need to have a very well-established national regulatory authorities, avoid overlapping of responsibilities, issues around conflict of interest for regulatory staff, competency of the regulatory staff, but also the issue around reliance and recognition. But what I want to mention in this particular slide is that in all the information that we have included in chapter 5, we have made both principles, good regulatory practices and good reliance practices, more explicit actually throughout the Global Model Regulatory Framework, but more information on these particular concepts are also available under Section 5. So for those who may not be familiar on the good regulatory practices, these are the principles which are very critical to efficient performance of a regulatory system, and consequently, of course, to the public confidence in the system. All individuals and regulatory authorities should be guided by good regulatory practices in setting appropriate requirements and formulating decisions that are clear, decisions that are transparent, decisions that are consistent, impartial, timely, proportionate, and based on sound scientific evidence. And so the good regulatory practices advocates for such elements, but I'm going to speak about them in my next slides. But also it speaks about good reliance practices in which countries are encouraged to leverage data or information or final decision from another trusted institution. So trust here is key, that regulators are able to use information that has been generated by another national regulatory authority or another trusted institution such as WHO to make quick regulatory decision. Next slide, please. So I'm going to expand a little bit on good regulatory practices, as I mentioned on my previous slide, to have an effective regulatory system with maximum regulatory impact. You need to have at least 3 important elements. So you need to have regulatory framework, you need to have a regulatory body, but also you need to have resources. It could be financial, or it could be human resources. The three elements are supported by good regulatory practices principles. So there are 9 principles which supports are recommended by the good regulatory practices guidance, but also their respective enablers. So as much as you may have good regulatory practices principles, but you also need to have enablers. So this is the same as what I was mentioning on my previous slide under chapter 5, which speaks about enabling conditions. So it speaks more or less on the same issues, that you need to have enablers, you need to have political support, you need to have a good organization, of course, with good governance and leadership, and so on and so forth. I'm rushing through because of the limited time that I have for this presentation, but I urge colleagues to go through these nice, good documents to guide you accordingly in terms of how you would utilize the different good regulatory practices enablers to support the GRP principles to have a maximum impact on your regulatory system. And so, and maybe just to mention that all these good regulatory practices, principles, and enablers have also been summarized or incorporated in the global benchmarking tool plus medical devices, which will soon be used by WHO to assess strength of the regulatory systems for medical devices and IVD. Just to give you an example on one of the principles, and I think also Pauline mentioned a little bit on her presentation, because I couldn't hear her presentation at all, but I think I heard her speaking about regulatory agilities and regulatory flexibility. So this is one of the key principles that was very crucial during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is one of the principles that is recommended or emphasized in the good regulatory practices. If there was a time that this principle was used, it was during the COVID-19 pandemic to facilitate availability of the needed products to fight the virus. We saw a lot of flexibility in import controls, minimum requirements and documentation was requested to facilitate access, but also market authorization. I think it was the first time when I could see a market authorization or approval given to a medical devices within 3 months. So approvals that previously was approved, say, for 24 months, during COVID-19, these approvals were issued in 3 months. And so we realized that there is a possibility that flexibility or regulatory agilities can be adopted in such situations, or it can also be embedded even during the routine conduct of some of the regulatory functions to facilitate access of these products. So if it was possible during COVID-19, then it would be possible also during routine regulatory activities. We saw, for example, conditional approvals, and of course, I've mentioned about market authorization, which really took a very short time to approve some of these products. So these are some of the ideas that are being advocated in the Good Regulatory Practices Guidance document. Next slide, please. Another important aspect, and this is also under chapter 5. My apologies, this is not chapter 3.9, it's 5.9. So key concept on reliance, because this is also one of the concepts that is highly advocated in the global model regulatory framework, but also it is one of the very innovative concept that would bring about smart regulation, especially during market authorization. And so one of the most popular reliance example is the collaborative registration procedure. And I think one of the participants also asked about the collaborative registration procedure. Yes, PPB is a participant to the collaborative registration procedure. They are yet to register any of the products through this particular pathway, but I encourage participants to reach out to PPB and make applications so that we can support or avail the relevant assessment reports to PPB for quick assessment and decision in terms of whether these products will be approved or not. So in a nutshell, Reliance advocates on leveraging information from another regulatory authorities. The concept are geared towards improving efficiency. And so the higher the level of reliance, we believe that the more effective are the regulatory functions. And there are many ways in which reliance can be applied. And this particular slide of picture indicates the different methodologies or different ways in which reliance can be applied. It could be through work sharing, it could be through exchange of information, it could be reliability of the final decision that has been made by another trusted regulatory authority. So these are some of the examples of how one can apply reliance. I understand, for example, Kenya, apart from the collaborative registration procedure, they also participate in regional reliance mechanism. There is an EAC that I think PPB is also part of the regional initiative, especially on medicine. It is more active on medicine. And so assessment of the product is done between the members of the EAC, and then a recommendation from the assessment team is shared with all the national regulatory authorities, and then this forms as a basis either to approve or to reject an application. So, and this has proved to be a very effective way to facilitate a regulatory decision. Next slide, please. Under Chapter 6, I call it the heart of the GMRF. So this is where it really describes the two phases. I've spoken about the basic level, and I've spoken on the expanded level of controls and enforcement. So this is where all these concepts are highly explained in terms of the simplicity of the enforcement at the basic level, but also in investment and how to expand to the expanded level of control and enforcement. But I'm not going to speak really about the two levels because this is already available from the 2017 version, although we have expanded text and of course provided some diagram and some flow charts to explain further on how to navigate through the basic level and expanded level of control and enforcement. But I wanted to just emphasize on two things. So one of the most important addition to the revised version is on local production. So what we have included heavily in the revised version is on the need to have a policy in place, a good policy that would support local production, but also a national strategy that would support local manufacturers without any double standards between the domestic and foreign manufacturers. So the principles and the requirements should be the same, but a need to have a very a national strategic which gears towards supporting advancement in local production. Because, and I think this was also mentioned in one of Pauline's slides in terms of how critical also local production was during the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we don't want to go to another pandemic before we have self-sufficiency in terms of not 100%, but at least some level of sufficiency in terms of manufacturing of some of these products. For example, issues of gloves, the issue of masks, because these are some of the products that previously nobody really used to pay attention of, but during the COVID pandemic, they became very important devices for protecting the public. And so very important that they are facilitated to make sure that they understand the requirement, but they are also supported in terms of implementation of the different requirements that have been accepted at the global level. And another important element that has also been emphasized in the expanded, in the revised version is on regulatory testing. And what is emphasized here on the revised version is discouraging routine testing during pre-market phase. We are promoting that minimal testing is conducted during pre-market phase, and this should be based on risk assessment. So risk assessment has to be conducted before a decision is made whether to conduct pre-market testing or not. But we are also encouraging and advising regulators that they may retain lot testing for specific or lot verification for specific product, which also should be based on risk assessment. And so these are some of the new ideas or emphasis that are introduced in the revised global model regulatory framework. Next slide. This I think you can read on your own afterwards, but really this is just to emphasize on some of the important aspects that have been introduced under local production. I think some of them have already spoken about: timely market authorization, consistency of requirements, regional initiative for reliance and recognition. So all these things have also been added in the expanded text on local production. Next slide, please. I've also spoken about regulatory testing. So maybe what I should emphasize on this particular slide is that once you're doing testing, it needs to be justified. There could be cases where there is a suspected substandard and falsified product. There could be a way to verify a product based on a reported adverse event. It could be testing conducted post-market according to a risk-based testing plan. But also I mentioned about lot verification, but also as a law enforcement element, you may require to follow up on a specific product based on their performance on the market. But overall, we are discouraging pre-market phase testing of all of these products. Next slide, please. On chapter 7, this one speaks about the regulatory pathways. I've already mentioned a little bit on the risk classes. So the chapter 7, which is a completely new chapter that has been added in the revised model, it speaks about regulatory pathways according to risk class. As I mentioned also in, I think, one of my first few slides, that regulatory efforts or regulatory investment should be based on the risk class of a device. And so we have developed some specific regulatory pathway that advises what are the regulatory controls that need to be instituted for different risk classes of the devices. I'm going to show you the diagrams on my next slide, but also regulatory pathways when you want to apply a reliance. And the model is encouraging application of reliance even routinely, not only during public health emergency, but application of reliance routinely, especially through the collaborative registration procedure and other mechanisms, but also regulatory pathways for emergency use, authorization during preparedness and in importance of reliance, but also a specific regulatory pathway for combination products, borderline products, and of course for donation. So these are some of the informations that have been added in the model to provide recommendations on how to navigate through these challenging areas during regulation, and especially during market authorization phase. Next slide, please. So in this slide, I've just indicated what is available in the revised global model regulatory framework in terms of the differences between a regulatory pathway, which is adopted during routine assessment, but also regulatory pathway which should be adopted during the reliance phase, but based on the different risk classes of the medical devices. So if you look at these two diagrams, you see that there are specific processes that can be applied under class A, which may not be applicable or may be applicable in class D and vice versa. Same way on regulatory pathway for reliance, we have shown the differences in terms of the pathway, in terms of the documentation, in terms of the evidences that need to be submitted by the manufacturer. And so important is how do you manage the different classes of medical devices during market authorization phase when you're applying routine assessment, or when you're applying reliance or borderline or donations and things like that. There is a very expanded text also that describes pathway for donation. I understand this is always a challenge in this part of the world because of the nature of the donations that are being sent to some of these countries. Next slide, please. And then the other previous slide, please. Before this. Yeah. And the other two important chapters, so these were available in the 2017 document, but we have added and expanded texts on reprocessing of single-use medical devices. And so the model is also emphasizing that no device should be reused or reprocessed, or a device that has been labeled single-use medical devices should not be reprocessed. So this is the key message as far as the revised version is concerned. But we have also given them some exceptional situations, some exceptional requirements to say when should you allow, for example, a single-use medical device to be reprocessed. I understand during the discussion of the global revision of the global model regulatory framework, this was one of the topic that got a lot of interest from the contributors, but also it took a lot of time to come up with the text on how to advise regulatory authorities to navigate through this, especially when it comes to single-use usability or reusing of a single-use medical devices through reprocessing. And of course, the issue of software as medical devices, this is also becoming very popular in the public health. So what is the framework for assessing software as medical devices? The key message in the global model regulatory framework is to apply reliance, because we understand there could be limited knowledge and expertise to assess software as medical devices. So the advice is to use reliance. But even though we have provided some recommendations in terms of how to navigate through the software as medical devices and in terms of the documentation that needs to be submitted for assessment. The same for companion diagnostics. We have provided a framework for specific types of IVDs on how to navigate through the companion diagnostics. A text has been expanded on the collaborative registration procedure to advocate more on work sharing and reliance, and the issue of emergency use listing, which is of course done by WHO through the emergency use listing by pre-qualification team. And then chapter 9 speaks more about implementation. As I mentioned earlier, this was really to address a need from many of the member states during implementation of the 2017 model. They requested for us to also provide guidance in terms of how to implement, what would be the roadmap, how do you navigate through the different challenges to make sure that you are also regulating this product, because the public has faith on the National Regulatory Authority that, you know, they are regulating safety and performance of these products. So when they buy these products from the market, they have confidence that PPB has done a thorough work to allow the products to go into the market. But sometimes it may not be the case. Sometimes regulators may struggle a little bit on how to introduce medical devices regulatory framework, especially in most countries where there is already an existing framework, a very strong framework for pharmaceuticals. And so sometimes the people may sort of copy what is done from the pharmacy side to also reflect on the regulation of medical devices. But we have provided this particular section to guide on how to systematically plan and how to systematically introduce and follow up implementation of the global model regulatory framework. I'm not so sure how I'm doing with time, but I have only one slide left. Next slide, please. So on this particular slide, I wanted to remind colleagues, especially regulators, on the spirit of regulation, which is reflected in the global model regulatory framework, that when introducing legal framework for medical devices, the spirit of regulation should not be to hinder or create barrier for the introduction of new innovative products, but rather creating a balance between public safety and innovation. I remember when I started, when I was employed, I think it was in 2002, or 2002, we used to work as a policeman, really work as a policeman. We didn't really care whether there was an explanation. We find something that has gone against the provisions of the law or regulation, we confiscate, we destroy, and things like that. But I think we are getting to a point where we need to really introduce or be mindful of a smart regulation to make sure that the stakeholders are aware of the new regulations that are being introduced by the National Regulatory Authority. We have to involve them at each stage of the implementation of the framework. We have to give them also grace period. We have to give them also transition time for them to be able to understand the requirement and, of course, be able to fulfill the requirements, which sometimes can be many. And so the idea is to ensure that useful and valuable new technologies are made available while preventing unsafe and effective devices from reaching the markets. And that is why we are advocating in the model that regulations should clearly be articulated to stakeholders. So stakeholders consultation, communication is critical when developing and during implementation of regulation. There has to be adequate post-market and pre-market controls, but being cognizant of the ongoing international convergence or efforts to avoid regulatory controls that conflict with the goal and the spirit of international convergence. They need to introduce requirements that do not conflict with other internationally accepted standards and the guidelines. This has always been a common pain point for manufacturers, for example, due to variability of requirement, which increases workload, especially when compiling technical files. So regulatory decisions must be based on transparent and strong scientific evidence that facilitate access, win-win situation for all stakeholders, transparent processes, and scientific evidence that supports regulatory decision making. So this should be the spirit of regulation, and this is what is being advocated in the revised global model regulatory framework. This now ends my presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again to speak in this important forum, and I hand it over back to you, Pauline. Thank you very much. Sandra. Yes, it does. And I think I mentioned on one of my last slides in terms of the details that have been included in the revised version of the Global Model Regulatory Framework to include also heavily software as medical devices. But as I mentioned, the main recommendation from the Global Model Regulatory Framework and understanding the capacity that may be lacking among the many regulatory authorities, especially in this particular area, the model recommends heavily to adopt reliance. And so I would put up a link here on the chat so that you can familiarize yourself with the recommendations that have been provided in the Global Model Regulatory Framework to describe how you can approach, especially during market authorization, the documentation that may be required to submit for market authorization, or what needs to be assessed by the National Regulatory Authorities during market authorization phase. Yes, the text is available.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to request that we close this session, but we have questions that we can continue typing in the chat to save up on time and to allow for the next presenter to present.
So just a correction, Maureen Mururu is from a law firm, she's not from PPD. And Mr. Kilo is from PPD. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. We are sorry for any inconvenience, and also we appreciate your understanding on the time. So for purposes of this presentation, I'm not sure if we are ready yet to begin. Just let me know whenever we are ready. So the intention today is now to get into a little bit more of details on some concepts and some legal documents that we have also here in Kenya. So I am MDRC lead project on international trade and good regulatory practices. I'm going to set the standard of this conversation talking a little bit further on GRPs and how this can help and support national regulators throughout their work of drafting regulations, and how this can be also connected to national legislation. Actually, it's a way to move legislation towards a better approach. So the whole idea of this section is that I'm going to set initial grounds for discussion. Then we will have Maureen talking about the Statutory Act of Kenya. And then Mr. Tibet will talk about the guidelines from PPB on drafting technical regulations. So we hope that that will assist you also on Q&A in order to connect the dots, GRPs and the Kenyan regulations on GRPs. So to begin, you can go to the next slide, please. Let's jump to our objectives here. As Pauline said, and also the USAID representative also mentioned, we are trying to connect private sector, public sector, academics, and regulators in order to have a better approach towards technical regulations, towards standards, and this will improve access to medical devices, and this will improve also trade in the country, because medical devices, as Pauline said, are imported, and we have to take care about international rules because we are dealing with imported products. So we are trying to make this connection between trade, GRPs, private and public sector. And we believe at the MDRC project that always that we have this kind of stakeholders sitting on a table, we can improve quality of life by better access of products. So that's the whole point of this section in the end of the day. Next slide, please. And we heard about good regulatory practices in the previous presentation. So what is it? It's not about making more rules. It's not about drafting rules. It's about, and it's not also about not drafting rules or drafting less rules. That's not the point. The point is to have a better quality of rules. And in order to do that, we have to be transparent. We have to have a system, a quality management system. We have to be able to monitor. We must be compliant while we are drafting those rules. So the internal coordination, the process of review of those laws, the interaction with stakeholders, the assessment of impacts, the assessment of costs, and how this regulation is actually going to help during the process, the production process of the products and the access of those products to the market. That's where we want to be when we are drafting a regulation. So good regulatory practice is about being drafting a better regulation. Next slide, please. And we like to say that GRPs are going to bring better outcomes. First thing to remember. Second thing to remember, it makes professional. It makes the process of drafting a rule a professional business, a professional process. So rule making is not supposed to be subjective. The public policy may come from a subject, but the policy and the regulation that comes after that must be the most objective as possible. Third thing, and that's really important for our purposes here, is regulatory cooperation. There's a saying that we have, a person from our team always says, is that it's almost impossible that we will have a problem in a country that it was not envisaged before in other countries by other regulations or by international organizations. So when we cooperate with other authorities, when we discuss these issues with other trading partners, we are basically trying to reach to best outcomes, to common solutions that will help us all. And then our objective of having a better access to medical devices will be achieved. So with these three principles in mind, next slide, please. We would like to call your attention to some international rules that base GRPs throughout the world. And they're the basis, together with the WHO regulatory framework that it was mentioned in the prior session, that should base regulators while they are drafting new rules and reviewing the existing ones. So the OECD has a 2012 recommendation. I really advise you to have it as a side desk too, because it sets principles and recognizes the importance of regulatory cooperation and the assess of tools for national regulators to draft when they are drafting their regulatory policies. So one of my tasks here was to call you to take a look at the guidelines, assess the recommendations, and check how the Kenyan regulations are compliant or are mirroring the OECD recommendations. Because in the end of the day, the international rules, they are here to help us to mirror towards common regulations that solve the same problems. Next slide, please. And it's also important to have, we say that it's an evolution process. So you begin drafting your own regulation. At some point, you realize that cooperating with other national regulatory authorities will make your regulation more compliant. And then you start cooperating in terms, in concepts, towards the same problems and benchmarking solutions, common solutions for the same problems that you have, that I might have here in my country, in Brazil, or in other countries, for example. So regulatory cooperation is a first step, but then we envisage to achieve convergence. And that's where we have a maturity, for example, to have the same kind of rules for the same problem. This is not always possible. This is the end of the process, because we know that each country has differences and peculiarities. But we have to begin with something, and that's the cooperation phase. And then when we achieve convergence, that's when we will have recognition rules of the same rules apply for the same problems, or that we have the same rules for the same products or for the same issues. Next slide, please. And then beginning a little bit, to get a little bit further on that, I brought this figure of the regulatory life cycle. So first, and this is going to lead us to the GRP key tools that we could think of when drafting regulation. We identified a need. We set the objectives, what we want to achieve. We gather data to understand how technical can we be when achieving this objective, and how can we pursue a result that is scientifically or technically assessed. We consult with stakeholders, we talk to stakeholders, and then we design a rule, a regulation, we implement it, and then we assess, after the regulation is published, how this is being accepted and how is this being implemented. However, this is a general figure, so we are going to get into details in the next slides. There are a few important steps that are not there that I would like to call your attention to. And it's really important to take in mind that it's not only about doing this and without taking care into the specific steps and the process behind those steps. So it's not simply gathering data, but how you're going to gather this data. How are you going to publish this data? How you are going to make it available to the public? How the public will interact with the authorities. All these must have some strict rules in order to be transparent and in order to be auditable after the regulation is ready. So next slide, please. So here, I was missing that word, components. So I don't know if you can read, but I included like the key components for our GRP process. And the idea of these key components are basically the idea that when drafting a regulation, all these steps should go through a regulation's mind or public policy strategy. So you should have a central regulatory coordination body. This central regulatory coordination body issues a regulatory forecast prior to make any regulation public. With this forecast in mind, stakeholders can plan and decide which one do impact their products. Then they can decide how they're going to interact with the authorities. With the national regulatory forecast duly published at the regulatory register, then public comment must be available. This is really, really important. You have to publish the evidence on how you do analysis, impact analysis, prior to publish the regulation. If there are other solutions, other viable solutions for that problem, that maybe is less costly and less distortive to trade, so you have to take this into consideration. Put the responses of the stakeholders on a publicly available source, so everybody can see how the stakeholders are taking that regulation into consideration and what they are thinking about it. The risk-based approach must happen before you publish the regulation and after you publish the regulation. First, to assess impacts and to try to understand how it's going to be the outcomes. And after, to confirm or not the hypothesis that you created when you drafted the regulation on the first place. And when you do this kind of regulatory impact assessment, then you are able to understand, to put yourselves in the business sector shoe, to see how they are taking the regulation forward, and also at the same time understanding what was the effort of the authorities in drafting and following through those regulations. So these are really important key components that we like to keep in mind. And then I would like to call your attention, and the rest of my presentation will focus on the international rules that are going to base these key components. Because when we are drafting, and then we have the assumption I made at the beginning, that is that probably your problem is common to someone else in another country. So let's look what is going on abroad, outside. Next slide, please. You can go on because I already. So first benchmark that I would like to call your attention to, and I will be really brief. I was going to go into details, but I will be briefer. Is you have to take into consideration what are international rules that you can search and that you can go and dive into to see if it fits to your purpose and to your needs into your country. So the USMCA, the revised NAFTA agreement, it has a GRP chapter that, in our view, it's a very important, it's a benchmark chapter on good regulatory practices. And why is that? Because it brings a lot of details, and I would say it's the state of the art of an international negotiation on GRP. So that was something countries could achieve to agree in terms of GRP, and they are very different countries, as we know. So they have different human resources, different capabilities, and different ways to achieve those objectives, and they got there. So it's a very interesting agreement based on the USMCA. Brazil entered into a protocol with the US on GRP, and which also brings this kind of benchmark. So we drank from the water of the USMCA, and we made ourselves another agreement, and this is going to help our regulators to implement GRPs. So that's a very important benchmark. Next slide, please. I will share my slides afterwards. Here you have all the information of the agreement. I'm not going to go through that right now, but you will be able to see what the countries agreed on in terms of GRP, and each of them is pursuing this in terms of GRP. Next, please. And then I was telling you before, what's the connection between what you do as national regulators and trade? You know much better than me that in the end, if a medical device doesn't enter the country, it doesn't go to the market, you might have serious problems in terms of health and security health policies that you need for your country. So how come that a regulator can draft a technical regulation and at the same time pay attention to what is going on international trade? So there are international rules that try to minimize regulatory divergence and trade costs in order to make products more accessible. And the main rule that I would like to bring to you, next slide, please, is the rules of the World Trade Organization. So the World Trade Organization is a country member-driven organization. It has 164 members. Kenya obviously is part of it, and is the only international body that really deals with rules of trade between nations. And the WTO has one agreement, which is really, really important for national regulators. And this agreement is called the Technical Barriers to Trade Agreement. This agreement sets rules and obligations for countries when drafting their regulations. And the main rules and the main obligations, every one of the 164 countries has to follow through. The main rule is that imported and domestic products, one, should be treated equally. And two, you cannot have a benefit for one country, and do not extend this benefit to other countries. So based on these two rules, a technical regulation has to follow through these premises at the beginning of its conception. So it has to be democratic when talking about imported and domestic products. Next slide, please. When we are looking at the TPT agreement, some things to remember. First of all, you are free to develop a solution for a problem that you have and draft a technical regulation on that. However, you have to use the less trade restrictive solution that you can find. And that's where international cooperation comes so importantly, because probably someone else will have an experience to share, and you may reach a best solution that is not so restrictive to trade than the one maybe that you were thinking about. And that's an obligation, meaning that if you draft a technical regulation that is more restrictive than some other regulations that deal with the same problem and achieve the same solution, then you are compelled to change your national rule and apply the less trade restrictive rule. So, and this is really important because sometimes, you know, the organization is in Geneva, diplomats go there and it's really far away from our reality. And then we have to bring this down to our day-by-day drafting situation. And the way the WTO thought about bringing the less trade restrictive measure is to harmonize standards and to think about international standards on a harmonization perspective, being transparent and avoid trade disputes related to this. And this is really interesting. The TPT agreement has a committee that meets and they have like a triennial review. Every 3 years, countries submit their main concerns and they make recommendations on what is going to change inside its territory. In the last review, Kenya was very active and participated because Kenya has actually 3 authorities dealing with the TPT agreement right now. One is under CAPS, the inquiry point, and the other 2 is related, it's a consultative committee, and then also There's also the national authority that's under the Ministry of Trade. So this authority should be talking to all ministries that draft technical regulations in order to assess if those regulations are being drafted in accordance with the TBT agreement. For this, interministerial cooperation and interministerial conversation is a must in order to have compliance with WTO rules and in order to assess if the rules that you are drafting in your country are being drafted in a way that goes towards the WTO rules. Next slide, please. The TBT agreement, I'm going to get into this very briefly, but the TBT agreement has three very important obligations. The first one, I told you already, the less restrictive manner of regulating. The second one is to not create unnecessary obstacles to international trade. So if there is another option, you are obliged to go for it unless you prove that the effects are not the same. And if there are international standards that deal with that situation, you must justify why you're not using it, why your situation is differently and you should use something, other kind of solutions. Next slide, please. And then for this decision on the TBT committee, this decision is really important and Kenya is also part of it. And I would like to call your attention because it brings the main principles regarding development of international standards, guides and regulations. So when drafting guidelines for authorities and how they should draft international technical regulations, this is also a benchmark that you should be following through. Next slide, please. And then that's something we're going to go through in the next 3 days. I'm sure you're going to dive a lot on that. And technical regulations, as you know, they are obligatory, mandatory, and they are rules developed by authorities on production methods and process and product characteristics. Standards are not obligatory, they're voluntary. They're something that you are not obliged to commit, but you were recommended to follow. And conformity assessment procedures is how you actually assess that that product, that medical device in our case, is in compliance with the technical regulation that you have in your country. We will have sessions especially for that during the next few days, so I'm not going to get into that, but the important thing to remember is that this is defined in this WTO agreement. This is not something that we define in our country by ourselves. This is something that we should follow through this law, and then we can internalize and put it into our own regulation. Next slide, please. Lastly, and I'm coming to an end, this is a system that the WTO has. I would like to, it's part of our job is also to disseminate how the WTO monitors the technical regulations throughout the world. And countries, they are obliged to notify all the technical regulations they are drafting, and also the technical regulations they are reviewing. And this must be done through public consultation in the WTO. So the e-ping is a system, is a tool, digital tool, where members can receive by email every regulation that you are interested with. Think about all the products that are traded throughout the world, and you will receive which country is doing what kind of regulation it's publicizing, what is the public consultation, what countries are talking about those regulations. So which countries? So e-ping is actually a very, very important tool for countries to monitor and to go further into international cooperation. And this is helpful for companies as well. So if your company is bringing medical device or exporting medical device or any other product, the e-ping system is a system you should be following through. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a picture of how does it work. So you can make it tailor-made for you on the product that you want, which countries you want to receive,
what kind of alerts do you want to receive if it's by email, and it's going to get to you like very punctual and everything works very well. So I really advise that you follow through. Next slide, please. I think that's it, isn't it? Yeah, that's the way it appears. So for example, then the country, the kind of, who is the contact point that you should be getting in touch with in case you want to discuss that rule, and what's the contact, the document, the link, the phone number. So it's very transparent. And that's something that we advise countries to do as well, because it helps to keep transparency. Please go on. So I brought, you can go to the next slides, but I brought like some takeaways that I would like to conclude with, and then set the conversation for us. Technical regulations are mandatory. Standards are voluntary. We have to follow international standards. Standard organizations have technical committees, so we should go through them. Every country has access to the technical committees of the standards organizations that we should follow through. We should really pay attention in rulemaking, because that's really costly and takes resources from every kind, not only for the government, but also for the private sector. If the rule is ineffective, it's going to be burdensome for the regulators and for the private sector. So we should prioritize health resources. We know what happened with COVID. We have several other emergencies going on throughout the world. Next slide, please. And our working agencies, most are never going to be alone. So work globally and look for policies around the world. GRPs are compliance for government regulatory process. They are legally binding according to the WTO TBT agreement, so that's not something you can choose. Go for international standards, because if they exist, you should follow through. If you don't do it, unless you have a solid justification, you are not in compliance with the TBT agreement. And you should always take this as a benchmark for your regulations, especially in the medical device sector. Next, I think that's it. So with that in mind, I would like to go directly to our next talk. So Maureen, thank you so much for being here, for your time. And please.
Good afternoon. My name is Maureen Jerry. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, 13 years in practice. I run the firm of Merora and Mwangi Company Advocates. We are based in Nakuru. I have an LLB from Makerere University. I also have a master's in international environmental law from Salford University. I am currently a student at Strathmore University, doing a master's of science in energy transitions. It's called MSc Set. So now I am going to deal with the issue of Statutory Instruments Act, number 23 of 2013. As you are aware, lawyers, we make our money through words. We can talk and talk and talk for hours. We don't know how to write things in short form. So unfortunately, I had presented 35 slides. I am going to try and shorten that within the shortest time possible to run within my 15 minutes. So yes, there were 35, but there's a brief introduction on the role of government and to promote and provide health and safety by including delivering a well-functioning healthcare system, making it available and affordable to all. Then there's a concern of users of medical products in terms of quality. The same is the work of our government. Then go to slide. I think that is a brief introduction. I will skip to the most important part of my conversation. Go to slide number 4. I think that one talks about the statutory act. Where section 2 of the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, a statutory instrument act is defined as any rule, order, regulation, direction, form, tariff of costs or fees, letters, patent, commission, warrant, proclamation, by law, resolution, guideline, or any or other statutory instrument issued, made, or established in execution of power conferred by or under an act of parliament, under which statutory instrument or subsidiary legislation is expressed and issued. It's also Article 94, 5 and 6 of the Constitution also provide that nobody or other than the parliament has the power to make a law in Kenya except under the authority of the Constitution or legislation. First and foremost, you must know that any statutory instrument must be in conformity with the Constitution, and you cannot enact an act or an instrument that goes against the main act or the Constitution of Kenya. Go to the next slide. Next slide again. So the instrument, the Statutory Instruments Act also outlines the criteria and guide to the scrutiny of a delegated legislation. If you look at section 5, it gives the provisions on what or the procedure that should be followed when enacting a statutory instrument. One, there must be public participation. That is, each and every person who is interested or a party to that instrument must be given the opportunity to contribute to it. Second is the memorandum must include statement on proof or sufficient public consultations. Sometimes you will get that they ask questions either via social media or documents. Those act as evidence of the public consultation. That the manner in which consultations are carried out, they must be open to all and in an easy language for everybody to understand. Then there is the results of the public consultations. They must state what the public, the ideas given by the public, or what the public thinks about the intended statutory instrument. Then go to slide number, that is slide number 6. Next slide. So public consultations and engagement with stakeholders. Now, this is looking at the importance of public consultations. The engagement with stakeholders pave way for achieving sustainable regulations and more efficient decisions that take into account the impact of the decisions on the life of the citizens, the residents, the business, and the expertise and the perspectives of the stakeholders. Then there is the cooperation between the public and the authority in the early phase of drafting the regulations can prevent conflicts later. Then we also look at Article 25 of the ICCPR, which is the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, where it states basically, which has been adopted into our constitution, that every person has the right opportunity without reasonable restrictions to take part or conduct the public affairs directly or through freely chosen representatives. I think in our case, we may not directly be involved, but you have our members of parliament, you have our senators who represent us as Kenyans. Then we can go to we move to the other slide. Basically, to summarize what public participation is, it means involving those affected or interested in the decision-making process. Then it seeks to input, that is, to contribute the contribution of the participants in designing the new statutory instrument. And then it is for the purpose of giving information to the public or the people interested. Then there is recognizing and communicating the needs and interests of the participants, including the decision makers. Then there's the enabling public contribution to the influence of the decision. Then there is communicating to the participants how their input affected the decision to formulate the new statutory instrument. Then move to the next slide. Then I look at what the advantages of involving the public in the instrument, statutory instrument making process. Then there is always the importance of consultation is that it provides smart regulations for growth, investment, innovation, market openness, and support of the rule of law, which basically means the involvement of the stakeholders and contributing to the benefit, the better analysis of the new or our amended policies and legislation. Then there's confirming of the need for new regulation. Sometimes, if I may be as bold as to state, looking at what our country is right now, apologies if I'm going to step on somebody's feet in advance, you find that the problem with our country is we make laws, or rather our leaders make laws that suit them, their interests. And most of the time they make these laws without consulting us as the partakers or the people who are affected by those laws. They make those laws according to how it will benefit them, what they will benefit from, how much they will get as a part of the benefit. So, I'm sorry, I apologize, but I had to state that. So basically, I think if most of this was followed, I don't think we'd be having these small problems that we have as a country. Then move to the next slide. Then there's always, if you do public consultation, there's early detection of potential obstacles or unintended negative side effects of the proposed regulation. As I've said, it is very easy to say that this ought to be done. But the question we ask ourselves, is it done? Do we do it practically, or we do it because it is expected of us under the various international instruments that we are party to? So I will also look at, it's also the advantage is that there is quicker and easier implementation. That is, it gives, let's go to the other.
Should stay.
Yes, I just a bit.
Go forward. Back.
Back. Oh, okay. So we want it also gives public consultation, also gives way for early conflict resolution between the instrument drafters or the lawmakers or the instrument promoters and the stakeholders. Then there is the greater legitimacy of decisions and higher public trust in public administration. That is through participation in the policy making. Then we go to slide number. Go to slide number 7. I have also looked at the practice in most countries. I may not be able to go through because of the short time. Sorry, my apologies. I will not be able to go through. I've looked at the process in other countries in comparison to what we have in Kenya. But since the whatever we are presenting will be shared, then you will be able to look at conclusively. I will look at what regulatory impact assessment is. I think that should be in slide number 8. No. Slide number 8, is that? Yes. First, I will look at what the problems that you have as a country in terms of medical devices, and while we're looking at a lack of raw materials and reliability on imports. Through my research, I found that there is lack in terms of any statutory instrument to provide or to provide on this. So the medical device sector is very heavily reliant on imports. Since we don't have the raw materials in our country to make them, thus makes the devices very expensive, and not every common person may afford to pay for the same. There are diseases like cancer, diabetes, and that account for most of the deaths and most of the hospital admissions. And I believe if there was enough consultation and good, what can I say, good faith between the responsible bodies and the statutory instrument makers or promoters, then this would be a thing of the past. Then we also look at accessibility in terms of access to the universal health coverage, which is what we are told is available to every Kenyan. But in reality, if you go to the ground, it's a bit difficult because not everybody can afford that monthly fee that is required to access this. Then I think if we were to make good laws that would suit and protect us, then this would be a thing of the past. Then we look at the other side. Next slide. As I remember when Madam Pauline was facilitating or was discussing her topic, we discussed about the issue of COVID, and I believe COVID got all of us unawares. Kenya did not know anything about COVID. We were never prepared for the outcome, and then I think set a basis to what Madam Pauline was saying, to provision of the medical devices, and I think there ought to be a law that would be able to cater for such pandemics or for such emergencies in terms of allocating funds for additional health and surveillance and laboratory services, isolation units, equipment, supplies, and communication. Then there's also the issue of the medical device and the bidding process. We look at the public procurement for both medical equipment and pharmaceuticals is done by KEMSA, a state corporation and a specialized medical logistics provider for the Ministry of Health. Centralized purchasing and procurement are often used in both public and private hospitals to obtain economic scale. Next slide, sorry. And all public tenders are advertised on the KEMSA website and must follow the Public Procurement Act. Then it is rather unfortunately that most important tenders are awarded to the people who have deep pockets with the ability to facilitate and give gratitude for the tenders awarded. I think we are all aware of the KEMSA scandals, we all know. So I was just trying to look at that. So the tendering process is controlled by cartels or well-connected, politically correct individuals within the government. There is need for legislation to guide on the said processes to avoid interference from outside forces. Then we have the independence. The independence of the PTB. There are constant power fights between the Ministry of Health and the Board of PPP. There is need for formulation on regulations to streamline the powers and the duties of all the key players, with clear distinction on the power of the Minister for Medical Services, as well as that of the board. I think my colleague will discuss that much. I didn't want to delve so much. Then go to the next. Then there is corruption. And then this is the greatest problem we have in Africa, including Kenya. And I think the world, it may not be so straightforward, but there's always corruption in every corner. So the agency that is cancer is still under investigation for concerns regarding fraud, waste and mismanagement. All this, my recommendation would be that all the corruption cases should be prosecuted and stringent penalties handed to the perpetrators as an act of deterrence. And to do that, there must be an enactment of very strict rules or laws to complement whatever we already have to aid in such cases. You will find on the ground most of the time that most of these people are actually arraigned all over the media. And when you try to follow up at the end, was this person actually prosecuted? You always find something ends up, here somebody has been discharged of the charges, yet there's enough evidence to show that corruption or that individual was actually involved in the corruption. Then there's a necessity for the board to attain the level 3 maturity by staying updated and complying with the WHO guidelines on good regulatory practices, trade and legal references to be met by international standards. I think if we were to enact good laws, good rules, and I'm trying to be as short as possible, I'm informed my time is over, you will look through whatever I have written, and I hope it will help you. So basically, we need to have a good RIA and also public consultation in the making of statutory instruments that will promote the needs of every common man. Thank you.
Maria. Yes. So let's keep going. Thank you so much for your presentation. And I'm so sorry that we are with this time issue, but I would like to introduce without any further Mr. Kibet Kizorio. He's an advocate of the High Court for 11 years. He has a master's in intellectual property. So his specialty is policy, regulatory, and international negotiations. He is currently involved in the pandemic treaty being discussed with the WHO. And he's also working on the negotiations with the US FDA. So Mr. Kibet, it's an honor to have you. Please, if you can keep the 10 minutes for your presentation, that would be much appreciated. Thank you so much. And I'm sorry, just keep the mic really close, otherwise our external audience is not going to catch it.
Thank you very much. I think I'll prefer standing a bit, if that's okay. Because I understand that I'm standing in between your lunch.
No, actually, one more presentation and lunch.
Yeah, but no, so I really want to rush. And thankfully, my colleagues have gone ahead and they have really done justice to the. So I don't know, maybe we could project my presentation. Aha. Yeah. Yes, but basically my presentation actually has a lot of tutorials because I understand and I highly suspected that coming before lunch. So I just put a lot of pictures. So you just look at the pictures and you remember a lot of things. So my initial introductory bit of it, I want to take you through the practical aspects. We have talked here about the regulatory instruments, all those important documents. So what I want to take you through, the board last year developed a number of rules, statutory instruments, and I want to take you through the experience. That's what we developed and how we navigated through, because we had 6 rules. We had to really do within the shortest time. We had to comply with all the requirements. So as we open up that, basically in terms of my presentation, I started with the issue, the mandate of the board in terms of, but I think that one has been elaborated by Pauline initially, so I'll not want to delve into where the board finds its mandate. But basically we have the law, which is Farmers and Poisons Act, which is the mother law which guides or gives us the mandate, the board, in terms of undertaking its functions. But on that, moving on with that, I also tried my presentation to link the most important component in terms of the constitution. Where do we, in terms when you talk of health, where do you find health in this country, in Kenya? So issues of Article 43. So we'll skip slide 1, slide 2 again. Let's just move. It opened. So in terms of that, basically was background of the board. So I want to take you through the journey, how we navigated and developed the statutory instrument. So it's still go down. Yeah, you see, you can see the picture. So let's look at the pictorials. Let's move to the next one. That is basically the mandate of the board and the act. The act, which is Farmers and Poisons. I don't know why you could expand maybe for purposes of visibility. Yes. So in terms of there's a pictorial also had developed how the laws speak to each other, because we normally have a problem with how the laws, hierarchy of laws, in terms of where do you place all this. So when we talk about the hierarchy of laws, you will see the Kenyan Constitution is on top. The Kenyan Constitution is on top. And when you read the Constitution, Article 43 talks about the highest standards of health. So coming down, you will come now to the Acts of Parliament. That is where Cap 244 comes in. So I'd urge you, let's still go down, because that is basically speaking about the Act. I think we are still doing well with time. So that is hierarchy. The second slide will go down. There's a triangle. So in terms of the hierarchy, I will want to take you through the constitutions on top, and then we come to Cap 244, that is the law that we are implementing. And then coming down now is the rules, which are the statutory or the regulatory instruments, the ones we are talking about. So maybe you could go the next slide, please, without expanding. I could work with that in the meantime so that we save on time. At least my presentation, I told you, is going to be, yes, that one. I was talking about that. So the hierarchy, I said the constitution, and then the law comes, Cap 244, and then this rule. So going down from there, you can see the laws which we use because there are those acts of parliament. The main one is the Farmers and Poisons Act, which we know highly or is the one which guides or gives the board the mandate to do regulation. And then when you go to section 44 of Farmers and Poisons Act, that is where it gives the board, it gives the regulatory making body is the minister, the CS in consultation with the board. And then it gives a list of those areas where you can, does not give a blanket regulatory making power. It says you can do rules. We call the rules, but they can be regulations. Those are statutory instruments. All of them are statutory instruments. So the point to take home before you go for lunch is that section 44 provides or gives the board the CS to do the rules. And the rules are listed there, section 44. It gives a list of those rules. Last year, we started those rules, and then let's go down now, maybe the journey, because I just want to run through in the next 6 minutes, the journey, how we manage to have 6 rules within children's time. Let's go down. That's the the Kenyan Constitution. I said Article 43 of the Constitution, let's go down, Section 44 of the Act. So the other rules which are down there, let's still go down until we find a picture. Let's go down until we find the picture there. I just want you to go take home the picture and forget about these other things. So that is the journey. That's the journey that we took to develop the 6 statutory instruments. So going down, the statutory instruments which we managed to develop, I'll give the list down there, but when we started that journey, we had a lot of public participation. Forget about the wordings, just read the picture. You see the public participation, people are raising their hands, giving views, all that. So all that, as my colleagues had said, it comes from Article 10 and Article 232 of the Kenyan Constitution, which says public must be involved, and my colleagues were very elaborate on that. So moving on swiftly. So this experience, we notified the public. You can see the dates. I don't want to take you in details because it's not so. Around February thereabout, we notified the public through the Gazette, the daily newspapers, and also in our website. It now feeds into what my colleagues were mentioning in terms of engage the public. We put in the newspaper, it was in our website to say that, hey, the board wants to develop the 6 rules. So we engage them. Those even on Twitter, we notified them. Moving on swiftly. Let's move. So we had those sessions around February. The public came in, participated because we had already shared the drafts, and they came in. So let's move. So in terms of what we notified them also is that you can do written memorandum. So they wrote memorandum and sent their feedback, and which we were trying to calibrate. There were 6 rules, remember? So we did calibration. You can see down there, we had 92 submissions, and we did even including the notification, because you had my colleague Marina talk about even notifying WTO, because we had to counter check whether they are having issues of technical barriers to trade. So those are some of the things that we put into consideration so that they are not, they don't become barriers to trade. So we had 92 submissions moving on around that time. So between that time, we did also virtual participation, because we noticed it was during that time post-COVID, so we didn't want to engage all those people. So we did a hybrid system that we did from the board and did from the regional offices, and we had 1,250 attendees during that span of time, at least every other time, because they were virtual, they are physical meets, and then all the feedback, we made sure that all the feedback were also captured, and then we both had calibrated some tables, to say that so and so say this, how was it addressed on this document. So we had 6 rules. Everybody was sending their views. We were separating them and then trying to calibrate and really put into consideration each and every view, and we have that report very comprehensive. Moving on. So we also did the regulatory impact statement. That's one they had also mentioned. It's a very technical document. We had to do each and every document. We did the RIA to see what is the impact or how is the disruption with the industry, and that was in compliance with all those sections. So all this we did, and also publicized in the board's website. All this regulatory impact statement was up there in the board's website, so that if you have an issue again, our officers were very open for that period of time. Moving on. So we also did the public participation report, which we also subjected to Parliament, because she had mentioned about the Statutory Instruments Act, which you have to comply. So you have to also satisfy Parliament that you have really done the public participation, show them the report, which was very comprehensive for each and every rule. Moving on. So in terms of the opportunities, I don't want to dive so much, and the good news is that this is the final slide, so I'm not very long. So for this, some of the issues that we need to do is number one, the beauty was that the statutory instruments now became legally enforceable, because initially we used to have the administrative documents, but when we passed the 6 rules, they are now legally enforceable. We also need the lessons that we learned from it is that there's need to harness and use technology so much in terms of even public participation. All this we have to use, employ and use technology, because it was not possible to move around and get the views. We were able to do a hybrid system. They sent the views and we were able to consider each and every view. And then, of course, the partnership which we are doing now, we're having these conversations. And then we also hoping that with the enhanced mandate and we obtain the ML3, it will give the board more leverage in this. So with those few remarks, I also wish to state that there was the earlier presentation that the board could be infights between the board and the ministry. I think that the act is very clear, and if you look at the appointment, it's very independent. I think maybe that party, but for now and for what we understand, the board is it is very independent. It does its work, and the only interface that we have is when the appointment of the board members. But that is purely once the CS is appointed, the board members do the work pursuant to the provisions of the Act, which has no interference whatsoever. It is purely independent entity. So with those few remarks, that is the journey that we took when developing the central instruments. I hope I was able to work within my time. Thank you very much, and looking forward to a question. Thank you.
Thank you for being so faithful to the time as well. Thank you for your presentation. With that in mind, I would like to close the session and go directly to our next panel before lunch. So who is moderating?
It's going to help us with this, Kristen Callahan, and we really appreciate you being here, and we really encourage everybody to ask your questions to our kind panelists during the lunch time and during the tea break, so we can take advantage of all the knowledge while being here. And for the virtual audience, our apologies again because we had a technical issue and we could not advance the slides while our speakers were making their remarks. But the slide decks are going to be made available through the website after the event is closed. Thank you very much. And then Pauline, thank you very much for introducing Kristen.
Thank you. And as Tibet said, before lunch, we can tend to be a little bit effective, but believe me, the next speaker, her name is Kristen Callahan from the USFDA. She is an experienced and very well versed with good regulatory practices, and I'd like you to just spare us the next 30 minutes or so, because I know her presentation will equally be important, and that she's online, and you can imagine with the US being 8 hours behind what hours she had to wake up to prepare. So please, Kristen Callahan, she's the Senior Public Health Advisor in the Office of the Trade and Global Partnerships of the USFDA, Office of Good Global Policy and Strategy. She started the OGPS in 2017 as an international relations specialist in the Indian office. Kristen and her Juris Doctorate degree from American University Washington College of Law, where she served on the Administrative Law Review, and earned her Bachelor's of Arts degree from New York University. We've met on several occasions, and I'm really, really delighted, Kristen, that you could join us. And the floor is yours. Over to you, Kristen.
Thank you so much. And I understand I am the last act before lunch.
Just a minute. Looks like the sound
is not great.
Again.
Okay.
It's thing.
Let me see if I can.
It's bad behavior.
Let me see. Can you all hear? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can clearly. Please.
Okay. I'm so happy. So thank you so much. I am going to share my screen, and it's really wonderful to meet with you all. Just give me 1 minute. Okay, I will get started then. So, okay, great. My name is Kristen Callahan, and I'll be speaking to you about how FDA applies good regulatory practices through our rulemaking process. I understand, given I was listening to the last presentation, there was a lot of discussion about the foundational work of GRPs. So I'm not going to go in too much detail. Like I said, I know I'm the last act before lunch. So I'm going to just dive into what I'm talking about when I talk about the rulemaking process, and then I'll go into a little bit more specifics at FDA. but there are three general principles for GRPs that I will be speaking about. Promoting transparency is one, and accessibility. The public consultation process, which I heard another fellow speaker discuss, and then regulatory impact assessment, which I also heard a few slides on. So this presentation will focus on how FDA integrates these three main principles into FDA's rulemaking process, specifically how FDA seeks stakeholder input through the rulemaking process. So that's the public consultation phase, as well as that transparency and regulatory impact analysis. So rulemaking, there's really different stages. And so here's a slide about the multiple stages of rulemaking. So it's identifying the regulatory priorities for the agency. Then it's the drafting phase, which includes the preamble and codified language. And when I say preamble, that's essentially when we are getting ready to publish for public consultation a rule, we include information about why we came up with this rule. We try to give background as to why we sought out the decision to do drafting and why it was important to the agency. And then we review the draft regulation, and then we start the notice and comment period on the proposed draft regulation. And then there's the issuing of the final regulation, but obviously that there's a big step in between the notice and comment and the issuing of the final rule, which is we are talking about taking that public comment into account. And so sometimes we have to go back to the drafting phase to incorporate additional comments or concerns that were noted in the comments into the draft regulation. So who are the stakeholders? Or sorry, that's the next slide. So the priorities, they're really about rules can come up from different ways. Our United States Congress can tell us, hey, we're going to direct you to make a rule on, let's say, cosmetics. We actually just at the end of this year, we were just there was a law that was just passed by Congress telling us some of the work that we need to do on cosmetics. And so there's a couple of areas where they're directing us to issue rules. Another is what I was just discussing, where we, FDA, find priorities that we need to draft a rule because we see a gap in oversight, for instance. There could be a public health emergency. No one here is a stranger to COVID and what the pandemic response was. So there could be a rule that needs to be drafted then. Or it could be, it comes from a court decision. So outside the agency arena, but in the legal courts, we could find that a judge directs that, FDA needs more oversight in an area, or it could be, a citizen issues a request, for consideration for FDA to issue a rule. So who are the stakeholders? In this regard, the main thing to consider is that it really means anyone who's interested in the potential oversight of the technical regulation. It could be domestic and foreign industry. We do not limit it to domestic industry because obviously, medical products and food, it's a global arena. So we want global stakeholders to weigh in if needed. So it's important to really make sure that anyone can make a comment. We also try to, there was a presentation before me about the WTO process, and foreign governments, we welcome comments via, either they can submit via the normal public consultation process, or, typically we'll get comments from governments in questions via the WTO TBT inquiry point process. So e-ping we will notify via e-ping as well, in addition to our public consultation process. All the way to the left, you'll see consumers and patients. That's a really important one. I mean, if you think about it, like for instance, oncology, or like a new a new technology for a heart implant, we want to hear from patients whether they think the benefits outweigh the risks of the potential medical product. We want to hear their concerns. They want to hear about whether they're getting access or what they think the access issues will be for the potential product. So this kind of touches on what I was just saying. Why seek input? I mean, really, we want, better transparencies mean we have more confidence and accountability and trust in the rulemaking process. And it really just makes a better rule. I mean, it's that simple. We really to allow those who are affected by a rule or a potential rule. It provides clarity on the requirements, and it really avoids unattended consequences. So we may think we've come up with the best rule, and then we realize that by requiring the date to be in a certain format, it actually is a lot. It's really difficult for manufacturers to meet globally, because there's another way that dates are issued on labeling, for instance. And it also gives us regulators, data and more information to inform us about the rulemaking. So again, like if we need to go back to the drafting phase after the comments, we will do that. So developing a draft regulation. So we've identified the priorities of what the FDA wants to do, and now we're talking about we're putting pen to paper essentially. But what we'll do is we might hold public meetings, and I know PPB has done similar actions as this, as well as we might have a public workshop. And given COVID, it really taught us that how important it is to be virtual for these things as well. So we do usually provide a virtual option. We will open a docket on regulations.gov. So regulations.gov is the central website that the US government has for announcing any draft regulation, or really most of our major regulatory actions. And when I say opening a docket, that's essentially creating a file where anything related to this proposed rulemaking will be associated with this one docket number. And so that means before we even issue the draft regulation, we might issue the public announcement of a public meeting. And so that would be under the same docket number as once we do eventually draft the regulation. We'll seek information, also noted as advanced notice of proposed rulemaking. We will also maintain an updated agenda of the agency's upcoming rulemaking. So that means every 6 months, we essentially give an announcement of what we're planning to issue for the next 6 months to the year. So it's like a little sneak peek of what's to come. And then we also consult with advisory committees at times. So again, if we're talking about a new medical product with advanced technologies, we want to hear about the challenges from different perspectives. And advisory committees really, they have a lot of different stakeholders a part of that. You could have a patient group to researchers in universities who are very familiar with the technology, to someone from the private industry. It really runs the gamut, as well as doctors and people in the medical staff. We also seek scientific and voluntary consensus standards to incorporate into drafting regulations when relevant. That's a really important one. So we always want to make sure that if there are standards out there, that we consider those. And if we don't, then we should have a very good reason as to why we're not going with the standards. And then, we actually abide by principles of plain language. And so really that means is the US government agencies are directed to try and make our technical regulations, as well as the preamble and the explanation of why we're drafting the rule, as simple as possible. So some rules are very technical by nature, and that's just the way that they're going to be written, but we try to simplify it as much as we can when we can. The benefits of conducting regulatory impact assessment. So now that we're talking about within the phase of drafting a regulation, we have staff at FDA that conducts regulatory impact analyses, when it's applicable. And so what that means is a regulatory analysis is impact analysis is providing an objective, unbiased assessment that is essential to the component of policy development. It considers qualitative as well as quantitative impacts, and it really informs our policy decisions. So why do we do this? What are the benefits to RIAs? Important goals of these type of analysis are to indicate whether a regulation is necessary and justified to achieve a social goal, to clarify how to design a regulation in the most efficient, least burdensome, and most cost-effective manner. That's an important one, cost effectiveness. And to identify the regulatory option that is the most economically efficient, providing the largest net benefit to society, while also taking into consideration the impacts and qualitative benefits and costs, unless the statute requires another approach. So a well-conducted RIA develops the evidence to support well-informed decision-making and supplies the record of the data, the assumptions we had to make, and analyses that we considered. That's an important one. I mean, people, there is sometimes nervousness about issuing transparent RIAs. And so, the more data that we show that we relied on, and not only the data, but where we didn't have enough information, so we had to rely on assumptions. It's important to include that because it really shows where we're coming from, and it solicits public comment as to why maybe the assumptions are not correct, or where other data can be provided. So that's a really important aspect. So why do we do this? Basically, there's an executive order that was issued from the president, 12866. And it really tells us that we need to make sure that we have RIAs incorporated into the drafting of regulations, and that we consider possible alternative solutions to address the problem. And then if there are other solutions, why we either did or did not, further consider them. Under another executive office, there is it directs that significant rules include RIAs. And so for that, what we mean is, we'll explain in another slide, but it ensures that there's not serious inconsistency with other agencies' actions, as well as materially altering the budgetary funding of a federal program. And lastly, it makes sure that we do not raise legal or policy issues with a centralized review. So, there's like a meaningful review process for significant rules. So a significant rule is, for us, it's over 200 million. And that gets adjusted every 3 years due to the changes in GDP. It also includes adversely affecting material ways the economy or the sector of the productivity or competition generally, or within an economic sector, employment in the economy and the environment, or public health or safety. RIAs also examine the impact of regulation on small entities. So we have a law in that Congress issued that's applicable to all agencies, but it basically instructs us to identify small entities affected by the regulation. And then we are required to estimate the costs per business if the rule is enacted, as well as identify options that would reduce the burden specifically on small entities. So once developed, a draft regulation, it goes through a really intensive review process where to ensure that we're consistent with other U.S. government priorities. So what that means is we'll essentially send it to our Office of Management and Budget that's under the President's office, and they do the coordination for the interagency review for any significant and economically significant rule. And so in this role, the Office of Management and Budget will send it to all the other departments for review. And, so for instance, if we were to issue a rule that could have trade implications that we did not consider, we might have, like, for instance, the US trade representative give comments back to us through this interagency coordination process that tells us that we need to consider further, like, the TBT requirements of the WTO agreement. So once it's gone through the interagency coordination process, now we're really talking about what we call notice and comment, but also public consultation. So we publish the draft regulation on the Federal Register. So that's at regulations.gov. So again, it's that docket I was explaining a few slides ago. And we include on that the RIA, which will be published separately on FDA's website. It's also it's like I was saying, it's really about encouraging giving as much information to the public so that they can provide impactful comments and really understand where the agency was coming from when we were drafting the rule. And just to note, we do receive comments via the WTO TBT inquiry point process that was described earlier. And when that happens, our office through the Department of Commerce that handles the inquiry point communications and EPing, they will submit the comment via the docket. So to ensure that those comments are incorporated into the review process of the comments. A stakeholder can submit a comment into the docket. It's free. It includes, it can be anyone, an individual just saying, hey, I'm really interested in this proposed regulation. It could affect my family. Or it could be foreign entities saying, I import this product. This rule could really, slow down the import process, things like that. The comment periods generally range from 90 to 120 days. I would say typically you'll see it's mostly on the 120-day side, especially the more significant the rule, the more time you want to give stakeholders time to provide comment. Sometimes even during the comment period, we'll hold public meetings, public sessions to hear from the public directly. And what we'll do is we'll record those sessions and then actually incorporate the comments that we received via the public workshops or meetings into the docket. So we'll submit essentially a recording of the public hearing so that we can consider those comments further. So now that, let's say the comment period's closed, what? And so what we do is essentially we review every comment that's filed into the docket. And what we do is essentially we have essentially a fancy Excel sheet that assigns every comment a unique identifier. And then what we try to do is scope out what each comment is and categorize them so we can understand where not only the most interest is, but to really try and synergize the comment process and it's not just about the volume of comments that receive, it's really about what the comments say. And so sometimes comments will cover multiple issues that they have or concerns. And so what we'll do is they might get to categorization, they might be tagged with two different types of metadata so that we can review the comments, that one comment separately for two different areas. We really try to, we'll notify, if there's a duplicate submission, we'll, try and tease those out so we can boil down to really identify the issues raised by each comment and categorize them by the substance and topic. Then after we do that, we prepare high-level summaries of the comments received, really paying attention to identify significant recommendations as well as additional studies, data, and evidence that's been provided in the comments. And then we'll discuss internally and prepare a recommended response. Just to note, we do not respond to every comment, but we will respond to every concern that's raised in scope. So we'll try to really address every substantive concern that's raised in the final rule in the preamble. So issuing the final rule, FDA, like I said, responds to comments received that are within the scope of the rulemaking. And so you'll find that in the preamble of the final rule. Our responses are typically organized by topic and will describe any changes to the rule due to comments received. As described in the previous slide, our responses address the issues submitted by commenters, though we do not respond individually to comments. The other thing is OMB, the Office of Management and Budget under the President's Office, also reviews significant final regulations and coordinates comments and feedback from other departments. So we again do another interagency coordination process. So after all the feedback we get internally and all the feedback we get externally from stakeholders, it gets evaluated and addressed, and then we publish that final rule under the same docket number in the Federal Register. And then we will also notify the relevant WTO committee of the final regulation and its effective date. The effective date could be later, obviously, given we want to sometimes give transitional periods for stakeholders to adjust to the new expectations in the rule. We'll also sometimes our Office of Management and Budget will recommend ways to broaden public engagement in the federal rulemaking process, and so we try to pay attention if they offer additional guidance on how to ensure that members of underserved communities like how to better get them to participate in the notice and comment period. This is my last substantive slide. So in closing, we really hope that this presentation illustrated not only the key principles of good regulatory practices, but how FDA does it, like how we actually start the drafting of a regulation, the public consultation process, as well as how we promote transparency and accessibility through this process, and a little bit about our regulatory impact assessments that we use to achieve an effective and cohesive rulemaking. As we mentioned at the outset, FDA is strongly committed to GRPs in all stages, and so we find that these practices are foundational to developing regulations that really do protect and promote public health. All right, thank you. I am happy to take questions for a couple of minutes, but I also understand that it's lunchtime.
Thank you so much, Kristen. And I am trying my eyes in the room to see if there's anyone with a question. But what I'll say, yes, there is a comment from Kibet. He is our legal counsel from PPP. Kibet, go ahead.
Okay, let me take the question quite a bit slowly. In terms of public participation, I wanted to hear your experience on how you ensure effectiveness, because I understand you do mapping of stakeholders, but how do you ensure that all stakeholders are brought on board? Number two, you talk about regulatory impact assessment in terms of going for the best possible alternative solutions. So, and you also talked about unbiased RIA. So I'm wondering, you are the regulatory making authority, or you are the entity making the regulations. At the same time, you are trying to remain unbiased. And in terms of exploring alternative solutions, I don't know from the system how you ensure, how you navigate those, because you are the one making the rules. At the same time, you don't want to be unbiased. At the same time, you want to generate possible alternative solutions. I don't know how you remove yourself from it so that you are able to look at it objectively. I would want to hear how your jurisdiction navigates that aspect. Thank you very much.
Okay. So the first question about getting stakeholder engagement, incorporating those comments, especially given I was describing the stakeholder, like considering comments and how that looks. I mean, I think really the important thing is because we have, I mean, one thing that's in our favor essentially is that we have the centralized website, the Federal Register, regulations.gov. And so there's like searching mechanisms included on that as well so it's like easy to set up alerts. So let's say you are in the industry of medical devices and you want to know anything related to medical devices that gets announced from the FDA. Not only would you be monitoring our own website, but really, I mean, the best place to go is regulations.gov and setting up an alert. But if, let's say you're not as savvy in terms of, monitoring our own announcements, that's why it's really important to get, we do have, these public meetings, both before we issue even the draft regulation. And so we really want to encourage, stakeholders from all different parts. So we'll put an announcement about the public meeting, and then in the announcement, you'll see that we'll try and encourage anyone who wants to make a statement to make a statement. Usually I think they recommend like about 10 minutes, to make sure that everyone can be heard. But it's really an announcement, like it's not limited to industry, it's not limited to medical staff, it really can be anyone. And then in terms of incorporating that into the after we've done the public consultation process, and now we're considering the comments themselves, we try to really look at what the heart of the concern is to make sure that we label the concern accurately. Sometimes there are nuances in the comments, and so we'll have to dive a little bit deeper into each comment, but at least starting with the categorization of each comment is really important to keep us organized, and that we really do consider responding to every comment that's really within scope. Sometimes we do get comments that are outside of scope, and we just will not address those in the preamble to the final regulation. So for instance, one time there was a rule about a fee related to a supplement of an application, and one of the commenters were talking about dietary supplements and how FDA should have more oversight. So that was really outside of the scope of what the rule was about. The rule was about just the fees associated with applications, and so that was just outside. So we wouldn't address that in the preamble, for instance. Okay, and then your second question about regulatory impact assessment and how to remain unbiased. That's a great question. I mean, one thing to say is that we do go through different levels of review within FDA once an RAA has been first drafted. We also make sure that the data that we rely on is solid, reputable sources if we're not the ones creating the data. Sometimes the data will be pulled from I didn't go into this because we ran out of time, but sometimes we'll have focus groups, or we'll collect the data before we issue the drafting of the regulation, because we want to pull the data first anyway. So because there's not enough out there. So it really depends on what the proposed rulemaking is about. Sometimes it's our own data that we've collected, but other times we just try to make sure that the sources that we rely on are unbiased. And so you're looking at universities, for instance, or obviously our sister agency NIH. There's a lot of sponsored data that way, so that's really helpful. So it really just depends. And if there is an issue with that's why I think it's important to have transparency and including what we did rely on in the RAA, because we could have a commenter explain like you hit a blind spot here. Here's this other data that does not back what you say, but it backs another alternative that you did not even have on the table to consider, or you had on and you didn't fully consider the breadth or the width of the issue. So that's really important. And then, our interagency process, we could have other agencies comment, like EPA can make a comment, or Environmental Protection Agency could say, well, you didn't, you guys are going to promote something with semiconductors, but you didn't consider the data on the environmental impacts fully, and you should really consult us before you issue this draft regulation. So we could have, that could open up more review opportunities from not only external stakeholders, but it's really important to get our interagency colleagues to weigh in as well. Hopefully that helps. Are there any other questions?
Yes, Kristen, I think that helps. And if there is, I think Christy will collect them and send by email.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I hope everyone enjoys lunch. I'm sorry this ran a little bit over, but it was wonderful.
Thank you for sharing such a rich experience, and thank you for having us, and also for waking up so early to accommodate us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Kristen.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye.
Bye. I am sorry, colleagues. I think I cannot keep you any longer. We will go for lunch, and we will enjoy our lunch. Then we will have a picture taken, because I think we cannot miss this momentous occasion. I should have done this at 10. I think my coffee levels had gone down. Now I'm back on. I think it's been a great morning. But please, we're breaking for lunch, and let's come back after one at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
The sound system. So thank you very much. I'm hoping you enjoy your lunch, and welcome to the afternoon session. So our afternoon session is scheduled to start at 2:30 to 8 p.m.
No, I'm gonna start. Oh, 2:30 to 8 p.m. Oh.
I'll run you through the agenda for the afternoon. Yeah, so we've done a few changes. We're going to start with implementation of quality management system, regulatory process of the National Regulatory Authority. Presenter as we try to connect the sound system with Nancy Brad from USFDA. Then from there, we're going to combine two presentations. That is implementation of good regulatory practice by the National Regulatory Authorities, part 2. And we are also going to do implementation of QMS for regulatory processes for National Regulatory Authority. So the two will run hand in hand, and we may take less than, because one was 50 minutes and then 50 minutes. I think we're going to do around 40 to 50 minutes for all, okay? So we won't take as long as it is written. Then we will have a short break for tea. And then we come for closing remarks. Thereafter, we will have the rest of the evening, since we are going to be having a reception at the end of the company. And all of us are invited. How many of you are going home? I think you need to be anywhere. Miriam, you're also going to be around for the reception. It's going to be at the rooftop. You're all invited. So unless you are really to go home, you're all invited. Yes, but now we can't leave our guests. There's no way we can leave them alone there. So we have to be together with them to be good hosts. Yeah. So all welcome for the evening. Nancy, are you there? Are you able to hear us now?
I'm here, sir. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Or good afternoon to you. Good morning to me.
Afternoon, yeah. So good morning. So Nancy will be our presenter at this time. She's joining us virtually from the US, and that is why she's actually saying good morning. It's early morning in the US. I don't know what time it is, but very early morning. Nancy will be taking us through implementation of quality management systems for regulatory processes of a National Regulatory Authority. So Nancy is an associate, or rather, Nancy Brian, and I'm hoping that is the correct. Brian. Brian. Forgive my mother. She was the person to teach me English. So you can imagine. So the pronunciation might not be that perfect. Yeah. So Nancy from the US FDA is the Associate Center Director for Quality Management. Yes. Oh, I'm not being seen by Nancy. No. Oh, okay. Nancy should see me.
Of course.
Yes. You should also tell me to smile. Am I being seen by Nancy? For the ones who are online?
Yes, you are. I can see you perfectly now.
You can see me properly now. That is great, Nancy. Okay. So is the Associate Center Director for Quality Management and Organizational Excellence at the Food and Drug Administration, that is the FDA, Center for Devices and Radiological Health, and the Deputy Office Director for the Office of the Center Director. Nancy holds Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from the University of Puerto Rico and a PhD in Chemistry from the University of Chicago. So Nancy will be taking us through implementation of QMS for regulatory processes at an NRA. So Nancy, you can say hi to, we have like around, how many people inside here? Is it 60? 50 to 60 people who are ready to listen from you, and also the ones who are online. Welcome, and you can take us through the presentations. In Kenya, we say karibu.
So are we ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for having me today with you, sharing the experience of our organization, CDRH, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health here at the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. And I will be talking to you today about our journey towards quality management and organizational excellence. Next slide, please. The discussion today will cover three topics, and it's from the point of view of our center, CDRH. What is quality? We'll start with that. What is quality for our center as a national regulatory authority? We will move on to talk a little bit about what does it really mean to us? How do we implement it? What are the main components of a quality management system for our center? And I don't want to leave today without giving you some reflections, maybe sort of a high level, easy recipe, or how to go about thinking when you are considering establishing a quality management system. Next slide, please. Let's start with what is quality for CDRH. Next slide. It was plain and simple. We are a regulatory agency, but we are not different than anybody else, any other organization that seeks quality. For us, it's adherence to the standard, to the ISO 9001 standard. But let's start by defining a little bit what quality means. According to the American Society for Quality, quality management is all those managing activities and resources that we as organizations use to achieve objectives and do the work that we want to do, the work the way it's supposed to be done, and hopefully preventing the most we can errors and mistakes. To do that, we use this infrastructure called a quality management system. And really, a quality management system is a formal system that documents the structure, the processes, the role, the responsibilities, procedures, anything that is required, anything that we need to do to really achieve quality. Why is it important? It really helps coordinate and direct the organization's activities. And many of you are familiar with the quality standards, and it helps us meet our requirements, either the regulatory requirements that our governments impose and put into us as mandate as regulatory authorities, or the requirements of the people, the public we serve, the industry that comes to us, help us understand their requirements and try to meet them so we can improve the services that we provide to them. Why ISO 9001? Well, we actually use 9001 2015 is the international standard that any organization interested in quality can use, specifies the requirements for the quality management system, and it gives sort of a recipe to manage the organization, to keep quality and to describe what needs to be done. The ISO standard is based on 7 principles. It is focused on the customer, the people that receive the services or come to us for services. It has an element of leadership who sets the context and the direction of the organization. It talks about engagement of the people that are executing the services or receiving the services, so we can improve. It gives us a method, a process approach, a plan. It's a PDCA, plan, do, check, act approach to managing the organization, so we can really do what we need to do, which is make improvements to the services that we provide, but also ensure that we make evidence-based decisions, that we make good decision making, and establish a relationship between how the organization is led and how the people that are served and the processes that and the programs that the organization have are to be managed. Next slide. So we use the standard to demonstrate our ability to consistently provide the products and services that we have been mandated through our mission to provide, and to demonstrate that those products and services meet our customer and regulatory requirements. In addition, we use the standard to demonstrate and look for improvement opportunities. Again, why ISO is the international standard. You can actually, as an organization, be certified to the standard, and our organization, my team, the quality program in CDRH, is actually certified to ISO since 2018. And as I mentioned, it has a very nice basic way of approaching how we do every day, and it's based on the plan, do, check, act methodology. Next slide. So how do we, as a regulatory authority, translate the ISO into what we do? So for us, with quality means doing what we are supposed to do, ensuring that patients and providers have timely access to continue access to safe, effective, and high quality medical devices and radiation emitting products. That is the mission of CDRH. And using the ISO, we translate that in what we call the key tenets of quality for our center. Transparency and standardization. This is about making sure that what we do is spelled out either to our customers or internally to our staff. Customer focus. As organizations, we always need a way to listen to our customers, either to meetings like this, to customer service surveys, to other kinds of focus. At CDRH, we have a customer service survey. Predictability that comes with documenting and providing instructions of what it needs to be done, what everybody needs to do in the easiest way possible. Always keeping an eye for innovation and improvement, and trying to make things simple. Simplifying is really trying to harmonize, trying to make the work that we do and the work that our staff and employees in the organization need to do. Simple, but also the processes that our customers experience also, and it's in a way that as simple as we can, and so to enhance their experience of the processes that they need to go through. Next slide. Well, with those tenants, what does quality actually means for CDRH and how do we define quality? Next slide. Well, let's go through a high-level overview of what can be managed through a quality system, the way we see it and use it and experience it at CDRH. Let's start by the highest sphere, which is let's look at what are the quality principles that guide what we do every day. And you will see that our quality principles includes our commitment to continual improvement, a commitment to follow the standard, the family of ISO 9001 standards I just sort of briefly touched before, because it gives us a framework for where to start. A quality policy that for us at CDRH is a commitment to meeting our mission and ambition, and in doing so, ensuring the quality of all we do, ensuring that we meet our regulatory requirements, and ensuring that we commit to continually improve what we do and the quality system that we use to manage what we do. A quality program framework, it is our interpretation of how are we going to apply the standard, and the mission and the vision, what we are supposed to do, all our regulatory mandates, all the commitments that as a regulatory agency we have. And that's what defines quality. So what defines quality is more than a commitment to quality. It's a commitment to do the mission that we are supposed to do, a commitment to meet the requirements that we are supposed to embrace and provide to our customers, to our countries. Moving from there, let's go one level down. So with all those requirements, we have created our quality management system. And what are the requirements for the quality management system that we have a CDRH? So first and foremost, we have, as an organization, decided that we are one CDRH and we have one QMS. Those of you familiar with quality systems, you know that you can have quality system within components of an organization, within programs in an organization. But at CDRH, we have made a commitment to have one center level quality management system to support the activities of the entire center. So our quality system should be traceable, collect the evidence that we need to prove that we are meeting the quality principles, including adhering to our certification, and is based on data and customer input. There is no quality system out there without a document control system. So we use a document control system, but in our commitment to quality, our document controls, we also incorporate customer feedback in all that we do, and those are two big tenets of ISO. Our QMS uses process improvement, manages when we encounter issues, or in the lingo quality, non-conformities. Has an internal audit program, and we'll talk a little bit about that later. Uses and incorporates risk management systems, and for us to be able to have a thriving quality system and really look towards organizational excellence our infrastructure also provides and documents training capabilities, ensures that the people that we serve can do their job, not only because they have instructions of how to do their job, but because they had the training and all the other and the capabilities and the resources to do their jobs. And if you are all aware, managing records is also part of a quality system. So, having the principles and setting up the requirements that we set up ourselves for the quality system, then the next, having the infrastructure, the next stage is to actually bring the programs in, bring what we do at. So that infrastructure really help us look at the programs and help them. And they're basic questions that you can make yourself when you are using, a quality system, a framework to manage the organization. And, let's go down to the program level. We look at, does the program has documented technical requirements? You heard about good guidance practices, which is even on a level higher, is at the agency level. So what we need to do that matters, do we have it documented so people understand how to do it? How do we show that we are doing and meeting our requirements? Do we have business requirements at a level that the people who are executing the job or that they're providing the information to us understand it? And is there evidence that, not only that we spell out that we want that we want what we want to do, but that we're using that? How many of you have experience in your life that there is a place that you go and there's a lot of documentation, but when you really ask what they're doing, that nobody's using the documentation or everybody's doing their own processes. So that's part of the QMS. It gives you that formality to help you out all those questions and being able to check the program and the processes that supports the program. One way to do that is going to the first level of a QMS, which is, now that you have spelled the principles, put the infrastructure, and gone back to the programs, and the program have look at what they have and try to meet the requirements, is where you sort of check and act, and we go down to the measurements and improvement. This is where, based on the everyday evidence that you collect, based on the experience of the user, based on the data that you use to monitor your performance and the programs, you look at the programs and you ask yourself, does the program have clear, attainable, and measurable metrics? And with that, and only with that, then can I improve it? Because under a quality system, when you go to do quality improvements, those need to be justifiable. It is fantastic to have a great idea, but that great idea needs to improve something, needs to solve a problem, and hopefully you can have the data to demonstrate, to make the business case that is worth the value and the time and the resources that it's going to take to implement the changes that you need to implement. Next slide. So how do we do that at CDRH when we are an agency and a regulated agency? So our quality system is again, it's a formal system that documents what we do and we are responsible for. It is essential to manage and improve our process, supports our public health mission, and our commitment, again, to deliver high quality products and services to our customers in our way to do the job that we are put to do, which is achieving the mission and the vision and the mandates of our center. So we have established a QMS. And as you saw in the previous slide, it's a formal system used to review what we do, our products and services, and really to help us identify opportunities for improvement and areas in which we can make changes. Our QMS complies with the ISO standard that I briefly explained a little bit before on this talk, and we have been successfully certified since 2018. At first, we are not in sort of our world, meaning that as an organization, we do not need to be certified, but we all know that many of us require from the people that come to us to either to have certain types of certifications to prove the quality of the work we do. So as a center, we decided many years ago to lead by example. And our journey has been quite for quite some time. I mentioned we were certified in 2018. We started implementing quality and our commitment to quality slowly in 2012 with our commitment to listen for our customers and establish a customer service program. How does an entire organization fits in a quality management and an ISO 9000 framework? Well, in the early, we call our framework the macaroon. It's what you see on the left here. It begins and ends with customers. And we are committed to listen to our customers, so we know what our requirements are, and we are committed to listen to our customers to make sure that we're meeting those requirements and they're satisfied with the products. But then our entire organization can be seen in this chart. How? Well, let's start. For every organization has a group of people who leads and sets direction to the organization. And those processes that are used to lead and set direction to the organization are what we call the organizational process. And they align with the ISO clauses 4, 5, 6, and 9. And here are some examples of the kind of processes that organizations have, and probably many of your organizations have, if you are thinking about managing on their ISO organization. You have a way to describe how the organization is managed. We all have a way to describe the structure, the organizational structure, the mission, the vision, and our requirements. There are processes and programs to help plan, set the strategic direction and the future of the organization. There are programs to ensure the continual improvement of the organization. And many of us have performance evaluations, dashboards, balance scorecards, mandated metrics from commitments, and many other performance evaluation methods to help assess whether the organization is doing what it was supposed to do, is doing it efficiently, and where it can improve. So those processes in the organization are what we call the organizational processes. Let's go to the bottom of the chart. This is what we call the enabling processes, and those are related to ISO clauses 7, 9, and 10. And what are those all about? Well, those are all about making sure the work happens. It's about managing resources. It's our IT, it's our human resources, it's our money, it's the training and developing organizations that we have to ensure the employees are able to attain training, maintain the training, and gain the skills that they do. Mentoring programs, seminars, and webinars to help our customers. All those kinds of programs. There are the buildings, the infrastructure, the ITs, the locations, remote work, or these capabilities that needs to be managed to have the organization thriving and working. The way we communicate, either internally within the organization or externally. And really, if for organizations interested in having a quality management system, we, the quality management practitioners, are also part of enabling the overall organization. But where is it what we do? Well, that is under clause 8, is what I call our bread and butter, what we do every day. So all those processes that we do are what is managed, through this supporting QMS infrastructure. And what are we talking about? Well, in CDRH, our pre-market, post-market review processes, our research process, our policy development processes, our compliance processes, and all those core processes that are really directly align with the mission and the vision of the center. So for us, this is what quality means, and this is how CDRH has put in place one and only one quality management system to really help manage the entire organization. Next slide. So how does it really look? There's a lot of principles and practices. How does it really look? So let's look at the main components of our infrastructure. If I mentioned, we can get external customer feedback through our customer service survey. We get internal feedback through mechanisms that we have established CDRH. I mean, they are remote ways, and there are even direct ways. We have boxes in our buildings where people can do that if they wish to. We have a remote force. We have also, so we have ways to provide feedback internally. And what do we do with that? So let's keep on the top, because there's another way to get information and gain insight about how your processes and programs are working. And that's through the audits. That's why we have an audit program. So all that information, will generate ideas for improvements, or will discover and reveal issues. And for that, we have a non-conformity management system where we, get that input, make sure that the non-conformities are addressed. And if you're familiar with non-conformities, they not only be to be addressed, make sure that somebody have an effectiveness check, because the definition of address is not only solving the problem, it's coming back later, checking, making sure that the problem is gone and that the measures that they were put to mitigate really mitigated the issue. But all that really gives birth to something else. It's just rises a program improvement. We can, with all the information that we get from our customers and for our internal checks and balances, really reveal opportunities to improve our programs. And lastly, we can do all this, but I mentioned our infrastructure also needs to have a way to document what we do and to make it to staff and accessible the information that they need to do their everyday job. So our infrastructure supports our compliance to the ISO and give us a level of rigor of standardization that benefits all the programs across the center. So let me now touch a little bit in some of the main components of our QMS. Next slide, please. We talk about what I call feedback CDRH, which is a way to gather input from staff. We call it a one-stop shop. In our commitment to transparency, our internal feedback system posts not only the requests, but also the solutions and makes them available to all the center. We have a customer service survey that's been going on in CDRH for many years. That gauges adherence to our standards of excellence and a CDRH guiding principles, which are commonly used business practices to that delineate how we want to interact with our customers. We respond within 24 hours. Own the issue. Don't pass it along. Make sure that the issues of your customers are resolved. Be respectful. That kind of principles. So our survey gets monitored. We share our results with leadership in the center. They're also the results are also available to staff. Yet another quality and ISO 9000 principle. If you're going to measure, not only keep the measures at leadership, share your measurements with the people doing the work. So we share the survey results. with them, and I'm happy to report we've been tracking this for many years. Our goal is to have at least a 90% plus satisfaction from our customers, and we routinely in the past few years have been obtaining for many years that customer service rating. That doesn't mean we just sit there and are really happy with it. We have a team of people always reading the written feedback, and when a customer have issues or problems, they are shared and they are resolved, and the customers are contacted. How have we implemented the customer service survey? I actually put my signature box on the left to show you. Anyone can give a feedback. We have a link on the signature block of every CDRH employee that really links to our organization and will help us collect feedback on how we are done. And together, the feedback and the survey and many other, like I mentioned, collecting voice of the customer is not only this for your organization. You can think about focus groups. You can think about meetings where you talk with your customers and you gather information and you keep meeting minutes. There are many ways to collect the voice of the customer. The important thing is that you collect it, that you keep it, and at the end of the day, that you do something with it, because that's what having a quality organization is all about. Next slide. We have in CDRH what we call the CDRH document control system. Again, a one-stop shop where all the documents staff needs to do their daily job, work instructions, templates, and standard procedures are available. Again, a word of why we as a center decided on only one documented document control system. Before we started our journey with quality, trying to find instructions, they were always there, but you need to know your program, you need to know your people, because everything was in, we're all in the age of computers, everybody had their site and everything was on their site. So if you come from a different program to look information, you needed to know how to navigate somebody else's space. So with the document control system, everything is in one space. We haven't taken out the ability to have the documents on their site. The requirement under the quality system is that you don't have the document. You have a link to the document. So while the document is in the document control system, people can have links to that document anywhere they want to. What they cannot have is a duplicate copy. That really have helped the center keep consistency and standardize the way we do what we do. In addition to document control, which houses, like I mentioned, the documents to do their work, our organization, our agency, our government, like many other government, have established record management guidelines, and the quality system and all the programs in CDRH definitely follow those guidelines. Thank you. The last element I'd like to talk about in the quality management system is continual improvement. And thus the little nuance, this is continual improvement versus program improvement. And what does that mean? Continual improvement means finding ways to be continually improving, checking. So continual improvement is not about a process improvement project. It's really about the group of tools that organizations have to do their checks and balances. It's our audit program at CDRH, where we go and audit not only the quality system, but core processes. It's our quality management reviews or those program review meetings where leaderships at different level means to assess how their programs are doing, if they're meeting their targets, if they're meeting their metrics. Is our non-conformity system where issues, problems that need to be addressed. Sometimes systemic issues are put in, are checked, a plan to solve them is put in place. The plan is executed, and at a later day, validation, verification techniques are used to ensure that the problem was solved, and and the issue is closed. And it is really what we call our program improvement versus process improvement. So our way to, determine our capabilities, the tools that we use to design processes, to set metrics, our dashboard, to do visualization, our Lean Six Sigma design thinking, and agile program improvement processes. And at CDRH, we sort of move from process improvement to program improvement, because we realize that when you're doing improvements, it's not only improvement to the steps and the process that you do, but sometimes improvements also are in the way we interpret how we and how do we put in place a policy? Sometimes when organizations take a look at themselves, we realize that the way we interpret our mandate may there be different ways to interpret, and maybe ways to simplify it. So we try to look not only at the steps we execute, but what we are really required to do, how we have interpreted that policies, how we have interpreted what we need to do, and figure out if there's easier ways or more simple ways to do it. And that's what we call our programs program improvement. And what there are many, other components. Right? So those were the main components to our quality system. Next slide. Well, before closing today, I'll sort of wanted to give you a little bit of our journey and how we sort of implemented a quality system, and how you may want to consider going about doing this. Next slide. Well, I mentioned our QMS follows the ISO, which follows the plan, do, check, act methodology. And by the way, in our journey, we did not create a quality system on day one. We took us 2 or 3 years to actually be in a place to achieve certification. And we started our quality system even before we knew we wanted to get into a QMS, developing, and understanding the quality, our customer requirements. So first, collect feedback. Listen to your customers. You do not need a quality system to, have maybe a survey, has some internal ways for your staff, for employees to give you feedback. Could collect their ideas, make them public, make sure they know you're listening, make sure that you are that we are responding to their ideas. I share with you, some ideas are great, some ideas are like, really? But there's always a good idea. There's always ways to improve. People need a voice. And the first thing we started with was giving everybody a voice so we can hear what their needs and their requirements were. From that, it's something that many of you are already doing. Document the information, document what needs to be done. And the clue here is what needs to be done, not everything you do. Document what matters, know the people who are executing the job, and document it at the level they need. So sometimes you just need some 2 or 3 instructions. Sometimes you need sometimes it's better to have details, but that depends. That is not even across the board. That really depends on who's doing the job, the risks in the job, and what do you need at the end of the day from that program on process. For us, the transition was that not that we did not have documents, but establishing, revision dates for all our internal documents, put them all in one place, making all the requirements to make sure that people have access to the most. Every time people link on a document, we can assure that they have access to the most recent information. Now, if we are doing the job, if we all need records. And those is the evidence of what really matters. dictated by our governments, dictated by the practices that your organization wants to do, but make sure that you keep what really matters and that you know where it is and that you know what their retention schedules are. Next thing is track performance. Many of us goals that we need to meet. This is something, again, that many of us do. Track the performance to make sure that you're meeting that we are all meeting our goals, but track performance also to monitor for signals. At CDRH, we are looking at metrics, and we have started recently to do that beyond the metrics. It's great that we have a metric. It's great we pat ourselves in the back if we are meeting the metric, but also when you develop a metric, really make a story around the metric. What is this metric? How do I measure it? What do I do if I am not meeting it? And what is that inflection point? What are your triggers? And that which really give you a very different way and a more holistic way to manage, because it's great to do a metric. And have you ever seen the situation? Oh, maybe I'm trending down and trending down and trending down. And without a set of what we call triggers or established signals that tells you, yes, you're trending down. And when you're getting to this point, hey, here's a yellow light or a red light, do something. Maybe by the time we realize we had to do something, it's too late. So performance is not only to make sure we're doing what we're doing, to really a next generation use to performance is to really figure out, am I going in the right direction, and try to make changes and course corrections at the right time. So once you get input from your customers and you document you have your records, you track performance, now you can go in and check. And there's two ways to check. There's the internal audit program, and at CDRH we have an internal audit program that not only audits our quality infrastructure, but also audits core processes. And this program for us is actually supported by our industry. So we create our audit schedule in consultation with our regulated industry every year. And if you're aware of our user fee program, some audits are actually listed that we need to do and committed through in our commitment letters for our user fee agreements. Internally, we do management review. They're also known sometimes as program review. It's a strategic review of the activities, of the resources, of the organization. It's measuring action plans and strategic planning. Because with all that information, it's really when we can act. We can go in, address issues, correct issues, but better yet, move the organization towards the future, really have a thriving improvement program to improve the programs and procedures. Because this is really what we want a quality system, to do, is to give us a way to achieve excellence, take us through a journey of excellence, and yes, solve issues, but better than that, try to not have issues, because we can look at our programs and processes early enough to figure out, having signals, how to, that something may be looming and we can address it early, or to figure out how to move it towards the future and improvement. And that is my summary today of our quality system and how we have implemented it in CDRH. So if I can have the next slide. Thank you so much for allowing me to share our journey with you today. I'm more than happy to answer any questions you have.
I'm sure you've learned a lot from our counterparts in the US. Quite enriching, yeah? Good. So let's read for is the sound back? Yeah, actually, yeah. Now it's back. It's back. Yeah. That's able to hear us? She can. Yeah. Oh, it's only that now we can't hear.
Hi, this is Nancy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay,
Unfortunately, if you were speaking, unfortunately, I could not hear you until now. Now I can hear you.
Okay, okay. You have the question on chat.
Oh, I have a question. Thank you, Sandra. Did getting the ISO 9001 certification made a difference in the speed in the improvement of processes? Well, getting the certification for us it is really about sort of the pride and show that we abide by this set of ISO rules. Putting the entire infrastructure is what really helps an organization to not speed improvements, but speed hopefully the way in you discover issues and improvements. Because process improvement, doing a process improvement is really an exercise, and many of you have done it. Depending on the techniques that you use, can be short or long. But understanding what needs to be improved, that's where the ISO helps you. Is being able to collect the information from the customer, being able to collect the information from the users, being able to measure performance and putting all that together to give you that signal earlier that something needs to happen here to improve the process, either because maybe something is going wrong, but something may not be going wrong. Maybe there's a place, an opportunity for improvement. We have people at the center that have been doing processes, staff, and they go, why are we doing this way? This way is faster. And they put it in the processing, they put that feedback to us, and the people to really manage what we call the process owners look at them and go, yeah, this may be a good idea. Let's put it, let's implement it across. So getting the ISO certification gave us the commitment to put in a structure that really facilitates process improvement.
Thank you, Nancy, for responding to that. And probably just a quick one. How are you able to encourage and be able to support your staff and not to burn out? There's always that implementation fatigue. When you're doing quality systems, there's a place to reach, and it's like the peak, and people are not moving. How are you able to encourage your? She's not.
I'm not sure.
Are you able to hear me, Nancy?
I hear how we was able to encourage the staff to adopt the ISO, or what we were doing it. Did I hear you right?
Yes, not the initial, but sustainability. Over time, people become tired and they stop implementing, or they lag behind in implementation. But how are you able to sustain the momentum?
So because ISO, if you look at what we in the early call the macaroon, we are part of the infrastructure. Certain components of the supporting really quality management principles and practices, they need to become part of the culture. What we are striving to is to have a culture of quality and organizational excellence. So I will tell you that let's talk about a document control system. What does this success means? Well, success means that people don't think anymore about where their documents are. So if they actually forget that they are looking for a document using a document control system, we, the quality practitioners, made our job. I mean, that's what I call success. So it's a very interesting duality. Maybe they forget that we exist is a good thing, because that means that they're used to use the systems. We, the practitioners, need to make sure that we keep it on, in place, that we use it. If they forget that we're collecting voice of the customer, it's just they have an idea and they know there's a place where they can go to do the idea, then that is success. It is for us, the quality practitioners, to make sure we're always looking at the information. So the sustainability is sometimes behind in the team, in the group of people that you have, ensuring that those quality practices are always in the center, but or in your organization. But at the end of the day, a quality management system is a management tool. Awareness comes in the fact that it comes second nature to the people that tool is serving.
Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, we're hearing that we have to make it a culture from the organization, a culture from the way we do things, so that now we don't just implement because of the audits and inspections. So thank you very much, Nancy. If there are no questions, we are going to send them via email, and I'm sure you're going to respond to them so that the 3 days that we're here, we can be able to get your answers and support. So thank you very much, and a round of applause to Nancy again.
Thank you very much for having me today.
Thank you, yes. Oh, we break for tea now. Okay, yeah, and we need also to stretch a little bit. Yes, so our stretch will be taking tea. Yeah. Yeah, for those who can do coffee, you can stretch as you take your coffee, as you take your tea. I'm hoping the line will be a little bit faster, and probably they have two serving points this afternoon. Yeah, so that it can be a little bit faster. So let's take exactly 10 minutes. 20. We have 20. We have 20 minutes. Yes. Oh, okay. We take it easy. Oh, we are here up to 8. You're taking it easy. All right, thank you. Okay, so let's take tea and come back within the shortest time possible. At least not more than 20 minutes. Okay, you're free to take tea. Yeah.
So, why is this happening? No, it doesn't. No. It's not because you left.
What happened?
You don't stand out. You must to stand in exercise. You know, the lunch is 3 minutes long. You're still full. So let's all stand up. Let's all stand up. Yeah. Everybody.
I wanted to ask.
So long as you are able to stretch and you stand.
Do you want to maybe use a different laptop tomorrow instead of using mine? See if that'll make a difference.
So, as we are starting, this is the exercise we are all going to do.
I don't know, just see. I don't know.
You can remove them. So since we are all standing, we are all ready for this exercise. Okay. So I will count for 1, 2, 3, and then we shall start the exercise together. So count with me. 1, 2. Let's go together. 1, 2, 3.
Honey, I was looking for y'all to do some jumping jacks. Maybe step in. I'm gonna restart it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Here is not ready. Now we can do the exercise. Okay, get some space. And for this exercise, there are gifts over here. Each one of us will get a gift. Yeah. Monokili, you are living. There was a question, probably you can go think about it. Yeah. On your pyramid, somebody was asking, where do you place a gazette notice? Because there was the constitution, then there were, I think, the rules, whatever. We didn't see a gazette notice. So can you, as you walk tomorrow, you come and answer us?
Let me just say that.
Oh, you want to? Hey, don't sit down. Yeah.
I think, you see, as I noticed, it's a way of communicating, it's a channel itself. So if you're passing the rules, it is through a gazette notice. If it is Chapter 4 itself, I mean, it is the channel itself. It is the medium of communication. So a gazette notice, you cannot say, I am relying on a gazette. The gazette notice itself is the one which communicates. Gazette notice, communicating an act of parliament, communicating the rules. Gazette notice on presidential, what they call directive, it's always through a gazette notice. So it is the medium itself. So forget about gazette notice for now. It is the gazette notice, this and this. So it is the medium. My senior is the executive order. It's also another form of communication, but it's only that comes from the president. So it's a way of the president having the power the president has the residual power to make, if there's a crisis in the country and there's no parliament to sit on that, it can only come from the president but it's also, there's a force of law. So presidential, the executive order is another way, but it only stems from, you cannot have an executive order from pharmacy board. It can only come from the presidency. Then gazette notice now is once you develop the rules, you do a gazette notice. So you'll say there's a gazette notice on PPP rules. It's a medium. Thank you. Let me rush to put out something.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying let me rush to parliament. Okay, now let us stretch. Let us all try to touch the gypsum board. Let's touch it like this.
So this is
your hands. So straight. Don't jump, don't jump. Just like this, easy. So no jumping. Okay, now I want. Okay, we are going to do this one. The people who are able to do this, both on the right hand and the left hand, they will get a gift from me. Yes, both on the right hand and the left hand. So I want you to place your hands behind your back. No. Don't stand on. No, don't stand on the seat. You need to clench your hands like this, but from behind. No. Not like this, kindly, yeah? Like this, but from from behind. If you no way, not like that. From up, yes, up and bottom, So let us do it to the right hand and then turn. Let me see how many of you can manage. Okay, like this. Right? Try. How many have managed? Okay, now for those ones who have managed, change the hand. If you manage, you come for a gift. Now, Marco yourself. This one was a self-assessment. How many of you have managed both hands? Yeah, both hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Both sides. I have 4. 5. Only 6. Only 6 people have managed. Oh, what did you manage? Both sides. No, Oh, okay. So only 6 people manage. So when I go around, I'm going to give you an eggplant. Okay, let's have our seats. Then, yeah. So I'll be walking around with only the ones who managed will pick, not by our next speaker. So our next speaker is Rama. Rama actually comes from. Yeah, she's traveled very far. And by the way, before she comes, I'm going to ask another question. Now let's all settle down. And whoever answers this one gets whoever answers this question gets an instant gift. And guess where Rama comes from? Which? Okay, no. Not these two temples. Not these two temples. Yeah. Okay. What's your name? Your hand was up. She comes from Singapore. So thank you very much. Now, okay, you can get one. It's okay. She wants an iPhone is coming. Now, a very quick fire question. The person who has her hand on his hand, the first person will get an iPhone, but not this table and this table. These two tables, no. But if you put up your hand and you answer this question, you get an iPhone. Now, take a time, breathe in and breathe out. Okay. What is the capital of Singapore? 1, 2, 3. The iPhone is gone. I'm in trouble. You can't just take this one. Now you can relax. We'll talk. We'll talk. Okay. So it's my pleasure to introduce Rama. Rama is a medical devices director at the Health Products Regulation Group, Health Science Authority. She oversees pre-market registration and post-market controls for all medical devices in Singapore. She also oversees device development, consultation that aims to support safe innovation in medical technologies locally. Prior to joining the HSA, she was involved in research on chronic pain and neuropathic pain at the National University of Singapore. It's my pleasure to invite Rama to take us through implementation of good regulatory practices by the national regulatory authorities. Karibu sana Rama. That's what we say in Kenya. Karibu sana Rama. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so sorry, this topic, a little bit of a last minute request, so I didn't have enough time to prepare presentations formally. So I'm just going to walk you through, in terms of our HSA Singapore's experience, since we do the good regulatory practices first, and then later also on the quality management system. Actually today, since morning, both the topics have been quite extensively covered. So actually, in fact, I don't think we have anything new or anything different to say at this point, because the principles have all been very thoroughly covered. But probably I'll try to share a little bit on actually how we practice and our experiences, maybe a little bit on some of our challenges in going through some of these processes and journey. So maybe first I do the good regulatory practices. So talking about good regulatory practices, I think we have had enough background and in terms of the principles and processes. So from HSA's perspective, it was pretty much the same. So any regulatory process when we start, so when we are going to regulate a new category of products or coming up with a new piece of regulation or a new policy in terms of how we want to control certain categories of products, I think for us, the first question we start our journey is, first is why do we want to even regulate that? So what is the need for embarking on a particular journey in terms of regulating a category of products? So we first need to be very clear what is that we are intending to regulate or setting certain policies for, or why. The next question will be, why do we need to do so? So when we do the question on why we need to do so, most circumstances, at least from medical device perspective, we will talk about either say there is risk, we have identified certain risk, there needs to be certain controls in place, we are trying to manage certain, could be quality issues, could be safety issues. So these are the fundamental principles that come to our mind when we want to decide why we want to regulate something or why we want to set certain rules to implement certain oversight on a category of products. So when we say why is also not so difficult to answer, because as regulators, I mean, people who are doing the regulations, we are quite clear why we want to do certain things. But the thing is, the next is,
is it necessary? I think that is the next question. So, do we want to, okay, let us say we want to take care of safety of certain products, then the question should be, is there a need? How far do we have to go? In the sense that, do we have to come up with something new, or are there existing mechanisms? What is available out there? So people were in the morning, lots of conversations on cost effectiveness, then talking to people about what is the impact and all that. So I'm not going from that angle, I'm thinking from a regulator's angle. So I'm coming in from a different approach. So when I am a regulator, the question should be, so okay, I want to take care of the safety, but what are the existing mechanisms? Is there a need for us to come up with something new, a new framework or a new set of guidelines or rules? Or is there existing mechanisms that's available that we can latch on? We don't have to create something new, add burden in terms of new policies or frameworks. So that is another question that probably should first come to our mind. So once we have answered what we want to regulate, why we want to regulate, how we want to regulate is what I'm talking about in terms of whether you want to do it, something new needs to be set up, or you're going to latch on something else or other mechanisms that's already available out there. So once we systematically and in a very unbiased manner go through this thinking, then that is where the clarity comes in terms of, okay, what is absolutely necessary, what we are going to do and the approach. And from there starts the first principles to think about how the mechanics of the policy itself is going to be crafted or going to be drafted in that sense. So then coming up with that, talking about the entire journey in terms of the various aspects. So we talked about transparency, we talked about engagement, impact analysis. So all those are a sequential sets of processes. So I won't go again and run through the run of the mill, all the principles again, but probably I thought it's useful I can share one journey that we went through, one policy, where we started and how we did all these processes. And then I think all of you will be able to map each of those steps into what all the topics that different experts have shared since morning. So I want to share, maybe I will start with around 2014 or so for HSA. We were looking at this, okay, now what is called digital health by majority of the regulators, FDA and all that. At that time when we started the journey, the digital health term was not that common in that sense. So when we first started to look at the whole space, it was more looking at software, medical devices, then the mobile application. So that was the time when there was a lot of these wearables, watches, Fitbits, mobile applications on your phones. Everything was like quite rampant. So that was, I think it was 2014 when we first started conversations to say that, hey, we need to do something because there are so many health related apps. So what needs to be regulated, what is not? Because once people start using them, when there are issues that come up, definitely the feedback will come to regulators. And as regulators, we need to have a clear position and direction in terms of what is the expectation. So when we started the journey, it was quite very SpO2 sensors people wear for exercises and all that. But there are also SpO2 measurement devices, or you have heart rate sensors, which are hardcore medical device, which is meant for diagnostic purposes. So where do you draw the line? What do you regulate? So the question is, how do you define that? So when we sat down to think about it, so okay, so there are so many, so what are the possible applications for these? One group of these products are mainly lifestyle. To just tell people you can use them during your exercise, your activities, to stay fit, keep healthy. Then the other group is really the ones that is meant for monitoring for like patients who may have certain conditions. So they wear it so that they keep a close monitoring on their SpO2 or whatever is the physiological parameter. So we said, okay, there are two buckets of this. So where we need to step in, where we don't. So then the conversation starts. So you need to understand your spectrum of products. You need to talk to the industry or the people who are, or the products, who are the developers, who are the users. So there are so many touch points when you're talking about those products. So when we started thinking about it, what we noticed is that those apps that are, or those wearables which are meant for really health purposes, lifestyle purposes, actually if you expect them to be validated to the accuracy of what a diagnostic SpO2 sensor will be able to do, actually they would not be able to meet. So in a process of, if we say that, okay, I want to regulate everything, one way of doing it is all of you are regulated, you are medical devices, come in to HSA and you need to prove to me that you are accurate and all that. So you are slamming the standards of medical device on all the products. So when you do that, okay, you want to take care of those that is for medical purposes. But in the process, there is this group of wearables for really exercise fitness purposes. If you slam the higher standard, you're going to kill the entire those spectrum of products because then they won't be able to meet your standards. Okay, what's the pros and cons of it? Okay, you're setting a very high standard, so you're going to wipe them out. But then there is a real useful place for those products in terms of health and well-being for population, because all of us are looking at, even before people become sick, it's important for them to stay healthy. So there is a value to having such products there. So the approach of making them all medical devices is not going to work. So it's going to defeat the whole purpose. Then the next way, how do you approach this? So the next way of doing it is then you need to really decide how do you differentiate between the two. So these are some of the thought process. I've cut the long story short, but I just wanted to share a lot of thinking that goes into developing an approach. So then we looked at the whole scheme of things and we came up to say, okay, let us say we regulate only those that is meant for medical purposes. Then we don't regulate those that is for fitness purposes. So those we will say you are not medical devices, you are not regulated. Then the question is, by doing so, what is the risk? Because these group of products are not able to accurately measure your SpO2 or whatever is a physiological parameter. Then the first thought, the only main concern is that you may have patients or people who are really not well, they may use a fitness equipment and take care of their health, which is detrimental because the accuracy is not there. So what is the risk that we are looking at is that the fitness equipment may be used off-label, means they are not for medical purpose, they may be end up used as medical purpose tools and you may have inaccurate results for the patients. So we went through this journey and then we say, okay, the only risk that we need to handle is how do you inform people what this group of devices are for? So then came up with this approach where we said, okay, so here is the approach. If a device is meant only for fitness or well-being purpose, then the manufacturer has to put that upfront. If it is an app, in your app screen, if it is in the product, in the user manual, anywhere upfront. So anybody buying that product will know you can only use this for fitness purpose, you're not for medical purpose. So that should be upfront, put up for the consumers to be aware. Then once you do that, we said, okay, the risk of misuse is being managed, then we can safely not regulate them as medical devices. So the rest of the products which do not upfront state this clearly, all of the rest, we will take it that they are for medical purpose or maybe used for medical purpose, and we would regulate all of those category of products. So this is how we created an approach in terms of how we manage this category of products. And at that time, we used the terminology as telehealth products because in Singapore, the time the telemedicine, telehealth conversations were quite rampant. Now with COVID, telehealth has become so popular, telemedicine globally. But at that time in Singapore, there were lots of discussions going on. So we called it as telehealth medical devices. So we drew up this policy. Then now we have an approach, right? So we are saying we only do certain categories. We don't go and regulate everything. We are trying to do as a reasonable approach, a fit for purpose approach. Once we came up with this policy, we sat down to the morning conversations. You need to clearly draw out how, what are you trying to do? What is the expectations? What would be the impact in taking this approach? So we did the whole systematic procedure of this. And once this policy, we went, of course, we have to go for clearance in terms of our own processes within our government. But in top of that, we went for consultation. So we developed a guidelines kind of thing to draft out this whole policy approach on how we will regulate these products. And we went for a consultation. Normally for our medical device regulatory guidelines and all that, we will do a lot of industry consultation, the direct stakeholders, whoever is impacted. But this was one of the first policies where we did a public consultation. because it touches on consumers, it touches on users, it has a lot of wider reach in that sense. So in Singapore, when we have public consultations, of course, we put up, like FDA was sharing, we also put up the guidelines, the documents on the website. So anybody who goes to our website is able to access those and comment on what our proposed approach is. So that's one way. Then for Singapore, we also have what we call as a reach portal in under the government. So it's like all government agencies. So if you want to seek any feedback, public consultation and all that, you can go and put it up on that, use that portal. And then through that, you can go and reach out to normal consumers and you can have more wider reach in terms of consultation. So we also went through those processes. So it was one of our first, very unique way of doing it. I wouldn't say the first one, but we don't do that for all our policies, but depending on the stakeholders. So I again want to draw back to what was discussed this morning. When you do a rule or when you come up with a policy or a regulation, you need to know all the touch points. So make sure you have the best reach in terms of when you're seeking feedback or when you're engaging public in that sense. So that's always the best effort. So we always say that, how do you know there was a question? How do you know that you are able to reach everybody? I think for us, we always say is based on best effort, like this morning also, Vision was saying, because best effort is that you should think through to the best of your effort to see where are all the touch points and the impact, and you need to make sure you reach all of them. So that's something that we always do in terms of consultation. This is for telehealth, we went for a public consultation, but even for our other policies, recently we did something on dental medical devices in Singapore because there are dental labs that manufacture devices. So how do you reach them? So then we would try to write to dental labs, we would go through dentists and ask them to communicate. So we try to do different pockets of approaches to see what would be the best possible way to reach maximum stakeholders. So any consultation, that's something that we do consistently. So for that policy, we went through a public consultation for the telehealth that I was talking about. Then after the consultation, we received a lot of feedback. So this is not just for the telehealth, all our policies, even for our guidances, not even at the policy regulation level, even our guidances, like recently we did quite a number of guidances like for personalized medical devices and all that. So all our guidances also, what we do, we put it up on our website for consultation, then we receive all the feedback. So each of the feedback, like FDA said, we already have an Excel template that we also put up. So people send us feedback on the Excel. So we take in all the feedback, we accumulate all the feedback that we get, we discuss every one of them, and then we would put in responses. And there are always some that may not be relevant, but some that is very useful, some that you think that is relevant, but then some you can take in and make some changes or tweak your policies. But that will be some that you have a rationale why you cannot accept. So usually we will basket them accordingly in terms of whatever feedback we receive. And then those that we are able to embrace, we will make amendments to the policy based on that. But then there are feedback that always we think that, oh, this is not workable, but maybe we have a rationale to do so. So most of the time, sometimes we publish what we call as outcome, and then we have a statement to say, to address some of these that we have a rationale why it cannot be done in a certain way. But sometimes we think that this is something that's very useful because now I can address today, but then even down the road, many people may have such questions. So now what we do, we will draft out an FAQ. So when we publish the final guidance, usually we will have an FAQ that we publish along with that. Usually FAQ will be that very, very relevant comments, but we think that there is a rationale why that cannot be done. So we drafted in the form of FAQs and we publish it together with the final document. So if whoever reads the FAQ will see that you're talking about those very boundary, borderline questions people always have in terms of the policy or the regulatory guideline, because guidelines is not for now, right? It stays in the website and it's being used for many years. So those are very useful FAQs. So people, whoever new people come in, they will always have those questions. Even internally for staff, there's always staff movement, changes and all that. But the essence of the idea and why certain things are done certain way, these FAQs are very useful to capture. So we usually do it that way in terms of closure to a public consultation. So, and in terms of publishing them, all our guidelines are on the website. And our policies are, in that sense, very open in the sense, we will either have guidelines or if it is certain approaches that we do or we have certain way of doing things, we try to incorporate some of the rationales either into our requirements or we make it public in the sense that people can see transparently what is our position. But it could be in different formats. It could be a whole guideline by itself. It could be incorporated into our processes, etc. So these are some of the ways how we make changes. And we were also talking about agile approaches. And for medical devices, it's really, really very important because the technology is like very quickly changing. Like, for example, we came up with a guidance in 2020, which talked about the software medical devices, and we came up with a guidance on regulatory approach and what are the requirements. But from 2020 to now, I think we've revised that guidance like 6 times already. Doesn't mean the guidance is there is error or it was flawed, but it's just telling us that as you implement those guidances and the documents, you, with experience, you see a lot of things that you could add clarity to, or there may be questions that may come up. So every time when people use our guidance, there's always this feedback. So just now the FDA speaker was also talking about gathering the customer's voice. So for us, one of the way we see that is when we see a lot of questions coming up, like we have inquiries, people send us, people call us for phone inquiries. We also have email inquiry channels for medical devices, and we are proudly the top number of inquiries we receive. But while we try to tackle it in different ways, there's one thing that we do, we also look at what are the different types of inquiries. So if there is a high volume of questions on certain topics, then that is a signal either that there is need for clarity, or it could be that there is some new challenges or something coming up that could help, that you could improve your guidelines or you could add more clarity in terms of your policy requirements. So that's one way we do that. So that guidance, although software changes and there's a lot of new like AI comes up, then when AI comes up, first you start with AI, locked algorithm, then you say continuous learning AI. So there's a lot of different technology that keeps evolving over time and very quickly. So it is really important that we keep our requirements and our approaches agile, and we will have to make those changes very quickly. So we have done so many revisions to that, but I think we are quite proud of it because that helps us also to make sure that we cater for what is the need in terms of your stakeholders, and it gives them more transparency and clarity of what the regulatory authorities' current position is, so that at least when they come in with applications to us, then they are more clear on what to expect, more predictable in terms of what we want to see in the applications and what would be the outcome of our assessments. And in terms of consistency and all that, because all these are the backbone of good regulatory practices. So if you go and see the WHO document anywhere, people talk about 9 principles and GRP and all that. So these are some of the essences. I'm just trying to quickly touch on some of those. So if you look at consistency for us, how we do that is for our assessment or evaluation, if you talk about pre-market, we always have our internal evaluation templates we create. So when evaluators do, they have a backbone to make sure that everybody will use that template and they make sure that the backbone of evaluation is consistent. And these are the principles that is being evaluated. So either when an application is submitted, whoever the evaluator is within HSA, that is a reasonable consistency in terms of what is the questions or what are the angles the evaluation is going to cover. So that's one way we do that. For certain very specific unique products, we develop product-specific evaluation templates for the evaluators so that it's even more consistent, especially when there are no international standards. Where standards are there, it's a bit easier because then you just have to know which is the standard and you look at conformity to the standard. But where that doesn't exist, then you need to go a bit more technical. So we also have what we call as peer review sessions. So every evaluation, although an evaluation, 1 or 2 evaluators lead the evaluation, every case is presented at what we call as a peer review meeting. So where there are few peers who attend the meeting, so everybody listens and they would chip in. So if there's some gaps or sometimes what they're asking for is unreasonable, so things like that. So we have this process that helps us to maintain consistency in terms of our regulatory approaches and also our regulatory decisions. And like I said, another backbone that WHO always talks about also having a certain level of flexibility. Flexibility doesn't mean that you bend your rules, but flexibility in the sense that how you approach a problem statement or how you come up with your regulatory decision. So you're not like fixated in your approaches. So when we started off with, for example, when we did X-ray diagnostics, ultrasounds, right? We had a certain way of doing it. Then there was a lot of software-enabled functionalities into these. Then when we started evaluating them, you will have to cater some of your questions and requirements in terms of, okay, certain things are taken care of or automated via software. So how would you look at it differently rather than being hard pressed that I stand with what I need, it's up to you. You have to still fit into what the regulator thinks. So that's where you need to be careful. So with changes to the processes, manufacturing processes or changes to the technology, our regulatory approaches have to be flexible, but we should still make sure that we stand by the appropriate standards of safety, quality, efficacy. So how do you get the balance? That's something that we have to be about. I think I've touched on most of it. Then one aspect that I think also I would like to bring up is on the efficiency bit of it, which is also part of GRP essence in the sense that when you are regulating, how do you also manage efficiency in terms of your processes? I think one of the most important lesson we have learned over the years, ever since we started implementing regulations, when our timelines used to be very long, it was also resourceless. There was a lot of reasons for it, but nevertheless, it never works that way. So how do you now today come up and say you have a predictable timelines and you continue to achieve that and you maintain process efficiency, work efficiency in that sense. So those are also essence of how do you do your regulatory processes in that sense. So when we look at our processes, there are certain processes that we always keep reviewing. One of the processes that I would always think about is our change management. So when we approve a medical device, it undergoes changes very rapidly, especially with the software and AI, the changes can be very frequent. So how do you take care of their safety, quality, efficacy, but in a reasonable way that you don't have to, if you want companies to come to you for every single change, that's why we started for hardware devices. But if you want them to come to you for all the significant changes, you're going to delay. It's also resource intensive both for us and for the company. So how do you understand what is the product? What are the challenges? So for example, changes to software. So what we do is we map out what are the different types of changes to software. And we have a guidance where we talk about which are the changes you need to come to us for approval, which are the types of changes you can notify HSA and implement. So we do this kind of overall approach-based oversight in terms of changes. So changes is one example that I would always remember and I'll think about and how we manage. So you need to also be agile and also think and understand the problems and the challenges, not just from our side, but also from the industry or the stakeholders' perspective. Very straightforward, regulator, regulating. So industry, and then it is for us. But there's also the other piece, which is the users, your hospitals, healthcare professionals, patients. So many a times between the companies and HSA, that's very straightforward. Regulator, I make sure I give you the approval within this timeline. You make sure you do these documents. But in all these processes, we are also impacting the availability or accessibility of devices for the patients at the hospital. So in a whole scheme of risk-benefit assessment, is not about 1, 2, 3, 4. These are the risks with the technology. These are the benefits in intended use. But we will also have to think that in doing all this work, how do you also don't compromise accessibility in that sense? So we will have to do all these efficiently to make sure that we don't compromise timely access for essential medical needs. Especially this is very important for some of those life-saving devices, which we always have conversation about. There are some of these rare devices, probably they use it very rarely for certain salvage procedures in clinical practice, but then they are very important devices. So how do you facilitate access to them? What are the pathways that you need to have? So these are all some of the thinking. So when we talk about stakeholders, industry regulatory authority, then of course the healthcare professionals, users, patients, so they're all part of the ecosystem. So this is something that also I think is principles and those practices that we need to keep in mind when we are looking at developing our own good regulatory practices and also looking at how every single of our processes and our practices is going to make sure that it doesn't negatively impact any of our touch points in terms of the ecosystem where the devices we evaluate are being used. But I talk a lot about pre-market because it's always the touch point and the access point. But also many of these principles we will have to keep in mind for the post-market processes that we do. Post-market processes, when there's an issue, people report to you, then we also have to apply some of these principles when making decisions. When should I stop use of the device? How risky is risk enough for us to stop supply? But then sometimes when we think it's very risky and we make a call to stop supply or a recall decision, but actually you may be impacting a group of patients who may actually need that device and don't have any alternate therapies. So it's not pre-market is something that comes to everybody's mind when we talk about GRP, but I think these essence and principles and these good practices are worthwhile to be taken into account when we work out our post-market processes, be it corrective actions, recalls, be it adverse event investigations, all of those touch points. And also for us, we also do the licensing quality management system. Sometimes we get a lot of compliance feedback, reports and all that. So when do you act? How do you act? What do you do? And how far you need to go? So these are questions that can come in any point of our regulatory life cycle for devices. And I think these essence and principles are something that we will have to carry close to our heart. We should always remember that there's at least some of these principles that would be very relevant in all of those touch points. Yeah, I think that's about it. If anyone has any questions, okay.
I do. Today you're going to get so many questions. A round of applause for Ramat. Thank you very much for that. I know you've spoken to so many hearts here, and you're seeing the way the questions are shooting. I have like 5 myself, so I'll go last. I'll start with Pauline. Okay.
Thank you so much, Raman. This is where I am a regulator from a third world country, so that you know when my questions and I package myself, I'm coming from a lead perspective. And just so the room knows, Singapore is the only maturity level 4 approved regulatory authority. The systems are remarkable, and the Kenyan regulatory or the guideline did do the thing we do. When we look across, in comparison across, it's Singapore's that was most responsive. And really congratulations, because you're always out to support and share the information and enable whenever possible. So I have 3 things that I've heard you mention, and there are pain points, and we need to get to the point where we see how to do it. And that is on the implemented, when you have an email response channel, and I've seen that also well documented in your change notification guideline. And one is almost automated, where there are notifications that actually don't need your approval, but as long as the manufacturer just informs you, there's an automatic response. I think we could learn from that. So just to understand how you configure those changes. The second one is on change efficient regulatory processes, which make your work easy. And I looked, as I was looping around that, I think from the diagram that the medical devices is also housed in pharma, like many other regulatory authorities. So I anticipate maybe the team is not as large as pharma, but in managing the regulatory processes efficiently, how does that work? Because it's a challenge we face, and you know, I think many of us, I speak for many of us in saying in that way, in that space. And lastly,
maybe I answer the 2 things. Okay, the second question first, I saw Agent laughing. So I think, okay, I would say that we are not within pharma. Okay, for HSA, how it works is Health Products Regulation Group is a group. We take care of all health products. But under that, we have different teams separately. So for us, medical devices, we are a cluster by ourselves. Pharma is therapeutic products, we call it therapeutic products branch, and they come under a separate cluster. So at this juncture, we are a medical device cluster. Vejun heads it, I work under her. So we are a separate cluster for medical device. And for medical device, within that cluster, we take care of the entire life cycle. For pharma, we have different branches. So there's one branch that does pre-market for pharma. There's a separate branch that takes care of vigilance, compliance, and all that. But for medical device, it's a very unique setup in HSA. So we are a cluster by ourselves. We do the entire life cycle, pre, post, consultation for innovation, licensing, quality management, compliance, everything we do. Only thing we don't do is enforcement, because enforcement is a separate skill set which we have a team that does for all health products. So other than that, everything we do under medical device cluster. The cluster, as today we stand, we are about 72 around that staff who does all of these activities. So that's our strength. Staff strength is about 72 staff. And we do all these activities. But we also started, so for example, I started in HSA in 2009. So when I came in, we were just we just started the implementation of regulations. I was staff number 9 in medical devices. So I'm just giving you that everybody starts there. So we started in that sense, but as we started rolling out and all that, when the work starts building up, then you start growing in that sense. So over the years, we have grown quite significantly. And now we are at 72. So I think for you, like as you move and you start spreading, like we start with higher risk, then we go to different risk categories and all that. Of course, the numbers have grown over the years for us. But today we are 72, but we take care of everything in that sense. Your earlier question was on the change notification. Yeah. I think it also comes with experience. So when we started our change notification, there were a lot more changes that needed our approval. So let me be upfront, because actually the risk appetite improves over time, because when you see more with experience, you feel more comfortable in managing things a bit more efficiently. But initially, when you have not done certain processes, you're a bit skeptical, so you tend to be a little bit more conservative. So when we first rolled out our first versions of change notification, there were a lot of changes that still have to come to us for approval. So that's where we started. But along the years, as we went through, we look at applications and all that, how much of review is needed. So with experience, we have titrated our approach along the way. So that's how now you see we are able to have experience-based decision that certain changes you can implement. But why we still need notification for some changes is because we need some traceability. So let me again take software as an example, because when we say for software, if you look at our guidance, we have a decision flow. So if you are doing software changes, right, it doesn't change the performance characteristics of the software from what you have already registered with the HSA. But there's a very frequent this bug fix thing. So they just fix certain bugs, but it will not change the software specification. They just bring it back to the current specification. So if that kind of bug fixes, you may still have, like, if you have approved 6.4, or then they may have a 6.4.2.1. So what level is important? So initially we were also quite wary, but now our guidance where it stands in. So we categorize. So if the changes are just for bug fix purposes, or you're bringing the software back to the registered specifications and all that, you can just notify. But we still need notification is because when there is a corrective action or a recall, sometimes it's important for us to know what version is out there in the market. Sometimes the manufacturers may have multiple versions at a particular point. So sometimes it's useful to know roughly at least an idea of when what was implemented. So we still need a notification for certain types of changes. It's more for traceability purpose. So they notify us that information is captured in our online system. That's it. But for more significant changes, then they go through a evaluation by HSA and approval process. So that's how we stratify. I wouldn't say it's perfect yet. There's still room for improvement, but that's something that we are open to. And as we gain experience, we keep evolving the processes along the way. Yeah. You can take a look at our guidance. There's some few decision flows there, which is not too bad, easy to understand if you have a little bit of understanding of the background, but we can answer any questions you may.
Thank you. I think let me let me give another person the opportunity. I might hold the space for now, but trust you me, I'll have a bit more discussions as we go along. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The other question is coming from, yes.
Yes, this is Parthave from Medtronic. I just wanted to piggyback on what you said. I think part of it also falls on the manufacturer to also do proper documentation. So as a regulator, if you could be clear in terms of how we should do our internal documentation when we go through changes would be also helpful. So if you need to come to an audit or inspection or look at our documentation, then you know exactly what you're looking for from us, or we know what exactly you're looking for from us. So I think that's really important. And I'm a bit biased because I come from US and I used to work for FDA, but FDA does have a guidance document where they're very clear about modifications, and they're very prescriptive to manufacturers in terms of how they should document their modifications, even though they don't need to come to FDA to get their blessing before they market the device.
Thank you. That one goes to Paulina.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Rana, very much for sharing. I think it was really, very interesting, your conversation. So I have a couple of questions, and they are related initially with regulatory impact assessment. When you're making a decision, starting with regulating or not regulating, once you decide that you have to regulate, there are many different ways to approach how you're going to be regulating. How do you benefit out of running regulatory impact assessment to make a decision on what the regulation pathway is the one that you're going to be taking?
Yeah, so I mean, I don't have a mantra or a single approach to say that this is what we do, but it really depends on the policy in question. So maybe I can give an example. So we, a couple of years, but just before COVID, we were looking at, the lab developed test space, which is like clinical labs develop their own IV tests and they use it for clinical diagnostic purposes. So there is FDA calls in-house, there's LDT, some people jurisdictions call it in-house tests or in-house IVDs, home brews. There's a lot of terminologies for those. So it's basically clinical labs themselves, they develop a test and then they use it for diagnostic purposes. So like a few years back, when this policy came to our thing, it came from our ministry to say that, hey, labs are developing their own tests and doing. Of course, there are IVDs, that's a big group of tests that's always used by labs. But there's this pocket of tests that labs develop. But at that point in our regulations, anything a hospital or a lab develop and use just within their facility, they had an exemption. So they didn't have to come through our HSA's regular process. It was left to the lab professionals. But this regulation, when we did, was over 10, 12 years ago. But now what happens is that you have NGS, you have sequencing, you have very, very advanced equipment and software and analysis software available. So actually, there is a lot of things that labs can do if they want to do. I mean, it depends on the lab in question. So there was this policy that came on board. And when we started working on that policy, we were looking at, how do we regulate those, right? So one way is to say, okay, everybody have to come to me for approval. But then is that the right way to do? So like I said, so you start talking, okay, you need to have some level of parity. So IVD is commercial, we sit down and say, okay, what are the risks for an IVD test? Then we look at it for a lab developed test. Are these risks applicable? Actually, yes. But then in terms of labs, they have certain oversight. And that's what I said, whether you need to go full blown to regulate everything, or you must think about what is already available there. So some things we did differently. We came up with a policy, we are regulating them now, but that's a very titrated approach. So things like some labs have very well accredited processes. So they have the CAP accreditations. They have also, some of the labs are ISO, the 15189, they have certified to the clinical lab ISO standards and all that. So if they already have that, it is going to be, I think, having a 13485 quality system requirement for them doesn't make sense, right? Because they are not going to mass manufacture, because we are very clear. Once a lab produces and starts supplying to different labs, full controls are applicable. That is a given. But this, when they develop and just use within their lab for their patients, it's a smaller pool. So we decided, okay, we don't have to go 13485 for them if they already have like, CAP accreditations, 15189 ISO certifications in place. We will allow that. So like titrating it for that circumstance. Then that is one way we approached it. And in terms of the test itself, we came up with a slew of things that they need to validate, and then they have to document all this within their system. And our Ministry of Health licenses them. So we latch on their audit process to say they will do some verification on this documenting. And if there are issues, then we will step in. So it's like looking at the space and seeing what are the existing controls there, and then drawing out, then what is the value I'm going to add by adding few more layers of regulation. So we only came up to say what are the things in terms of validation. So we just do what is necessary. So the answer I'm trying to give you is that we don't have a single approach, but every policy, we do the same thought process. So what is there? If there are some spaces which is totally unregulated, then no choice. Then we will have to come in to apply our full slew of quality requirements, safety. So in this case, we try to see. So this is the thought process we usually adopt. Yeah, I don't know whether it answers your question.
Thank you very much. But that opens up another question. How do you balance those approaches, considering your current available resources? So you grew from 9 to 72, but still they might not probably be sufficient to go and do everything that you might think that should be done. So how do you balance that? And that is why I'm kind of like asking about the regulatory impact assessment, considering not only the impact to the regulated sector, but to
for the
your
resources.
Exactly.
That's something that we always have. Many times when we make decisions, we think that when we regulate something, or when we deregulate or we lessen regulation, we think we are helping the industry. Actually, not necessary. Sometimes we are helping ourselves too, because that's how do you manage your resources, because ours is finite resources in the end of the day. So for LTT, when we did the policy, that is the very reason, since our Ministry of Health has an audit on labs, we didn't want to go and do our own audits, but we latch on. So that's one way to say, I don't stretch my resources because I can latch on existing approaches. Similarly, for us, that's not something we do, how do we manage? But then there is always things we have to do, we can't run away. So when with the digital health and AI and all that, we have to do a lot more focus on building capabilities and all that. So then cybersecurity is another area which has really sucked on a lot of our resources and efforts, because we need to manage cybersecurity risk for devices. We need to have teams keeping abreast and then scanning for cybersecurity alerts and all that, which is new things, which we never did in the past. And then I can see Rachel is laughing because she always talks to us about, can we cut down some of these other things that we do? I think for me, okay, why I point to her is, I've been here from earlier, she has also been like about 10 years now, but at least a few years on the industry side, I was more from research. So she has seen the perspectives from different sides. So she's always the one that challenges to say, when we look at how we are doing this low risk devices, this class B devices, but some of the things, she will ask this question. My initial reaction, to be very honest, because I would have been part of the process when we put in those systems, you see. So sometimes my initial reactions, oh no, it's very risky, that kind of thing. That's a natural instinct. But when she raises the question, then she will start the conversation. She won't stop there. So when we start talking, then we go through the process. Then we will discuss. Then she will ask, why do we need this? That kind of, you need to go through the run-of-the-mill questions. And when you do that, actually it gives you a little bit of clarity to say, hey, actually this part, yeah, I think we can live without it. Or we can say, like for example, Class A devices, when HSA we started, Class A also had its own review. Okay, when we first started, class A, they will submit, but it's a very little limited review. But every single class A also we used to review, okay? Then after that, you cannot go. Then first phase, we said, okay, only sterile class A, I will look at sterilization, but non-sterile, notify exam, okay? Even so, you cannot go. Then the next round, when more work comes in, what do you do, right? So now where we stand, all class A, we have a database, public database, because traceability. So industry directly has to put in there. So anybody importing or manufacturing, they will have to list their class A in that database. It's a public database. We don't go and correct what they do and all that. We don't, how should I say, industry declares and we are very upfront. So anybody referring that database would know that it is based on information input by the industry. Because otherwise, if we are having an oversight on that, the expectation is accuracy, right? We have over like 100,000 over listings there. You can imagine the amount of resource needed if you have to go and verify each of those listings. So we keep it as a separate database managed by the industry as a reference database. But there is some risk there, right? So for example, you may have cases where you have higher risk devices. Some companies may have inadvertently or cheekily declared as class A, right? So what we do is that we don't review those listings and all that, but we went to develop based on natural language processing and automation. So there is the software, the program, which our in-house, one or two staff who were good at it. So they developed a program. So periodically, we run this program on the database. It's able to pull out all the higher risk potentially higher risk listings from there. Then only that group we take a quick eyeball, then we will throw to them. So that we do. But while we do this, this is either we could call it based on a automation tool or it's a sampling process, right? You cannot expect 100% accuracy, but we live with that. We do some monitoring, but we titrate it to a certain level, due diligence effort. So that's where we have the journey. So when it took a lot of convincing discussions among the staff, among us to come up to where we started to where we are. So why I say that is, as we have to do more higher value work, you want to do cybersecurity, you want to take care of the things that's coming up and you want to make it available safe for the patients, you have to manage or think of other things that you can do differently. I'm not saying just let everything go, but you should think of ways where we can do things slightly differently. Or you may want to do pre-market, you can just leave it, but then you have a post-market compliance monitoring, random checks. There are different ways of doing it. So, I mean, that's the approach we take. But the resource is always a stretch, always a stretch.
Thank you. I'm going to comment on the question and then I'll stop, I promise. And then we'll go for you. It would be really wonderful to learn how many paradigms have changed from the very first you started at HSA. I could wonder there are hundreds of them. Paradigms, traditional ways of doing
Absolutely.
every single day, you should be changing a paradigm, just listening to what you're saying. So
Yes, we have a lot of changes at class A. Then class B, we had everything went through a full review. We have a subset now, we do immediate registration. So once you are approved in 5 GHTF countries are reference regulatory agencies. So if there's a class B that has 2 approvals by the pathways that we have already defined, they can go immediate. So once they submit an application, they go on our register. But back end, we do a very quick review to see they meet the criteria and things are in order. We have now we are thinking how we can further make that process more efficient. So class B, we have done that. Class C and D, we started with only full reviews. Then we had abridged. We also do certain expedited approvals for those with standards and all that. So every touch point, post-market, our FSCA process has gone through 2 or 3 levels of changes, how we do FSCA reviews and what kind of submissions come to us and all that. AE investigations, also risk titrated approaches. You can talk of any process and I can tell you, yes, we have had changes. Some are big, some could be very small tweaks, which may not even impact externally. But in terms of internal processes, it makes a lot of change. But any change that touches internal process will benefit externally because efficiency would definitely improve in one area or the other. So there are, I would say, yes, the answer is yes.
Thank you. How valuable do you find the international notifications or public consultations while developing a new regulation? Did you really gain a lot of valuable input when the international community issues comments on a new piece of regulation?
Yes, okay. Very classic example is recently we did our UDI implementation. And when we started the first rollout, the webinars, it was COVID time, but we had already committed to it, so we didn't want to postpone. So usually when we have these policies, we will have a lot of face-to-face sessions we will organize. So usually most of the industry will be there, but overseas participation will be limited because we do it face-to-face. Unless there are some people who are in Singapore then, or some regional, they may still come by to see what we are doing. But UDI was one where when we started, we did webinars because there was COVID time, so you can't have physical. So we did webinars on the consultation and all that. There was immense participation. There was a lot of feedback that also came from overseas manufacturers. They participated in the webinar and gave some very useful comments, so which was very interesting. Same way when we did our 3D printing devices and policy on personalized devices, that one we also had a lot of international feedback because we went through our 3D printing. We have a technical group in Singapore and all that, so they have a lot of touch point with international researchers, community and all that. So there was quite a wide reach. So international perspectives are very useful because for Singapore, 90% of our devices are imported. There's very small locally manufactured percentage of devices. So it's very important that whatever approaches we take remains relevant in terms of the global picture. So I think it's very important that this kind of feedback is always very useful. And another thing we do very cognizantly, very quickly, when we develop our approaches, right, we look out to see what others are doing in the space also. Because like one of the speakers shared this morning, there could be best practices, that could be certain things that didn't work for them. So they may also have that knowledge, both ways. So they may be grappling with some challenges. So usually any policy we do, after we do all this thinking, we will also look around to see if there are others doing similar things, what is the approaches they are taking, and probably if we are working with them, we will also talk to them to hear what are their challenges and all that. So that will also feed in to make sure that whatever we do is still internationally not too far off. It is largely aligned or harmonized reasonably, so that because we are a smaller market, so you have your own unique way of doing things, it's only going to add to the regulatory burden. The impact will be very significant. And probably people may not want to even come to supply our devices in our market, which would be bad for the patients and healthcare system. So we also do that. So that way we make sure that the international inputs are there directly or indirectly in our policies.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions. And the answers. Rama, you're very on top of your game on that one. Thank you very much. I still have my 5 questions, so but I will not ask them now. What we are going to do. I know Alex. Where is Alex? Alex has left. Alex, I know Alex had some questions. I know Coach. Coach is in the house. Yes, I know he also has some questions. So what we are going to do, I think for this question, since she's going to be here again, finishing up with the quality management systems, she can either respond to them today or tomorrow. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Only the ones who heard what I said know why I'm singing happy birthday. So tomorrow in the morning, what we are going to do, we can start with the questions and answers before we start the very sessions. And so Rama, you're going to be here early, and the rest also are going to be here early, then you can respond to them. Some of them are quite technical. We need like a procedure or something to see how we can copy and be able to implement what we have. So can we take a quick couple?
Actually, we got a proposal to make the reception earlier, 5:45.
5:45
Now
reception.
go directly until 5:45, and then
5:45, we go for the reception. So we
So
continue
that-
going.
So that we don't go and come back.
No.
When we go, we just go and
Yeah, until 5:45.
and do our cocktail.
Yes.
Okay.
Non-alcoholic beverages cocktail.
Non-alcoholic beverages. Okay. Oh, so. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, members, ladies and gentlemen.
We can continue with your 5 questions.
Yeah,
We can continue with your 5 questions.
we can continue with my 5 questions.
Yes.
Oh, then we up to 5:45.
Yes.
Okay, so Goesh, you can get with your questions, I'll go with mine faster. Okay, so when you were talking about the medical devices, and I think that's the same thing we are also grappling with, especially when it comes to issues of whether to regulate or not. Some of them actually are falling in very precarious positions. Look at issues like weighing scales, cold ice compressions, orthopedic kits. You know, some of them are used for sports, yeah, mostly, and some of them are actually used for medical purposes. So I don't know how you are able to cluster them. We really need to learn from your experience to see how to be able to classify. And then my other question was on the issues of IVDs. Yeah. For each and every IVD, we just, I just want to know the process that you go through when you are registering an IVD. What is the process that you go through? You know, when it comes to issues of validation, verification of the kits. Yeah, so if you can go through that first, and then I will allow my colleague also to ask, but I don't ask all the 5, I remain with 3 for tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Oh, we might miss time for tomorrow. Okay, you can do that too. Yeah.
The first part, I think some of the examples you gave for us would be class A. So class A, like I said, we only have a notification. So the importers or the manufacturers, so we license our companies who deal with medical devices. So the licensed companies, they are required, we have it in our legislation that they will have to go and declare on the database. So all these, the packs, hot cold packs, all those categories are class A. So they will have to declare in the database and they can go and supply, so we don't evaluate them. Then in terms of your kits and all that, actually for HSA, we did another initiative right from the start, but we have improvised it along the way, is that we do not, we have what we call as grouping in that sense. So when there are certain rules we set. So for example, if you are a catheter, and it's like same intended purpose catheters, different sizes, dimensions and all that. So we have certain rules we set, and as long as they fit within that rule, you can just submit in one application the various sizes. So you don't have to come bit by bit in that sense. Then, for example, I have 10 sizes. Then down the road, in the same similar, the same material, we have certain rules. So if they fit into the rule, if the manufacturer has new sizes, they can come through change notification to add new models. You don't have to come in with a whole new application. So this we call as grouping criteria. So we allow companies to group certain devices and come in as an application. Similarly, if there are kits, it could be first aid kits, it could be procedure bags, it could be surgical procedure kits. There's a lot of things that companies do. So we don't require they have to come one by one. They can come in as a kit as long as they fit the rule, and in one application we evaluate them. So we've done this also helps us to cut down on number of applications, helps us help companies. But on top of that, if there is very specific scenario, like for example, it depends on the risk class also. So we also go by the risk class. For IVDs also, we have a separate grouping rules that we have set. So you need to meet those criteria. If you meet that, you can come in as one single application. You don't have to do multiple applications. But having said that, in terms of IVDs, the evaluation you mentioned, I think we have a whole guidance on what are the requirements for IVDs. I can share with the link with you also that gives all the types of validation. But the problem with the guidance is it gives all the requirements. So it may not be applicable for all kinds of IVDs. So starting from the guidance is all the validation that the companies should have when they submit an IVD for registration. But then it is risk calibrated. So if you are a class B to class C to class D, then there are certain differences in terms of what they submit. So it is risk calibrated approach. If it is a class B, for example, we allow more grouping to come in, so more kids can come together. But in terms of validation, the principles are still the same. We do not do our own testing. Okay, so if that's the question you're asking. For IVDs also, the manufacturers do the validation, they perform the clinical studies, they come and give us the test reports, and we register based on that. We do not do our own testing in terms of IVDs also. In terms of certain issues, a certain stability or very IVD specific issues, open lot stability, on-board stability instrument, there's certain uniquely IVD concepts, but those also we accept data from the manufacturer. Sometimes when we are not agreeable or we have certain additional questions, we may need them to provide additional information, but we still rely on the first point as manufacturers, validation data, and then our registration is based on that. In extenuating circumstances where we think there is a problem, we identify or we are not sure about certain data set, our law allows us that we can call for the manufacturer to send the test to a third-party lab and submit reports to us. We do that very rarely, but when it is necessary, we can call on for that permission. But our routine processes, we rely on the manufacturer's information. Sometimes it is just that we think they need to validate an additional parameter, we will get them to validate and submit the report to us. So largely work with the manufacturer's data. Where there is a circumstance or reason for doubt, then we can require that the manufacturer should send the test to a third-party lab and submit the report to us. We can also designate if we want them to send to a particular lab or we need them to do a particular type of testing, we can also call for that. We may do that more in a post-market circumstance and rarely, but also possible in a pre-market circumstance. So we have the provisions in our law, but we will only activate it when there is a need.
Thank you for that. So as I give this microphone to my colleague, when you get a kit that has probably an orthopedic kit, it has an implant, it has a chisel, it has the hammer, the drill, the screws, and some of them are actually implants that are going to remain into the body. Yeah, so
they can come in one application in place of one kit, but the risk class of their application will follow the highest risk component. So if the implant is the highest risk, then say it's a class C implant or a class D implant, then the application will be taken as a class D application.
Thank you. You have a mic, okay, you can go ahead. Put it on it. Oh, then we check whether we have any questions online.
We do not have any.
There are no questions online. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I will donate my time to the other question because most of the questions have been addressed because we were discussing with my colleague, and I think some have been typed. Maybe tomorrow, because there is a presentation on risk-based classification, maybe the question which I had also can be addressed. So let us wait for that tomorrow, then we can see. Thank you. Thank you
for donating the time.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Tammy from Roche. Hi, Dr. Rama. I'm going to try to formulate my question real quick because I wasn't going to ask it, but I think one of the things that we're learning from Dr. Rama is the maturity level of the regulator and the practices that they learn over time. And I think an additional value that Singapore and other IMDRF countries are that they bring that knowledge, education, and experience to formulate their IMDRF documents. And I know we'll probably talk more about this tomorrow, but my question for Dr. Rama is, how do the IMDRF documents feed into your decision-making process? I know you talked a little bit about imports. I mean, for some countries who export a lot of medical devices, I think it plays too, because their conformance to internationally recognized standards, there's conformance to a quality system will help enable them to export products more fluently.
But my question for you is how that feeds into your decision-making, and now with the global model regulatory framework, very succinctly aligned in almost all cases, referencing IMDRF documents over and over and over again. How does that play in your decisions? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think for Singapore, when we first started our regulations, and actually I was not there. When I came in, guidelines were almost there in that sense. They started the implementation, but whoever my predecessors, all our guidances, we were one of the first country, I would say. At the time, we were not part of GHTF, but then all our guidance documents were mirrored from GHTF documents. So for us, it has been something right from the start that we have followed, because like I said, we always look at what is available out there. We are very, very strongly for using available information, available experience, available resources. We do not reinvent the wheel. That's something we always keep in mind when we do policies, when we come up with approaches. So right from the start for medical devices, we actually implement our first regulatory guidelines, everything. If you look at GHTF is last year. That's why even like when our new CEO and all came on board, why only you have A, B, C, D? In whole world, nobody uses A, B, C, D this class. Because we follow GHTF documents, our risk classification was A, B, C, D. But then everybody had 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, A, 2, B. So when our CEO was relatively new, she asked us a question, why do we have A, B, C, D? Seems like nobody is using A, B, C, D. But that's because of GHTF document has A, B, C, D. So we did follow. So that's something that we have started from there. And then, IMDRF documents, of course, along the way, now we are part of IMDRF, we participate in the guidance document development processes and all that. So for us, it is not too far off because, like for example, now IBD risk class, when they took the GHTF document and evolved, we participated in that. We are very, very clear what is the pain points in that document or what needs clarity. So we actively participate, share our experience and input. For newer documents and all that, even for SAMD, I know SAMD is now going through review, but we have already implemented risk categorization for SAMDs in HSA. So we use the SAMD risk categorization already. So what I'm trying to say is we make a very conscious effort in that sense that where possible, of course, we don't force fit things, but where possible applicable, we try to embrace into our processes IMDRF principles and guidelines as much as we can. So that's something we do all the time, but it's very beneficial because also we participate in the discussion. So you're very clear about the rationale of things. So you don't have to really rethink the whole process. And also, like I said, once you're internationally aligned, when there is problems or when there is challenges, when there is post-market issues and all that, being harmonized helps a lot because when whatever other jurisdictions you're discussing or the conversations, decisions, everything will make sense for all of us because the starting point is the same for all of us. So harmonization is not about just making life easier for everybody, but it's about the entire life cycle. So all decisions we can share, we can learn from practices because the starting point is more or less the same. So I think that's a benefit that we see in terms of harmonizing and following IMDRF principles. Yeah. Thank you.
Sephora, thank you very much. Thank you very, very, very much. We really appreciate it.
May I have one more? Okay.
One more. Okay. I'm
Quick
giving you
one.
Quick one. Just 1 minute. Okay.
I'll give you an immediate prize. Thank you very much.
Oh, okay, fine. Okay, go ahead.
Just real quick, how is your participation in the technical committees for the standard development organizations, ISO, IEC? Do you actively participate as HSA?
Okay. Ideally, we would want to be very active, but again, the same principle, like I said, we don't do things for the sake of doing. In Singapore, we have what we call as another agency, which is called Enterprise Singapore. So they are another government agency, just like HSA. So they are the guys who are taking care of all the standardization, the standard development processes, everything is run by them, and they nominate people into the committee. Then they look at standards that we would want to adopt in Singapore as a whole ecosystem and all that. So they already have that framework and program running. So what we do, we don't run our own program and try to jump into all the standard committees. We usually, I think Vajun sits on their health and standardization committee. So we have our participation in their standardization processes and their standards related processes, and we give inputs to them in terms of what are the standards that they should consider for recognition and all that. And in participation in the committees, where we don't participate in all committees, we participate in very few, but that's one area we are trying to ramp up, but we are also exploring if we already have participation through the experts in the ecosystem, in the academia and all that, we could work through them rather than multiple parties having to go and sit on all the standard committee. And also separately, IMDRF also is having some conversations on how do we have regulatory participation and how we should do it among the IMDRF MC. So we are also looking at those, but we will see how we want to reposition where necessary in terms of our participation.
Thank you very much. This, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm understood. Let me put it here so that nobody can pick it. Thank you very much. Now, you know what? We always talk about Singapore, and everybody says, "Oh, Kenya can be like Singapore one day," and we look forward to all that. So what we are going to do as you go to sit down, we're going to give you a special club. It's called the Obama Club. So all you need to do is just to walk slowly. You know the way Obama used to wave, just like this. As they clap for you, you just go waving until you see. So everybody, let's all rise up. So we are going to do the Obama Club, and then you walk slowly, and you have to wave. Yeah? And you walk slowly, yeah? Okay, let's start. Thank you very much. Setu Rahman. Yeah, thank you very much. So at this time, I think we are through with the science. I'll give it up to Pauline to take us through the closing ceremony for today, and then probably give us guidance for tomorrow. Thank you very much for being attentive and staying up to this time. We are ready for the cocktail.
I have no words. I think I started by saying I hope to convert a few of you to medical devices. Show of hands, anyone? It can't be one. We have to have more. But truly today I think has been fantastic. We can agree that if you haven't learned a thing, you're in for more convincing tomorrow and the day after. And I've talked enough today. I think you should also go for the cocktail. So because that is the direction we're headed, the cocktail is going to be held today at the rooftop. You're all welcome, and you will leave at your own time. It is non-alcoholic. As you know that PPP has a guideline, quality management system, staff shall we have the responsibility for not seeing anyone in. I'm just kidding about that. But please, we do want to engage you and ask. There are those questions that we call Nyumaya tent.
Yes.
It's the local language for saying seeing one-on-one, sometimes it's better. So we call it Nyumaya tent. So if there are a few colleagues you want to meet here, you want to whisper, you want to ask questions you think nobody else is thinking about, and you'll be surprised your neighbor is also thinking about them. So let us go up there and engage. Tomorrow we come back at 9 in the morning. I think it's better to have a recap when we're fresh. Right now things can be a little bit hazy. So tomorrow morning we'll have a recap, and then we'll be geared for day 2 of the presentations. But before I go, please let us have a clap for the team that has worked so hard today, and also prepare for ourselves for an evening. So I can see the club that is being prepared here by Eric. So I shall join. Let us grab our hands. A good hot one. Continue faster and faster, and we are going to do 1, 2, 3. When I say 1, 2, 3, we go 1, 2, 3. Enough. Thank you. Have a very good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.